Bills. This message presented by the New York State Public.
The Bills dismantle the Jets with the B team, 35-8, donning the red helmets and closing out Highmark Stadium in winning fashion, most likely.
Trubisky back to pass, looking right, now back to the left, back to the middle, and Gabe Davis just mossed the defender for a 2-yard touchdown reception.
Josh Allen took one snap, and James Cook had 2 carries and officially landed the 2025 rushing title last night as Derrick Henry was not able to catch him. Mitch Trubisky took over from there, completing 22 of 29 pass attempts for 259 yards and 4 touchdowns. Ray Davis was the leading rusher with 21 carries for 151 yards. A couple of injuries to note. Matt Prater left the game and did not return after aggravating the right quad injury, and Maxwell Hairston left the game and did not return with an ankle injury. The Bills head to Jacksonville for Wild Card Weekend. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock next Sunday. The Sabres fall short in Columbus 5-1 over the weekend, and the win streak ends at 10. Josh Doan scored the lone goal. They look to bounce back tomorrow night hosting the Canucks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Full play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, the AFC playoff picture. Denver gets the bye. As mentioned earlier, the Bills are at the Jaguars at 1 o'clock Sunday. The Chargers at the Patriots for Sunday night. And on Monday night, the Steelers, after winning last night, are at the Texans. And in the NFC, the Rams are at the Panthers Saturday at 4:30. The Packers are at the Bears Saturday night at 8 o'clock. And the 49ers are at the Eagles Sunday at 4:30. In other news around the league, the Falcons have fired head coach Raheem Morris. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Great day at the stadium. Great emotional day at the stadium. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. It is a Victory Monday here on WGR, a football Monday. As maybe you stuck around until the end and you heard the video. That was after the game. Iris in the background, great job by the Bills. There's a lot to get to from yesterday, a beatdown over the New York Jets. We have the playoff field. We had some craziness last night on Sunday Night Football. A lot of places that we could start. Good morning. Again, there is a lot to get to. We have the Jags matchup. That's in. And I got a lot to say about that particular matchup. We'll do a lot of that today as well. Sal will be along. Chris Brown. We'll try to figure out who the Bills' kicker is going to be for next week. And maybe you weren't that worried about kicker last night and you were really just feeling the vibes of the closing of the stadium and the Jets looking like the worst football team you've ever seen in your entire life. And weren't really worried about, there's an injury to Matt Prater. And then maybe you turned on Sunday Night Football and looked at, that's what that looks like when my kicker isn't doing the job. Boswell missing an extra point, which almost cost the Steelers the game, only to have Tyler Loop miss a 44-yarder to lose the game. So a kicker was going to be on the hook for that one last night. Crazy game. I don't want to start too much with that game last night, but did you guys stay up for that game? Steelers and Ravens? Like, that was for me I'll maybe, see if I doze off in the second half. My doze off period of a Sunday night game is usually like beginning of the fourth quarter.
Right.
That game did not let me doze off last night.
I did not catch it. I finished the Bills game and went upstairs because I was just
It was a good idea.
Yeah. It was also
That's what I should have done.
I was birthday festivities, so there was other stuff going on.
Nice.
So I was busy, so I did not catch any of that Ravens Steelers game, but I saw a bunch of highlights after. Like, it was ridiculous.
The last 5 minutes, 6 minutes, Lamar was doing crazy things for the first time in like months.
Yeah, right. It seemed like
he's not going
got back a little bit.
But now he's not going. He showed, he still got that in there, breaking away from two people on a fourth down or on a third down, and then chucking it deep. Tomlin, by the way. Tomlin. It's so easy for me to just get going on Tomlin. All right, spare me a minute here before we get to the Bills. 803-0550, by the way, for your phone calls. Your experience in the stadium yesterday, your memories. Again, it was emotional for me. It was emotional for many. I know being there yesterday, maybe you got your coin and you want to share your experience. Or you want to preview the Jags game. Mike Tomlin. This guy. Yesterday, I tweeted this out that I truly believe this, that John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin yesterday, at the end of that game, those were two poorly coached football teams. Just straight up. Those were two poorly coached football teams. Total mistakes made left and right. They were creating these big, big plays. The Steelers have their linebacker, Patrick Queen, one-on-one, 40 yards down the field against Zay Flowers. And then on the next play, they're in a defensive formation that nobody picks up the entire left side of the field. And you've got a corner that's trying to play safety this year, and he makes two critical mistakes in Jalen Ramsey at the end of the game. So I got Tomlin. Listen, he's a defensive guy, right? Or he was originally. His defense is out there getting ripped apart in the biggest moments of the game. And then by sheer dumb luck, the Ravens kicker misses a kick, and there's Tomlin at the middle of the field doing the chest bump and blowing the camera a kiss. Oh, he drives me nuts. As if he did anything to win that game yesterday. But you know what? Tomlin, he gets his rack. 10-7. 10-7, and they'll probably get blitzed in the playoffs.
Hey, it's better than 9-8.
It is better than 9. Sure, yes, thank you. Keen analysis there from Joe. Yeah, it is better than 9-8. The Steelers. All right, well, the Bills don't get the Steelers. We'll see. Maybe there's an upset to be had in Pittsburgh, and maybe there's a matchup down the road. I would not bank on it. The game yesterday, the feeling in the stadium, I thought going in that the Bills had a really good chance to really take it to the Jets, even with backups. I mean, I didn't think it would look like it did. That was a beatdown. That looked like, if I had told you that Allen had played quarterback and that James Cook was at running back, you might have thought that would be about the score. that would be about the game. If I told you the Bills running back went 21 carries for 151 yards, you might, did James Cook play? The quarterback went 22 of 29 for 259 and 4. That might be one of the best passing days of the season for a Bills quarterback. And no disrespect to Mitch Trubisky. He was great. And that's probably the most meaningful Bills game he'll ever play. I mean, we hope so. That Trubisky gets final day at the stadium. Everybody's there. They're going to stay to the end. And you want something to cheer about. It's a big day at the stadium. And you want it to go well. You want things to cheer about. You know, even if you had won like a 10-7 game, like that wouldn't have felt the same, because you wanted it to be a party. So for them to deliver on that, I thought was awesome. Big shout out to the Jets for helping that along, because that team, how is that team that dead? Just unmotivated. How that coach is going to survive? The whole roster quit on him. I saw yesterday that they're like the first team, maybe in the Super Bowl era. I forget what the timeline was, but one of the first teams ever, if not the first team ever, to lose 5 games in a row by 20-plus points. They were getting smacked by everybody. I mean, it's a couple of those games. They lose to New Orleans by 23. They lose to Miami by 24. Like, that team quit even against the bad teams.
Yeah, that is a. I mean, just watching that whole football game yesterday, it felt almost dirt. Like, I felt gross watching these guys like just struggle around the field, looking like they could not care any less about what happens.
They
on that
wanted to
field.
get to the locker room.
Like, it was so over for them the moment they stepped onto that field.
And you see Morris also getting heated on the sideline. Like they're not playing for him either.
Right,
like it's just I don't know. And they're talking about his job security on the broadcast. I'm like, how are we sitting here talking about him having a job next year as a head coach?
Yeah,
like,
if Glenn's going to stick around, I can't. I mean, listen, he was. The other part of this is the feat that they accomplished yesterday with the interceptions. Aaron Glenn was a defensive back in the National Football League who was just the defensive coordinator of one of the best defenses in the league in Detroit. He takes over as a head coach, and you become the first team in history to not get a pick. Listen, the Bills tried to give them one yesterday.
Yeah.
Do we think they were literally throwing balls on the ground because they want to get Quinn fired? Because it kind of looked like that. Like, how many times did Trubisky throw the ball right to him?
Glenn fired, right? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, are they not trying? Like,
Trubisky threw it right to, I think, was it Quincy Williams?
I think, yes.
Yeah.
It's like bats it down. He's like, I don't want to catch it. And
it was like a hot
this.
potato.
I'm going to keep this record for our coach because he's a bum, I think.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if at least one of those guys legitimately went like, what am I going to catch this ball for?
Yeah, I mean, that might have been the only ball Trubisky really put in harm's way because guys were running open and he was hitting good passes.
Yeah.
But that one was right at him.
Right.
And Coleman tried to give them one also.
Yeah, he did.
Right.
He had, I mean, a very good chance at not even that tough a catch. I mean, a little bit tough. And, I mean, that's Keon. He doesn't make tough catches. So the ball goes to him and he pops it up in the air. Nothing. That's incredible. All right, yeah, keep going. Aaron Glenn. Listen,
I mean, to be fair, they did trade away like everything they had.
It's true.
But like they were bad before that.
And those players had quit.
Right.
They were done with that. Listen, on one hand, it is ridiculous to me that they're going to bring him back because of what you saw on display from the Jets at the end of the season. The good news is that did get them to the number 2 overall pick. And there were other teams like I saw the Giants who have won 8 games in the last 2 years, and 4 of them are in week 17 and 18 to make them lower in the draft order. They go to the 5th pick with a win yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, that opponent, perfect opponent for the day. Because you knew you were going to want to rest your guys, and you knew that you were going to want to win the game because it was a special day at the stadium. And there was no better team for them to see yesterday than that team. Horrible, the New York Jets. The stadium memories, and I thought the Bills really nailed it. I thought between the videos, whether that was before the game or at halftime, Marv is, giving a video message to the crowd, which was awesome. and he threw out a little "Where else would you rather be" chant in his video, and the crowd got into that. You got the alumni at the center of the field. I thought that was really cool. At halftime, if you didn't see that on TV, I don't know if the broadcast showed any of that, or maybe they showed like a second of it.
We pulled it up because it was on the Bills' Twitter, so we were able to watch it. It was something. That was
CBS didn't show it though, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
But still, that's cool that they provided that. Because Kelly and Tasker and Daryl Talley we saw yesterday, he was there. He came up in the booth. Thurman, of course, and more. I mean, you had Ashton Yabodi there and other names from even the drought era. To get that at the little huddle and group hug at the middle of the field after and get that ovation was sweet. The end of the game, the video I mentioned with the Goo Goo Dolls in the background and Trey White staying out on the field to watch. Fans didn't really leave. Like, I ended up leaving. Me and Nate left, right around the final buzzer. Like, probably about when the first wave of fans would have left. We didn't know that there was, going to be a video message or whatever. So, good on you if you stayed and saw that, and good that the Bills provided something. Like, hey, if you're hanging around, something to make that worth it. The coins were cool on both sides of it, and that's a throwback to the first game at the stadium. Yeah, your memories, 803-0550, your experience yesterday. And we'll get to injuries from yesterday, Max Hairston, Matt Prater, and the matchup with the Jets. That's all coming your way today on a Football Monday. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Mo in New Jersey. What's up, Mo?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday. Talking about memories, I don't obviously live close to the stadium. I try to go to at least 1 or 2 games every single year. For me, my best memory was the Cincinnati game when Benford took the interception and turned that game around. Mm-hmm. I've never heard the stadium that loud. And for me, when I was there, that was probably the best memory I ever had. And watching that game last night, obviously I knew it didn't really mean anything. I was really pulling for the Colts to beat the Texans. I did really want the 5 seed for a handful of reasons, just in case there were some upsets. Because I do know Houston's good. Let's say we can make some noise, they make some noise, maybe potentially host the AFC Championship game. That's kind of why I really wanted the Colts to win yesterday. Other than that, congratulations on both to James Cook and the team for getting the rushing title. I watched that Steelers game for a lot of reasons last night. One of them was to see if Henry was going to break it, and the first quarter, the first run he had was 50 yards on. He's Cook's basically.
Oh yeah, and there was that first run that got called back on a penalty, right? It was like a 40-yard run that got called back.
50, I think, but he still got credit for 45 yards because I checked the stats. I'm not even driving. I straight to the stats just to see. I'm like, oh, he's not getting this record. But at the end of the day, that's a team. That's a team thing right there. But congratulations to James Cook. I'm really happy for him. And I'm really looking forward to the playoffs, right? I'm always like, everyone asks, who do you want? I don't want to pick, because be careful what you wish for, right? I do think this Jaguars team is a really good team. They're going to give us trouble. We have a lot of trouble playing in Jacksonville, but I'm really looking forward to the game and looking forward to this playoff run. I hope we're not, one and done. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm really optimistic, but, it is the playoffs after all. And, it's been a good season, and I'm ready for it to continue in the playoffs. Let's go Bills.
Yeah, thanks, Mo, for the call. The rushing title race last night. So James Cook, if you're waking up and you don't know what Henry needed and what he got, James Cook did win the rushing title yesterday. He got 15 yards when he came in. He ended up winning it by, I think, about 20. So he would have won anyway, but it would have been a sweat at the last, couple of minutes. That game, though, developed in a way where you kind of knew with 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, that Henry wasn't going to get it. They weren't gonna run the ball. They ran it twice, I think, on their final couple of drives, and he got stopped. So if he had broken one, it still could have gone to him. But I'm with Mo. I thought when that game started, right away, big run. Oh, but there's a penalty. But it was clear, Pittsburgh's going to have trouble stopping him the entire day. And you go into the fourth quarter, and he still needed only 30-something yards, I think. And I thought that he still was probably going to get it then. And then again, Pittsburgh driving up and down the field a couple of times made it so that the game became more of a shootout. and you got less Henry. So good for Cook. And deserved, right? Because even though Henry would have had a game script played out a little bit differently last night, I mean, Cook gets one fewer game than Henry because Henry had everything to play for in Week 18, and the Bills really didn't, so he only gets 2 carries, and he averaged 7.5 yards, and we saw what Ray Davis did. Like, there's no doubt at all that Cook would have went off against the Jets yesterday if they wanted him to. So he deserved the rushing title, over 1,600 yards, the first Bill to do it since OJ in the 70s. I think 76 is the year that the last time that happened. Thurman never did it. Thurman would have had, all the receiving yards to get him in the lead in that category, but a huge year for Cook. And listen, again, we're going to get to a lot on the Jags all week. One of the reasons that they were my nightmare scenario for the Bills in the first round is that team is so good at smothering the run. The Jacksonville Jaguars this year not only have not allowed a 100-yard rusher, they have not allowed a 75-yard rusher on the year. They played Jonathan Taylor twice. Neither time did Taylor get to 75. I think 70 and 74. They held McCaffrey to 29 yards in a game, 2 yards per carry, and there's a bunch of others. So that team can stop the run. And if they're able to stop James Cook, then I think the Bills are in big trouble because all the games we've seen from the Bills offense this year where they can't get their run game going, those are the games they've had the most trouble in. 803-0550. Rusty in a car. What's up, Rusty?
Hey, how's it going? Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Congratulations to James Cook for the rushing title. And just want to say me and my son had a blast yesterday. We travel 2-3 games a season from Indiana, 8-hour drive, and we just love Buffalo, love you guys, and love the stadium, and so many memories. And, just a great time yesterday. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty, for the call. People were loving it yesterday. And, I don't know how retrospective people are or how much of a, I did a little turn when I was walking to the parking lot. Let me just stare at the stadium for a minute. And there were still a lot of people in it. Let me just stare at it for a moment and really take it in. Because the lights are going to go out. I don't think the lights are coming back on, right? Is there any reason for them to do that? Maybe they just leave them on for a couple of days, just cause the Bills logo's lit up on the side, and I almost got emotional in pregame yesterday because I lost a friend in April, and I know we had people calling in with stories about going to games with their dad or whoever that are no longer with us, and I think there was a lot of that yesterday. There were not everybody had dry eyes, I think, in the stadium yesterday, and I was one of those people that. It was kind of a tough day and an emotional day, and I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. But it was a great send-off. Weather played out nice, too. It was freezing, though. So if you were dressed appropriately, it was a good weather day. Nate was not dressed appropriately if you listened to our pregame yesterday. That guy did not dress for 20-degree weather. He dressed for 50-degree weather. Crazy. It was fun to be outside, though, for pregame.
Isn't it almost better that it happened when the game was a nothing burger, essentially, though? Imagine if that was a high-stakes playoff game and they lose. No one's staying, any of that, right?
I was debating that during the week going in. I think I landed on thinking that it was better the way that it was. That the game meant nothing other than the final day at the stadium. Right. Imagine if that game yesterday, again, though, it's tough because the Jets were just, what would have had to happen for the Bills to lose that game yesterday? I thought Mike Schopp had a great line on postgame yesterday, which was if Trubisky had took the snap and put the ball on the ground, would the Jets have picked it up? If he just set the ball on the ground and said, "Here, take it," would the Jets have even picked it up? What would have had to happen for the Bills to lose that game yesterday? No, there's no chance.
There would have had to be a meteor that hit the sideline.
So if any meaning was attached to it, Trubisky probably gets in pretty quickly anyway.
Right.
They would have been up huge.
Yeah, they would have gone up. They would have scored on their first 3 drives and taken Josh out and been like, we're done.
But if they're home against, I guess the real question is, would we rather, for the end of the stadium's sake only, I know for the Super Bowl, of course, you'd rather be at home, but for the stadium send-off, is it better having it the way it was yesterday than had they made the playoffs and like lost in the divisional round and then that's our send-off?
I think it was, because I know for me, Friday, and I know I talked about this with Callie, like even Friday was more about the stadium than it was about this game. And to me, I had all season kind of wrestled with like, I'm not feeling the weight of the stadium thing. And Friday for me was that. And then Sunday like, absolutely was that. Mm-hmm. And I think the game being what it was in terms of not having any kind of stakes for playoffs or whatever, allowed for that space and really allowed us to do shows about that and kind of bring that story out a little more than it would, especially like imagine if the closing out is the AFC Championship game against the Texans.
Right. Yeah.
Like how much are we talking about the stadium if that's what we're going into? Like we're talking about the Texans and the Super Bowl and what's going to happen and who like what's going to all that.
Right.
Instead of getting all these amazing stories from fathers whose sons were born on the day of the stadium.
Yeah, like I don't know what times those games are at this year, but it's like if the Bills had won the AFC Championship game, which, by the way, could still happen, but it would have to be the Chargers. So let's say that happens. The Bills play the Chargers in the AFC Championship game at Highmark Stadium, and they win the game. Is everybody sticking around and hanging out to watch the video and like celebrating, or are we all running to our TVs to watch the NFC Championship game to see who they're going to play in the Super Bowl?
Right. Probably the latter, right? Because you've already done the celebration. You've already done that. Like,
right.
Again, I don't know if the NFC Championship actually even is after this year, but you know what I mean. Like that would happen.
Conceptually, that's what. Yeah, it's the same point. Like it's just this allowed for a lot more space, I think, for the meaning to come out. And I think that made an impact on me, at least. I don't know, about other people, but I definitely appreciated the fact that it was allowed to breathe.
I wonder how it compares to the closing of the Odd for fans that were at both.
Yeah.
I wonder, because the Odd, I watched the video of the final game against the Whalers in '96 on YouTube the other day, and like that, like the final minute, it's a total standing ovation, and I guess we got that yesterday too. Maybe there are similarities in how special it was, but then you're also like getting the other thing is when you're leaving the building, you can't really miss the new stadium when you're leaving. Like it is very dominant in the scene.
Yeah,
because it towers over the current stadium. By the way, okay, so they're done playing football games there. Can we go back to calling it whatever we're going to call it in the future? Because the new stadium is going to be called Highmark Stadium.
Right.
So has that transitioned?
Yeah, can we call it?
Highmark Stadium has been the old stadium. Is Highmark Stadium this morning now the new stadium?
Right.
Or does that have to wait until the end of the season? Because, I mean, is there still a chance they play in Highmark Stadium? Right?
Yeah, mathematically, we have to wait till it's mathematically impossible.
I would say so, I think.
I think that's fair.
So I'm rushing. I kind of want to go back to this morning calling it the Ralph.
I know. I really want to, too. But
or for some, I'm sure some will do. I think it's going to be one of three things. You're either going to call it just the old stadium. Right. You're going to call it the Ralph, which I think is what I'm probably going to do. Or you're going to call it Rich Stadium if you were, going in the 90s and the 80s and before that even. Yeah. So this morning's too soon?
I think probably.
It's still Highmark Stadium?
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
All right. Listen, Chargers beat the Patriots, and then maybe I'm listening. Too. There could be another one. Because the Broncos could lose to the Chargers.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
I mean, the Chargers are broken, but they are.
Yeah.
They're scrappy.
Root for the Chargers. If you want another game at the stadium, root for the Chargers. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's a football Monday here on WGR. We'll take all your phone calls. We'll get to the Jaguars matchup, which I do not think is a good one for the Bills. Let me know what you think on that. If you were at the game yesterday, your experience of that game, and we'll get to it with Sal. The injuries are big to go through yesterday. Matt Prater and Max Hairston are two tough injuries, I think, to sustain out of that one. 803-0550 is the phone number. Football Monday on WGR, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Trubisky back to pass, looking right, now back to the left, back to the middle, and Gabe Davis just mossed the defender for a 2-yard touchdown reception. He reached over him, pulled the ball back, and Gabe Davis is having his biggest night since he put the Bills uniform back on this season.
The game yesterday, the feeling in the stadium, I thought going in that the Bills had a really good chance to really take it to the Jets, even with backups. I mean, I didn't think it would look like it did. That was a beatdown. That looked like, I mean, if I had told you that Allen had played quarterback and that James Cook was at running back, you might have thought that would be about the score. That would be about the game. If I told you the Bills running back went 21 carries for 151 yards, you might, did James Cook play? The quarterback went 22 of 29 for 259 and 4. That might be one of the best passing days of the season for a Bills quarterback. And no disrespect to Mitch Trubisky. He was great. And that's probably the most meaningful Bills game he'll ever play. I mean, we hope so. That Trubisky gets final day at the stadium. Everybody's there. They're going to stay to the end. And you want something to cheer about. It's a big day at the stadium. And you want it to go well. You want things to cheer about. You know, even if you had won like a 10-7 game, like that wouldn't have felt the same because you wanted it to be a party. So for them to deliver on that, I thought was awesome. Big shout out to the Jets for helping that along. The rushing title race last night. So James Cook, if you're waking up and you don't know what Henry needed and what he got, James Cook did win the rushing title yesterday. He got 15 yards when he came in. He ended up winning it by, I think, about 20. So he would have won anyway, but it would have been a sweat at the last, couple of minutes. That game, though, developed in a way where you kind of knew with like 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, that Henry wasn't going to get it. Like they weren't gonna run the ball. They ran it like twice, I think, on their final couple of drives, and he got stopped. So if he had broken one, it still could have gone to him. But I'm with Mo. I thought when that game started, right away, big run, but there's a penalty. But it was clear, Pittsburgh's going to have trouble stopping him the entire day. And you go into the fourth quarter, and he still needed only 30-something yards, I think. And I thought that he still was probably going to get it then. And then again, Pittsburgh driving up and down the field a couple of times made it so that the game became more of a shootout, and you got less Henry. So good for Cook. And deserved, right? Because even though Henry would have had a game script played out a little bit differently last night, I mean, Cook gets one fewer game than Henry because Henry had everything to play for in Week 18, and the Bills really didn't. So he only gets 2 carries, and he averaged 7.5 yards, and we saw what Ray Davis did. There's no doubt at all that Cook would have went off against the Jets yesterday if they wanted him to. So he deserved the rushing title, over 1,600 yards, the first Bill to do it since OJ in the 70s. I think 76 is the year that the last time that happened. Thurman never did it. Thurman would have had, all the receiving yards to get him in the lead in that category, but a huge year for Cook.
The red helmets stay or we riot. The Bills dismantle the Jets with the B team 35-8, donning the red helmets and closing out Highmark Stadium in winning fashion, most likely. Josh Allen took one snap and James Cook had 2 carries and officially landed the 2025 rushing title last night as Derrick Henry was not able to catch him. Mitch Trubisky took over from there, completing 22 of 29 pass attempts for 259 yards, 4 touchdowns, and Ray Davis was the leading rusher with 21 carries for 151 yards. A couple of injuries to note. Matt Prater left the game and did not return after aggravating the right quad injury, and Maxwell Hairston left the game and did not return with an ankle injury. The Bills head to Jacksonville for Wild Card Weekend with kickoff set for 1 o'clock next Sunday. The Sabres fell short in Columbus 5-1 over the weekend. The win streak ends at 10. Josh Doan scored the lone goal. They look to bounce back tomorrow night hosting the Canucks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Full play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, the playoff picture is set. The AFC, Denver gets the bye. As mentioned earlier, the Bills are at the Jaguars at 1 o'clock Sunday. The Chargers at the Patriots for Sunday night. And on Monday night, the Steelers are at the Texans. In the NFC, the Rams at the Panthers Saturday at 4:30. Packers at the Bears Saturday night at 8 o'clock. And the 49ers at the Eagles Sunday at 4:30. In other news around the league, the Falcons have fired head coach Raheem Morris. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Trubisky rolling right, complete to Ty Johnson, and he shakes the tackle. He's in for the touchdown. The same play that they scored on in the first half works like a charm here in the fourth quarter, and there's another 6 on the board for Buffalo.
One of your highlights of the game, Bills beating the Jets easily. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Ty Johnson gets a nice little incentive with 2 touchdowns on the day, which I know saddened the crowd because there was a very loud Reggie chant yesterday at the stadium. I don't know if it came across on the broadcast, but it was very evident in the stadium that people wanted Reggie Gilliam to get a touchdown yesterday. They gave him 1 carry, I think, around the goal line, but otherwise they were working for Johnson to get one. He needed 2 touchdowns on the day for $250,000. They did a good job on the incentive front. I mean, Dawson Knox got his 7 yards right away, and he needed a touchdown as well. That first touchdown, I yelled out when Trubisky still had the ball, play action. He pops up looking for a receiver, and I yell, Hawes, because Hawes is wide open. I did not see that Knox was also wide open. Again, here's how much of a joke the Jets are, that on the Bills' first touchdown, and Trubisky goes to Knox, which, again, was good because he gets an incentive for that too. Here's how big a joke the Jets are. Both tight ends are wide open. They didn't just leave one guy wide open. They left 2 guys wide open off that play action. What a disaster that franchise is. What a day for the Bills. Joe Cali's got his red helmet on in there right now. The red helmets were so good and looked so good on the field that I'm ready to take the take to the next level of I think they should wear them full time. Now, when I say that though, you've got enough games. You got 8 or 9 home games a year. I don't need every single game with the red helmets, but I would like to see that be their primary. Keep the white, wear the white, 3 times a year. Maybe mix the standing Buffalo in once, and keep red helmets in a regular rotation, and I think as your primary.
You can't give the dog chicken and rice and then take it away for dry food after one day.
It's a great analogy. That's exactly right.
The only way forward is primary helmet.
Yep.
After that.
Yeah, you can't go back to kibble.
They just look so good yesterday. And the Sox really pull it all together for me. They do.
The Red Sox.
The Red Sox with the red helmet, it really worked for me. I'm a red helmet skeptic, I guess. I wasn't all in before I saw it, and then they went out there and it looked so awesome that I'm now like totally on board with you. Like I wear them all the time. They're so good.
McDermott he said he was mentioning that he pushed for him when he got here.
Right.
Yeah.
He was asking about him.
And 8 years later, here we go.
Got what he wanted finally.
The jerseys also, I said this when they first announced red helmets, that I thought maybe it wouldn't look, it would not, maybe not to everybody, but to me, I thought it was going to look weird having the 90s helmet without the 90s jersey, because there are little differences between what they wear now and the jersey they wore in the 90s. The striping is a little bit different. The blue is mostly the same. But there are like these subtle differences. And, you know, like from the booth, like you couldn't tell at all. Like not a big deal at all. Don't need to be that specific about it. I thought that jersey helmet combination was awesome, and I hope that they continue with it. I, by the way, think that they really could. New stadium, I think they've kind of implied that there could be changes once they go to a new stadium, and what that doesn't have to be red helmet, but I feel like maybe it could be for how well it went yesterday. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob.
Good morning, Joe and Callie and Owen. Nostalgia is always great to bring back. Just by the way you guys are describing it, I can visualize it, so thank you for that. Yesterday, I have to admit, that was probably the calmest I have ever been during a Bills game. Just enjoying listening to the crowd. I had the TV up a little bit louder, and it was something, just to reminisce about the past and everything that was spoken of, and I just enjoyed it completely. Listening to you guys this morning talking about, would you want it to end the way it did yesterday, or would you have wanted to have a playoff game come and then we'd lose? I think it was perfect for it to end the way it did yesterday. Mm-hmm. We go through the playoffs, we get to the Super Bowl, we win it, and we come back with the trophy and put that puppy right at the 50-yard line and have one big party at Highmark at the end. That's how we end it. What do you think?
Love it. Thanks, Rob. Yeah, if they won, they would definitely have the parade there. But would they end there? It's weird.
You'd have to. It's the final year of the stadium, right? You'd have to plant that thing at the 50
somewhere. So you'd have to have something at the stadium. Again, it'd be a weird parade route, but we'll get there. Maybe. Let's deal with the Jags first. It's a team that I am personally a little worried about. Sean in Long Island's next. Hey, Sean.
Yeah, Joe. Between you, Patrick Moran, and I don't know who else, maybe Ty Dunn. We get it. You guys think that they're losing Monday. I'm with you though. I am with you, but the reason the fact that we think that we're going to be threading the needle to the Super Bowl, as far as the one team that we definitely feel good about was just the Steelers. I think that's kind of indicative as to where the team really is. That we thought we're going to back our way into an AFC Championship game on the road. Jacksonville is not a great matchup. I get it. It's not fun listening to everybody harp on how bad of a matchup it is. I guess maybe we just have to take that medicine and understand that they aren't as good as the Jaguars. I'm just complaining because it's not fun to listen to, I guess, after a win. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think they're winning, and I don't think there was a way to back yourself into a Super Bowl. So the fact that everybody wanted to pick and choose your opponent, maybe you shouldn't have lost to the Falcons, who just fired their coach and GM. Maybe you shouldn't have lost 31-13 against the Dolphins, and so on. So the team just isn't that good. They don't have the dogs to match up against Jacksonville. Jacksonville's going to look at Buffalo as a favorite, so that chip on that shoulder is going to be tremendous. Yeah, there's a lot going against them. I think it's going to kind of take a little bit of a miracle. I'm just complaining because I don't like the fact that everybody's saying, already that it's going to be a loss. Although I do agree.
Thanks, Sean, for the call. I would right now pick the Jaguars to win that game. That does not mean to me that the Bills can't win it and that they are not, close to the Jaguars. They are, you're right, they are favored in the game, by the way. That is true. You wake up this morning, you look at the lines. The Bills are favored by a point and a half, depending on where you look. All right, you could say it's not fun to listen to, but during the week, I kind of think that that's more fun to listen to on, hey, how do they beat this really good big challenge? How does it look? How does it happen? What can they do to get there, rather than if they've been playing the Steelers where all we could just be like, they're going to dog walk this team. They're going to smoke them. Because honestly, like, part of the picking and choosing of your opponents and like backing your way into the AFC Championship game is that's kind of been how the playoffs have started for this team. They got to play Skylar Thompson and the Dolphins. They got to play a Mason Rudolph Steelers team. So we have seen them play one of the weakest team in the field. And this is a little bit new. This is a little bit new where, big challenge right out of the gates. And on the road, of course, is part of that as well. Like, I think right now, I'll say it, I'll put it on the record, at this moment, 6:45 on Monday, I think the Jaguars are going to beat the Bills. But I don't think it's impossible. I think what you're going to need is you are going to need the Bills' pass defense, which has been very strong all year, to really come through in this matchup. The Jags' run game on offense might be the weakest part of their team. It's about average. They're pretty darn good at everything. Maybe running the ball with Travis Etienne. That's the one area where you might be willing to let them do that. Because Lawrence has been on fire. Myers has been great. Thomas is back in a role that he's been good at. And like we'll get to all of that. Parker Washington's been good. But the Bills' pass defense has been awesome. So if they can show up, and if they can stifle the Jags, and that would be a big mark for Sean McDermott, I think. Playoff game against the hottest team in the league and the hottest passing offense in the league. If you can shut them down and have Josh Allen do Josh Allen things, you win the football game. I think if you just get those two things, you get a great game from Allen and your pass defense shows up, you can win that football game. I guess that why I would say right now that I would pick the Jags is I'm not sure you're going to get Josh Allen doing Josh Allen things. It's been hard for him to do that this year, but it could happen. We'll get more into the matchup. I think there are ways to look at it to say, okay, yeah, the Bills can win it, but yeah, I think it's tough. I think it's a tough matchup. I think it's a tough game. And when we were going through looking at the teams, like I would have rather played New England, but here we are. And maybe they'll play New England, in a couple of weeks. So if they get through the Jags, then we can do it with the next team. 803-0550 is the phone number. Thanks for the call, Sean. Bills beating the Jets 35-8 yesterday. A pretty easy one at Highmark Stadium. We'll talk Jags. We will also get Salen on the injury front, and we'll start looking ahead with him as well and back on the history at the stadium and what yesterday was. It's a football Monday here on WGR, a victory Monday on WGR. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sneaky Joe DiBiase. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off today. This is WGR.
Makes the handoff, rolls right, has Ray Davis reaching for the end zone, and he spun into the end zone for the touchdown. Ray Davis with his second receiving touchdown of the season. And the Bills are cooking up 20-0 with an extra point pending.
The rushing title race last night. So James Cook, if you're waking up and you don't know what Henry needed and what he got, James Cook did win the rushing title yesterday. He got 15 yards when he came in. He ended up winning it by, I think, about 20. So he would have won anyway, but it would have been a sweat at the last, couple of minutes. That game, though, developed in a way where you kind of knew with like 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, that Henry wasn't going to get it. Like they weren't gonna run the ball. They ran it like twice, I think, on their final couple of drives, and he got stopped. So if he had broken one, it still could have gone to him. But I'm with Mo. I thought when that game started, right away, big run, but there's a penalty. But it was clear, Pittsburgh's going to have trouble stopping him the entire day. And you go into the fourth quarter, and he still needed only 30-something yards, I think. And I thought that he still was probably going to get it then. And then again, Pittsburgh driving up and down the field a couple of times made it so that the game became more of a shootout, and you got less Henry. So good for Cook. And deserved, right? Because even though Henry would have had a game script played out a little bit differently last night, Cook gets one fewer game than Henry because Henry had everything to play for in Week 18 and the Bills really didn't. So he only gets 2 carries, and he averaged 7.5 yards, and we saw what Ray Davis did. Like, there's no doubt at all that Cook would have went off against the Jets yesterday if they wanted him to. So he deserved the rushing title, over 1,600 yards, the first Bill to do it since OJ in the 70s. I think 76 is the year that the last time that happened. Thurman never did it. Thurman would have had, all the receiving yards to get him in the lead in that category, but a huge year for Cook. Game yesterday, the feeling in the stadium, I thought going in that the Bills had a really good chance to really take it to the Jets, even with backups. I mean, I didn't think it would look like it did. That was a beatdown. That looked like, if I had told you that Allen had played quarterback and that James Cook was at running back, you might have thought that would be about the score. That would be about the game. If I told you the Bills running back went 21 carries for 151 yards, you might, did James Cook play? The quarterback went 22 of 29 for 259 and 4. That might be one of the best passing days of the season for a Bills quarterback. And no disrespect to Mitch Trubisky. He was great. And that's probably the most meaningful Bills game he'll ever play. I mean, we hope so. That Trubisky gets final day at the stadium. Everybody's there. They're going to stay to the end. And you want something to cheer about. It's a big day at the stadium. And you want it to go well. You want things to cheer about. Even if you had won like a 10-7 game, like that wouldn't have felt the same, because you wanted it to be a party. So for them to deliver on that, I thought was awesome. Big shout out to the Jets for helping that along.
Special, just being out there and, not seeing anyone leave, everyone taking it all in, and, all the name changes and everything. My dad, he's always yelling at my dad because he used to call it Rich Stadium all the time when it's Ralph Wilson Day. He's like, oh, you know what I mean. But, yeah, just a special place, and kind of, I don't really have the words to describe playing the last game here. It just, not something to think about, and just means a lot.
Joe Andreessen, pretty cool that he got to start, play the whole game, and play well. in the last game at the stadium, which he was going to as a fan, growing up all the time. So really cool moment for him. 803-0550 is the phone number. Football Monday here on WGR. Locker Room Audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Get you the Skyworks stats of the game. Skyworks stats of the game brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. Mitch Trubisky, 22 of 29, 259 and 4 touchdowns in the game. Ray Davis, 21 for 151 on the ground. Keon Coleman led the way in receiving for the Bills. 2 for 49. I do not think anything changes about him going into the postseason. I would be really surprised if he had a jersey on Sunday against the Jags. By the way, the schedule is out Sunday at 1 o'clock for Bills and Jags. We'll get into that a little bit too. Coleman, 4 targets. He had 1 drop over the middle that could have been the Jets' only interception of the season, and the linebacker been a little bit further back. He also did punt returns, excuse me. Keon Coleman was not punting the football. I know they got short on kickers yesterday. Punt return. And I think he had a little bit of an issue on where to stand. I don't know if a coach told him to stand as close to the line as he was, but I noticed it the second time it happened. I guess maybe it happened before, but when the Jets were punting from their own 5-yard line, Coleman, we were all taking note of it in the booth, like we were talking about it. He was standing at the 37.
Yeah, the broadcast, the CBS broadcast, really made notice of that too. Yeah,
37-yard line, 32 yards away, and then sure enough, the punt sailed over his head and he's running backwards for it. Did a coach tell him to do that, or did Keon Coleman decide to stand that close? It feels like the type of thing, though, that if you were standing that close and you weren't supposed to, that the coaches would be shouting at you from the sideline, back up. And then you would back up, but I'm not sure. That was a little bit weird. Again, he won't return punts in the playoffs. I don't think he'll play in the playoffs. He was Coleman. He made a couple catches, one of them when he was wide open, and he dropped when he gets a tough catch opportunity, he usually drops it, and he did yesterday. Dalton Kincaid, by the way, 848 yards as well. I did not expect him to play. McDermott explained that a little bit after the game, that was, let's get him ramped up a little bit and, get him some game action before the playoffs, but they also didn't want him, playing too much. So good day for Kincaid as well. When we come back, Sal Capaccio on some of the injuries, the day that was yesterday at the stadium, closing out Highmark Stadium, and we will get to the Jags matchup as well. Sal, when we come back here on WGR. I think right now, I'll say it, I'll put it on the record, at this moment, 6:45 on Monday, I think the Jaguars are going to beat the Bills. But I don't think it's impossible. I think what you're going to need is you are going to need the Bills' pass defense, which has been very strong all year, to really come through in this matchup. The Jags' run game on offense might be the weakest part of their team. It's about average. They're pretty darn good at everything. Maybe running the ball with Travis Etienne. That's the one area where you might be willing to let them do that. Because Lawrence has been on fire. Myers has been great. Thomas is back in a role that he's been good at. And we'll get to all of that. Parker Washington's been good. But the Bills' pass defense has been awesome. So if they can show up, and if they can stifle the Jags, and that would be a big mark for Sean McDermott, I think. Playoff game against the hottest team in the league and the hottest passing offense in the league. If you can shut them down and have Josh Allen do Josh Allen things, you win the football game. I think if you just get those two things, you get a great game from Allen and your pass defense shows up. You can win that football game. I guess that why I would say right now that I would pick the Jags is I'm not sure you're going to get Josh Allen doing Josh Allen things. It's been hard for him to do that this year. But it could happen. We'll get more into the matchup. I think there are ways to look at it to say, okay, yeah, the Bills can win it. But, yeah, I think it's tough. I think it's a tough matchup. I think it's a tough game. And when we were going through looking at the teams, like I would have rather played New England, but here we are. And maybe they'll play New England, in a couple of weeks. So if they get through the Jags, then we can do it with the next team. The rushing title race last night. So James Cook, if you're waking up and you don't know what Henry needed and what he got, James Cook did win the rushing title yesterday. He got 15 yards when he came in. He ended up winning it by, I think, about 20. So he would have won anyway, but it would have been a sweat at the last, couple of minutes. That game, though, developed in a way where you kind of knew with like 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, that Henry wasn't going to get it. Like they weren't gonna run the ball. They ran it like twice, I think, on their final couple of drives, and he got stopped. So if he had broken one, it still could have gone to him. But I'm with Mo. I thought when that game started, right away, big run, but there's a penalty. But it was clear, Pittsburgh's going to have trouble stopping him the entire day. And you go into the fourth quarter, and he still needed only 30-something yards, I think. And I thought that he still was probably going to get it then. And then again, Pittsburgh driving up and down the field a couple of times made it so that the game became more of a shootout and you got less Henry. So good for Cook. And deserved, right? Because even though Henry would have had a game script played out a little bit differently last night, I mean, Cook gets one fewer game than Henry. Because Henry had everything to play for in Week 18, and the Bills really didn't. So he only gets 2 carries, and he averaged 7.5 yards, and we saw what Ray Davis did. There's no doubt at all that Cook would have went off against the Jets yesterday if they wanted him to. So he deserved the rushing title, over 1,600 yards, the first Bill to do it since OJ in the 70s. I think 76 is the year that the last time that happened. Thurman never did it. Thurman would have had, all the receiving yards to get him in the lead in that category, but a huge year for Cook.
The Red Helmets stay or we riot. The Bills dismantle the Jets with the B team 35-8, donning the Red Helmets and closing out Highmark Stadium in winning fashion. Josh Allen took 1 snap and James Cook had 2 carries and officially landed the 2025 rushing title last night as Derrick Henry was not able to catch him. Mitch Trubisky took over from there, completing 22 of 29 pass attempts for 259 yards, along with 4 touchdowns. Ray Davis was the leading rusher with 21 carries for 151 yards. Couple of injuries to note. Matt Prater left the game and did not return, aggravating that right quad. And Maxwell Hairston left the game and did not return, dealing with an ankle injury. Bills head to Jacksonville for the wild card. Kickoff set for 1 o'clock next Sunday. The Sabres fell short in Columbus 5-1 over the weekend. The win streak ends at 10. Josh Doan scored the lone goal, and they look to bounce back tomorrow night hosting the Canucks. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock and full play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the playoff picture is set. The AFC, Denver gets the bye. As mentioned earlier, the Bills are at the Jaguars, 1 o'clock Sunday. The Chargers at the Patriots for Sunday night. And Monday night, the Steelers are at the Texans. And in the NFC, the Rams at the Panthers at 4:30 on Saturday. The Packers at the Bears Saturday night at 8 o'clock. And the 49ers at the Eagles Sunday at 4:30. In other news, the Falcons have fired head coach Raheem Morris. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joins the show now here on a Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. It's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy today. And Sal joining now on the West Her hotline. Good morning, Sal. We are, of course, very excited to hear from you all about the thing on everyone's mind, which is who the Bills will open with next year among their 2026 opponents.
That probably depends on how this season ends, to be quite honest with you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I heard right away last night. I mean, heck, even Mike Shope and I were texting about how the Bills could wind up being the team playing in Australia against the Rams.
Right, yep.
I would tell you this. Number one, I'll just say, I believe that's going to be like an opening weekend type of game. So if that happens, that means the Bills did not win the Super Bowl. So let's hope the Bills don't play in Australia. Keep that off the table. Let's hope the Bills are opening this stadium, the new stadium, on Thursday Night Football with a banner raising, right? That would be the ideal situation. And then we'll see from there as far as who the opponents are. A bit of a tough schedule, but you never know from year to year, right? What anything is going to look like. I think we thought this year was going to be this, oh my God, look how easy the schedule. In a lot of ways, there were some, but there were teams that were better than we all thought. So yeah, we'll see what happens next year. Also, I'll just throw this out. I don't think the NFL is going to put, my opinion, an East Coast team in Australia against the Rams. It's just, I don't think so, but you never know.
I agree with you. We got the spring. I'm excited to get to it, though. And right, we'll see how the season ends, and we'll see, I would love to have a debate with you in 2 months of whether they will put the Chiefs on the opener without Mahomes if the Bills win the Super Bowl in the opener. That'd be a fun conversation. I hope we can get there.
If we just were able to close our eyes and imagine the ultimate awesome scenario of the Bills winning a Lombardi Trophy, I actually think it might be the Patriots then, because that would be becoming such a nice rival now. So yeah.
I like it. So on yesterday, Sal, a lot to get to. We will get to the injuries and, how the teams looked. And, of course, we'll get to the Jaguars matchup. But how about just kind of what the atmosphere was like yesterday and really even after the game? I mean, everybody stayed. They had the video after. It felt like, from pregame to the halftime and then postgame that the Bills really, I think, nailed it yesterday with the final day at the stadium.
Yeah, I said last week when we knew that the Bills had lost to the Eagles and they couldn't win the division, that even though ideally you'd love to have the final game at Highmark, regular season game, be for the division, for the 1 seed, that's what we all envisioned when the schedule came out. In fact, I remember when the schedule came out, Joe, and I said, boy, if the Jets game is truly the last game, then something went drastically wrong this year. Well, obviously, that is the case when it comes to the standings. But honestly, I also really all week was saying and thought that at least you can make it about the stadium. And you don't have that stress and angst of having to win the last game and how that's going to look and feel and, making it about what's on the field. Yes, the game mattered, but what happened off the field really, really mattered to this community, to this fan base, and high marks, no pun intended, for everybody who was a part of it, that made it happen, from stadium operations staff to the pyrotechnics crew to the video crew, security. I don't care who you are. If you had a hand in making that day what it was yesterday, really really great job, and the fans were amazing, and no one wanted to leave, Joe. No one wanted to leave. And you knew that was going to happen, didn't know how it was going to happen. People singing to the Goo Goo Dolls and watching that video was really emotional. Watching Tre'Davious White watch it, watching Reed Ferguson, the longest tenured Bill, watch it. I stood next to Dalton Kincaid and Ryan Vandermark watching it, and Alec Anderson and all of them even, like these newer guys to the team. And it was pretty awesome. And the atmosphere throughout the day, you know what was great, Joe, was – you know, when we talk about like 51-3 was 41-3 at halftime in a party, and we talk about the perfect game was you knew the Bills were going to win. It was very similar, which was it. Once the Bills got out to a lead, like it was about enjoying the day.
Yeah. And
you knew they were going to win, and that was what made it even better yesterday.
Right, that they were so far ahead. The crowd was chanting Reggie a lot yesterday. They wanted a Gilliam touchdown.
He said he didn't even know that people knew his name. I don't know about that. I think that he knows people know his name, but we asked him about that. And listen, Reggie Gilliam is very, very appreciative of the fact that he plays in a city and in a football fan base that appreciates what he does. And talking to him in the locker room yesterday, like this is a man who takes obviously his job very seriously, but Joe, the other part about this, I know you didn't ask me about this yet, but is like him taking pride in being a part of James Cook rushing title, all those guys.
Right, yeah. Let's get to that. I mean, I saw a lot of reaction from like Dawkins on Twitter, and you mentioned Gilliam. Yeah. Cook gets it. I don't know if you were watching that game yesterday.
I was.
I mean, it was an insane ending just in
game.
general,
Yes.
But I really thought the whole way that Henry was going to get it. Like even going into the fourth quarter, I forgot what the number was. Maybe it was 40. Or it was somewhere in the high 30s. But then the game just got to a point where I think with like 2-3 minutes left, I think it became clear that Cook was going to get it.
100%. When there was just a few minutes left and you knew they had to throw the ball.
Right.
The only thing I was worried about was going overtime, but once they actually missed the extra point, you knew that wasn't going to happen.
Right.
You know, I was actually worried that oh my God, they're going to go to overtime. He's going to get this because he's going to pass him. Right. So that was crazy. And then I thought, boy, how amazing was it that James got that extra 15 yards and he might need it. He didn't need it at the end, right? I mean, he won it by a little bit more than that. But it was pretty crazy that he almost needed the extra 15 yards that he got.
Fans would have been sweating it if he hadn't had that 15 yards because we would have been in the single digits then.
But Joe, I think though the overarching point here is like it is an individual award, but it really is a team award for winning or honor to be the number one running back rushing title leader in the NFL, and everybody a part of that offensive line. Aaron Cromer, the coach, and Austin Gunn, his assistant, and Reggie Gilliam, a fullback. Everybody takes a lot of pride in the fact that James Cook was able to get there. And it meant a lot to James. He was very aware. The organization was very aware. Everybody was, and it meant a lot to him. So that was cool to see.
Yeah, and we can start with him on this. The Bills' plan yesterday, Sal, on who to not play, who to rest. I mean, Cook, I think McDermott said after the game that the plan was to play him a quarter, and he kind of deviated from that. And then it was very clear that they were not going to put a lot of their most important players in harm's way.
All right, so I just tweeted out. I don't know if you see the tweet. Take a look. I was stunned. I wanted to see how many regulars either didn't play or because they were inactive or they were active but didn't play. I'm just going to read you the list, everybody. Okay, here are the Bills players who normal starters. I think all of these are basically starters who either were inactive, maybe due to injury in some, but not on IR, or active but didn't play. Khalil Shakir, Brandon Cooks, Deion Dawkins, Connor McGovern, David Edwards, Tyron Johnson, Christian Benford, Shaq Thompson, Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard, Greg Rousseau, Joey Bosa, Daquan Jones, and Jordan Poyer. That's a long, long list, right?
Yeah.
And then Spencer Brown would have been on that list, but he actually had to fill in for Tylan Grable for 3 plays when he injured his hand. The point I'm making is the Bills, they really backed off on a lot of guys in this game. And the guys that are normal starters who did play, James Cook, obviously, he only got a handful of snaps. He got his 15 yards. He got out of there. And then, I mean, what did he play? He played 2 snaps. That was it.
There it was only the 2 carries, right?
Yeah, the 2 carries, 2 snaps, 2 carries, 2 snaps. That's it. And then, obviously, Josh plays 1 snap, keeps his streak alive. But, you look at even a guy like Dalton Kincaid. He got 10 snaps. How efficient was he, though? 10 snaps, 3 catches, 40-something yards. I mean, incredibly efficient there. I was surprised Tyrell Shavers only played 4 snaps when Gabe Davis played 70, actually. Right? It was a bit of a, for me to look at it in certain ways where wow, okay, I was a bit surprised by that. But you're right. They really took a very I would say, intentional approach to how they wanted this game to play out.
Yeah, they took Cole Bishop out pretty early on, I think, too, at some point.
Cole played 7 snaps. That was it.
7 snaps. The only 2, I guess, really, and maybe this was because they had to, just because of numbers, but Trey White and Max Hairston, Sal, played most, if not all, the game. Hairston gets injured. And, again, like, what could they have really done? Like, I guess you said this throughout the week, that some guys were going to have to play, and that ended up being corner. And, I mean, unfortunately, now we have an injury to deal with.
No doubt. And, I mean, I know. I saw it last night. A lot of people are upset. The coaching staff, what are they doing? Why are they playing Max Hairston? They only had 3 boundary corners. And you don't want Christian Benford out there, so you sat him. And then Tre'Davious White, who I was surprised played 100% of the snaps. Tre'Davious White played every single snap in this game. Like, I would have thought he'd be a guy you'd back off on, but you had to play your 2 other corners because this was the result of not having any availability for Dane Jackson to be elevated. Dane Jackson had already been elevated 3 times. I wonder if he would have been elevated. You know, and Max Harrison's a rookie. Yes, he's important. He hasn't been your main starter. It's a terrible injury because it's going to be a massive blow to the Bills defense playing a team with good wide receivers and some speed in Jacksonville. But let's see. We'll see where it goes from here with Matt Prater's injury. I'm sorry, with Max Harrison and Matt Prater as well. We can talk about. But
yeah.
I know it's tough. Yeah, he played because he had to play. And I know they played Jordan Hancock on the boundary, and you could say to me, well, they could have done that all game. It's not what he does. And if you put guys in position they're not normally used to playing with angles and things like that, then you really are risking guys for injury.
Right. Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline. Between Hairston and Matt Prater, who you mentioned also injured yesterday, do we have any clue at all on, like, severity?
No, and we saw Hairston get hurt, right? Like, he got rolled up on, he got twisted, whatever it was. I looked to me initially like he got kicked, but I guess, and I haven't seen the full replay, but I was told by some people that, you know, it looked like you probably saw it, Joe. Maybe he got twisted up and he got rolled up on.
Yeah, he kind of bent backwards a little bit, like not like the full weight of his body, but he was twisted a little bit on the play, and kicked maybe at the same time. Like it was ugly looking when it first happened.
So I would say, obviously, now look, he was able to walk off his own power into the locker room, I guess, as he went and got X-rays. Didn't hear anything after the game yet. We'll see where it goes, but I just think that's a really tough loss. And, you know, the way it looked, the way he was walking, man, like for him to be able to play next week, that would be okay. That's great. But you might be looking at Dane Jackson getting elevated next week. Now they do reset the elevations next week. So at the very least, you'll have a, you know, veteran corner that's available to you in Dane Jackson, if that's the case. Matt Prater didn't come out for the second half. He didn't kick off in the second half. It was Mitch Wishnowsky. That's when we were first clued into, okay, what's going on here? And I thought maybe they were just kind of, you know, giving Mitch a run at a kickoff just in case something were to happen to him. You know how they do that once in a while. But no, then we find out that he re-injured his right quad. I don't know, though, Joe, since he actually did finish the half, and I guess, you know, he would have had a couple extra points before that. I don't know the severity of it. They could have literally just said, look, if you have anything, if he's sore at all, just get out, right? We don't know. So we'll hear from Sean McDermott later today and get a little bit more clarity. Now, if there is any question if Matt Prater is going to be able to kick next week, I mean, that's obviously massive. Look what happened last night and how incredibly important, you know, kicking was at the end of that game. Look at what happened last week. I mean, the fact the Bills didn't have a kicker in this game, had to go for 2 on those situations and had to, you know, go for it on 4th down in those situations. They're going to need, you know, somebody that they can trust and be reliable. Thankfully, looks like it should be good weather in Jacksonville. Outdoors, but good weather. But that being said, I mean, they're going to have to find somebody, Joe, this week. And, I mean, they did work out Koo last week along with a couple other kickers, or 2 weeks ago when they signed Badgley. I can't imagine they'd revisit Badgley, but you never know because he knows the operation. But, man, after the way it ended with him, I don't really know what they're going to do.
Yeah, Younghoe Koo was in on a visit. We'll see what they do. The kicker on the other side, too, Sal. Like, we'll get to lots of things with the Jags this week. Cam Little of the Jags hit another 67-yard field goal yesterday. Like, meanwhile, the guy over there is hitting bombs left and right. I think he's the one who hit a 70-yarder in the preseason, too.
That's right. Yeah, so kicking could be very important in this game, obviously.
Yeah.
And they're going to need, and it's kickoffs too, right? Kickoffs. And by the way, you know, we say James Cook wins the rushing title. I believe hold on. I believe Ray Davis is the number one kickoff return guy in the league.
The kick return title.
Yeah, he did. I think he.
All right.
From what I'm seeing, unless it's not factored in Week 17, but I think it is on the site that I'm looking at, the game system and information, the media like stats site. I'm seeing that he is the only kick returner in the league with over 30 yards of return.
All right, nice. But also on yesterday's game, Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline. Before we get to a little bit on next week. That game looked so easy for the Bills, who of course had so many backups in that. Like, credit to Trubisky, who was hitting throws all day, and Ray Davis was running hard, and really the Bills line I thought dominated, even with again a couple of backups in. Man, the Jets just are they like quitting on the coach or what? But that was the deadest looking team I've seen in a long time.
Agreed, Joe. Agreed. And I mean, it was from the get-go. And even last week when they didn't show up against the Patriots in their final home game. I mean, this week I kept saying, like, I can't imagine they're going to come to Buffalo in this environment, in this situation, and, you know, give the Bills a fight. But with all the Bills backups playing, you thought, okay, well, let's see what happens. It's kind of we could sit here and go, oh my God, look how much the Bills dominated the Jets. And a natural reaction from some people might be, well, yeah, the Jets stink. Well, man, the Bills literally sat 9 of their 11 starters on defense, right? And then they averaged
2.7 yards per play. The Jets did
2.7 yards per play. I wrote about this. It's the fourth fewest yards per play in the season for any team in any game this year, Joe.
Wow,
the fourth lowest, 2.7. The yards discrepancy in this game, 470 to 122. I mean, yeah, and Joe, the backup offensive line. By the way, I didn't give an arrow up, and I should have. I thought about it after. What a really good game plan from Joe Brady for Mitch Trubisky, right? Like, Joe, Mitch Trubisky throws a really good football, by the way. Like, when you're down in the field and you watch him throw the ball, he throws a really nice football. And I know that, everything happened with him. He's the number. You could see why he was the number 3 overall quarterback in the league, pick in the draft. And he's not Josh Allen, and obviously, he hasn't had a chance or he's had a chance and he hasn't been a great starter in this league. I totally get it. What I'm saying, though, is when you keep this guy clean and he can go back there and throw the ball, he throws a nice ball, and they kept him clean. I have never seen this year. I have to go back and look to see if there is one. I know in all the Bills games that I look at, I have not seen one box score until yesterday where a team had 0 sacks and 0 quarterback hurries the whole game.
Wow. Right. I think Eric made a point of it on the call in the fourth quarter when Trubisky took off and ran, and I think he got 8 or 9 yards. I think Eric said, I think that's the first time he's been touched the entire game.
I know,
all season,
it's amazing.
All season.
It's amazing. It really is. And credit to Joe Brady for building a really nice game plan for that. But credit that offensive line. You're right about that. I mean, backups, right? And the Jets had nothing. They had no fight. You're right. And I know that's got to be baked into it, but I don't care. I mean, you're out there. You're a professional football player.
Yeah.
And you're dominating like that. And it just was a really nice day for that group. And on the other side, too, Joe, I mean, Joe Andreessen and Dorian Williams went the whole way at linebacker. Right? And they did a really nice job. And Dorian Williams led the team in tackles. Joe Andreessen had a couple tackles for loss. How about Buffalo Joe being able to close down the stadium, starting at middle linebacker? What a cool story that was. So, yeah, it was a really good day for a lot of those guys who don't normally get those reps.
Last thing on the Jets, do you think it would be crazy for them to keep going with Aaron Glenn? I mean, it's also got to be really embarrassing as a guy that was a defensive back in the league and a defensive coordinator. Like, the stat about them not having a pick all year, and they had 2 pretty good chances yesterday.
Oh my gosh, they did.
Trubisky had the one bad throw that was right at, I think, Quincy Williams, and then Coleman had that one that popped up in the air a little bit. But man, like, I don't think you fire him just because of that stat, but it's a pretty damning stat.
I mean, can you imagine somebody turned to me and said, "Oh my God, if they would have got their first interception off a Keon Coleman batted ball, whatever, like that would have been terrible, right?" And thankfully, it didn't happen. They didn't have an interception all year. The Jets go the whole year without an interception, which is amazing. You're right about that. And you're right, Aaron Glenn, defensive back, and a guy that is known in New York and, he playing with Saints or whatever, that, a guy that was very aggressive and could take the ball away. Is it crazy for them to go forward with Aaron Glenn? I do not think it's crazy. I think that you have to evaluate him. And I would say it's not crazy if they moved on from him, but I would keep him for this reason. You've given him kind of the keys already to build his culture. I mean, they made all these trades. Remember Sauce Gardner and Williams and all that. Like, I don't think now you can pull the plug after you've kind of said, okay, because I think that was like him saying, okay, I'm building this the way I have in my own mind and my own vision. And I think you kind of, and I do like the culture he's trying to instill. I don't know if he's the right guy at the end of the day, but Joe, I don't care. Let's just play it out. If they fired somebody and brought in a really highly respected head coach, how good are they next year?
Oh, still not very good.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think you roll with him to let him try to instill what he's doing.
Yeah. Lastly, Sal, were you surprised that the Bills-Jags matchup was 1 o'clock Sunday? We were trying to, I'm sure a lot of people were doing this, like guess at where the games might land for next week. I was thinking Saturday night, maybe for Bills-Jags, but we get the Sunday at 1 o'clock slate.
You know me. I said all week that I was predicting if they played the Jags, it would be Saturday at 4:30. Because why? That's the AFC South Invitational every year,
Yes,
right?
right?
They always put the AFC South team Saturday at 4:30. But people said to me, yeah, but it's Josh Allen. You're not putting him at Saturday at 4:30, right? And which is a really good point. So after the game, trying to think about it, and I'm still thinking, okay, Saturday at 4:30 still makes sense. I could see any window, though. I could see at nighttime because of Josh, because he's Sunday at 1. So I poked around a little bit, and the first thing I was told by somebody who would know is the NFC South is probably going to be the 4:30 p.m. Saturday game this year. And it made sense because that's where you need to put Carolina, right?
Yes.
You got to bury. No offense when I say it this way. You got to bury Carolina in that time slot, right? They're 8-9.
Yep.
Right. The Rams are going east. They don't have to play a 1 o'clock game. You can have them play at 4:30, which is a 12:30 game in their body clocks. It makes sense. So yeah, that made sense. Once I heard that, I'm like, okay, that leaves either Saturday night or Sunday at 1. And then I was okay. I figured Sunday at 1 made sense, but I wouldn't have been surprised for Saturday night because of Josh Allen in prime time.
Yeah, that Carolina matchup that you mentioned, it's also by far probably the least competitive game of the week. And if it's a blowout, you might want it Saturday at 4:30. Did you see what the spread is for that game? Rams, Panthers?
I'm guessing it's at least is it a touchdown, 7 or 8?
It's 10.
Wow.
10. And Carolina.
Didn't the Rams lose there this year?
They might have. You're right.
They did.
The Rams, that's ringing a bell. The Rams going to Carolina.
Yeah,
they lost 31-28. Interesting.
Yes, they
All
did.
right. Well, there you go. That's your sales pitch to watch the game on Saturday.
And it wasn't that long ago. It was November 30th.
Yeah, November 30th. So Bills and Jags. So last thing, Sal, here, just kind of your first thought on the matchup. We had talked about potential matchups throughout the week. The Bills are a slight favorite going in. Like, first thoughts on this week on what the Bills have ahead of them?
Hottest team in the league, the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is going to be a really, really tough test for the Buffalo Bills. And, and I've heard people and I've seen people go, well, look at the teams they played. And that's true. They haven't played a world-beating schedule. But the teams that are good that they played, however what level degree you want to say, they still beat the Chargers 35-6 back in November. They beat the Broncos 34-20 just a few weeks ago, right? They are putting it up on teams. 41 yesterday, 34, 48, 36. This is a very, very highly talented offense. And when they really turned it around, Joe? When they traded for Jacoby Myers. Once they traded for Jacoby Myers, it allowed everybody. It's not that he's been the guy. It's been everybody else fits in their roles a little better. Brian Thomas Jr., Brenton Strange at tight end. Everybody's been able to kind of fit in their roles, right? So it's going to be very tough. You're going down there to Jacksonville. It's not the most intimidating environment, but I could tell you, like, they do the whole Duval thing and all that. And I remember 2017, it can get a little loud when they get rolling. But Bills Mafia going down there, going to take over that stadium, I think, in a lot of ways. That's going to be cool. It's going to be good weather. And then on the defensive side, and look, Trevor Lawrence is playing great football. Liam Cohen is a really, really, highly respected offensive coach. He is a first-time head coach, though, first playoff game. And Trevor Lawrence is a little bit experienced in the playoffs, obviously not like Josh Allen. So you wonder if you could, how are they going to react, right? How are the Jags going to react in this situation? And then on defense, here's the bad news. They are the number one defense against the run in the NFL.
Yeah,
it's very tough to run on them.
They have not allowed a 75-yard rusher this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Here is the better news, the good news. They are not a great run offense. I looked, the last time they averaged over 4.2 yards a carry was a while ago, maybe one game in a while. They can put up some numbers by volume sometimes because of circumstance, but on a play-to-play basis, they haven't been this great run team, and obviously that's been tough for the Bills. And then the other thing is they are actually really stingy on defense, but they don't sack the quarterback a ton. They're near the end of the league in sacks per pass attempt, so that gives me a little bit of hope for, Josh to not have to be under duress all day, right? But they are very, very aggressive and good once the ball is in the air, though. They take the ball away. They're aggressive. They don't allow you a lot of yards. So I think it's a really interesting matchup. And, of course, the kicking game is going to matter here with the kicker who can kick for miles away on their side and the Bills having questions on their side with the injury.
Right. We'll see what comes of that. We'll get into the matchup, of course, a lot deeper throughout the week. Extra Point Show coming up today at 10 o'clock. Thank you, Sal.
You got it. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Final day at Highmark Stadium. Your phone calls at 803-0550. On yesterday, on the playoff matchup, we will start turning the page to Jacksonville today and more so tomorrow. But it's a very interesting one. They're on the road. They have not opened a playoff on the road in a long time. And it's not the Chiefs. It's not the Bengals. But I think it's a real tough test for the Bills. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's a Football Monday here on WGR, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Snap to Trubisky, rolling right, looking left, fires over the middle to a wide-open Keon Coleman at midfield. Taken off and going to the 40, 35, and down to the 31-yard line. One of the biggest pass plays of the season for Keon Coleman. Goes for 37 big ones.
Game yesterday, the feeling in the stadium, I thought going in that the Bills had a really good chance to really take it to the Jets, even with backups. I mean, I didn't think it would look like it did. That was a beatdown. That looked like, I mean, if I had told you that Allen had played quarterback and that James Cook was at running back, you might have thought that would be about the score. That would be about the game. If I told you the Bills running back went 21 carries for 151 yards, you might, did James Cook play? The quarterback went 22 of 29 for 259 and 4. That might be one of the best passing days of the season for a Bills quarterback. And no disrespect to Mitch Trubisky. He was great. And that's probably the most meaningful Bills game he'll ever play. I mean, we hope so. That Trubisky gets final day at the stadium. Everybody's there. They're going to stay to the end. And you want something to cheer about. It's a big day at the stadium, and you want it to go well. You want things to cheer about. You know, even if you had won like a 10-7 game, like that wouldn't have felt the same because you wanted it to be a party. So for them to deliver on that, I thought was awesome. Big shout out to the Jets for helping that along. I think right now, I'll say it, I'll put it on the record. At this moment, 6:45 on Monday, I think the Jaguars are going to beat the Bills. But I don't think it's impossible. I think what you're going to need is you are going to need the Bills' pass defense, which has been very strong all year, to really come through in this matchup. The Jags' run game on offense might be the weakest part of their team. It's about average. They're pretty darn good at everything. Maybe running the ball with Travis Etienne. That's the one area where you might be willing to let them do that. Because Lawrence has been on fire. Myers has been great. Thomas is back in a role that he's been good at. And we'll get to all of that. Parker Washington's been good. But the Bills' pass defense has been awesome. So if they can show up, and if they can stifle the Jags, and that would be a big mark for Sean McDermott, I think. Playoff game against the hottest team in the league and the hottest passing offense in the league. If you can shut them down and have Josh Allen do Josh Allen things, you win the football game. I think if you just get those two things, you get a great game from Allen and your pass defense shows up, you can win that football game. I guess that why I would say right now that I would pick the Jags is I'm not sure you're going to get Josh Allen doing Josh Allen things. It's been hard for him to do that this year. But it could happen. We'll get more into the matchup. I think there are ways to look at it to say, okay, yeah, the Bills can win it. But Yeah, I think it's tough. I think it's a tough matchup. I think it's a tough game. And when we were going through looking at the teams, like I would have rather played New England, but here we are. And maybe they'll play New England, in a couple of weeks. So if they get through the Jags, then we can do it with the next team.
The Red Helmets stay or we riot. The Bills dismantle the Jets with the B team, 35-8, donning the Red Helmets and closing out Highmark Stadium in winning fashion. Josh Allen took one snap and James Cook had 2 carries and officially landed the 2025 rushing title last night as Derrick Henry was not able to catch him. Mitch Trubisky took over from there, completing 22 of 29 pass attempts for 259 yards, 4 touchdowns. Ray Davis was the leading rusher with 21 carries for 151 yards. A couple of injuries to note. Matt Prater left the game and did not return after aggravating the right quad injury, and Maxwell Harrison left the game and did not return with an ankle injury. The Bills head to Jacksonville for the wild card with kickoff set for 1 o'clock next Sunday, which is the same time as their drought breaker matchup in 2017. The Sabres fell short in Columbus 5-1 over the weekend, and the win streak ends at 10. Josh Doan scored the lone goal. They look to bounce back tomorrow night, hosting the Canucks. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Full play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the playoff picture is set. The AFC Denver gets the bye. As mentioned earlier, the Bills are at the Jaguars 1 o'clock on Sunday. The Chargers are at the Patriots for Sunday night. And on Monday night, the Steelers are at the Texans. In the NFC, the Rams are at the Panthers Saturday at 4:30. Packers at the Bears Saturday night at 8 o'clock. And the 49ers at the Eagles Sunday at 4:30. In other news, the Falcons have fired head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Fakes the handoff. Trubisky back to pass, wide open, and in the end zone for the touchdown is Dawson Knox. A 17-yard touchdown strike from Trubisky to Knox. And the Bills are on the board first here in Week 18.
One of your highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy today. We're taking your phone calls on yesterday's win, the final game at Highmark Stadium, or I think from now on to be known as the Ralph, as the new stadium will be called Highmark Stadium. So at some point here, we got to make that transition. Dawson Knox with another touchdown. We now have the Bills' stats on the season, like completed. And there weren't many starters that played yesterday. Knox also not even really like officially, a starter. I mean, him and Kincaid, it's kind of both of them. He ends the season with 4 touchdowns on the year and 400 yards. So those marks are like near the top. I mean, 4 touchdowns was tied for second on the Bills. And the only players with more receiving yards were Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid. So maybe that says more about the Bills' passing offense, is that 400 yards was third on the team. But a little bit of an uptick for Knox this year in targets and receptions. I think he will probably be back here next year. I know there's a lot of, well, if you cut Dawson Knox, you save this crazy amount of money. Don't get me wrong. I do not think Dawson Knox is back on this team next year at like a $15 million cap hit, which is about what he would cost. But him restructuring, taking a bit of a pay cut, staying with the Bills, becoming like a Bills lifer, I think is totally in the cards. Let's go to the phones and go to Tim in Detroit. What's up, Tim?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
I just wanted to point out it was a pretty good game. But I know it's the Jets, and they're not that good of a team. But I just wanted to point out how efficient the offense looked, and it just looked all put together. I just wanted to say, like, it's been so inconsistent and up and down this year. I hope we get that same kind of play, even though we're playing against better opponents. I just hope we get that same kind of play, in the playoffs out of Josh and the rest of the guys. The receiving core, the tight ends, they were as involved as they were. They all looked so good yesterday. Like I said, even though it's the Jets, but
yeah,
they were all going to put it all together. I don't know, see what your guys' take was on that, but I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I think you kind of said it. Like, a lot of it, I think, has to be chalked up to it was the Jets. And that defense and that team that the Bills saw yesterday was historically bad. I can't believe there was a team worse than them this year. The Raiders pick 1. Like I said, the same record. The Jets number 2. I mean, they have been getting destroyed like that by every single team that they've been playing. The Saints did that to them. The Dolphins did that to them. I mean, New England last week definitely did that to them. Everybody has been doing that to them. The Bills had done that to them already this year, mostly by running the ball. So I don't want to sit here and tell you that Trubisky is a bum and I don't count anything that happened yesterday because it was the Jets, but that opponent yesterday, I said it earlier, I don't know what would have had to have happened for the Bills to lose that football game. I feel like if they didn't play a quarterback, they might have won that football game. The Jets didn't get to 100 yards of offense, right? Did they? I don't think they did.
I don't think so, no.
I mean,
you could have just direct snapped it to Ray Davis the entire game and had a chance.
Right. Like, it was a good game plan. We talked about it with Sal. Like, the line was dominant, and those were backups. And not every Jet was a backup. I mean, Harrison Phillips was playing a lot yesterday, and he was getting pushed around by Cedric Van Pran Granger. So,
they actually had 122 yards, but...
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah.
Little garbage time for him at the end. Little Brady cook garbage
They
time.
weren't able to put a big drive together until literally that last touchdown one.
Bills ran out of corners, too. Probably helps. But that's the point. I mean, the Jets just... I don't know. All that to say, if Trubisky and a lot of those guys, Ray Davis, had to play next week against the Jacksonville Jaguars, I think they would look like backups. But yesterday they were great. And they gave fans, listen, they need some level of credit and applause for giving fans something to cheer about on a huge day at the stadium. Really, that's the most meaningful game Trubisky might ever play for the Bills. I hope it is. The last day at the stadium, everyone's there. It's a special day, and you always remember the last day at the stadium. Oh, who played that game? In 50 years, if you're talking about that game to your grandkids, oh, who played quarterback there? Mitch Trubisky. He played that game. It was great. He has a game now. There is a Trubisky game now. So, easy opponent, but yeah, they looked very, very good yesterday. Let's go to Mark in Hamburg. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. 2 questions, 2 comments. Then I'll hang up. So I want to know if Hamlin's still on the team. I thought he was good. I want to know.
Damar Hamlin?
Yeah.
He's on IR. He's on IR right now.
Oh, okay. All right, and then are they supposed to start tearing down the stadium, like hypothetically, like this?
No.
Supposed to be okay.
Spring of 2027.
All right, and then 2 comments. I thought Coleman looked great. I think the message was sent with him not seeing any action. I'd like to have him play next Sunday over Palmer, and I truly think Buffalo Joe could take the place of Milano. He was fresh, the leading tackler. Do you think he'll see some action, or is he just going to be a special teamer? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark, for the call. I do not think Andreessen's going to play in defense. He was good yesterday. No, he's not. He's definitely not taking Milano's spot. He's definitely not taking the middle linebacker spot. No, I don't think he has a role to play on defense. Coleman yesterday, I don't know. Was it a good day for Coleman? He had another bad drop, which, again, would be fine if he was giving you other big plays. He caught 2 passes yesterday. He caught 2 passes, and one of my big problems with him as a player, not even speaking to all the stuff behind the scenes, which does not sound like it's getting any better, by the way, that is he taking it seriously? How mature is he? I don't know. The vibes aren't great on that front, and they still aren't. And then performance on the field. If you're going to be a headache behind the scenes, you got to perform to make it worth it. And this guy is supposed to be the jump ball, basketball player that's going to go grab everything out of the air. And I'm sorry, that drop yesterday, it's only one drop, but that drop is a theme of his. He'll make highlight reel catches. He doesn't make a ton of tough catches consistently. Gabe Davis does more often. He did that yesterday. Coleman, it's, if the ball is a little bit outside his frame, one of 2 things is going to happen. He might make a highlight reel catch or he might drop it. And there's been a lot of drops. So I would not play him against the Jaguars. I'm not telling you Josh Palmer, who you mentioned is the guy you would replace him with, has been any sort of good. Palmer played a good amount yesterday. He hasn't done anything for the Bills. He actually should have had a touchdown yesterday. There was a play that they designed that looked like a little play action where Palmer was going to leak out in the flat, and Palmer ran into Trubisky before he was able to throw it. And then because of that, he was a little bit behind and he got caught. So I'm not telling you Palmer is doing anything right now that excites me. Brandon Cooks is the only guy I've got my fingers crossed right now hoping can give them something. And maybe a Gabe Davis revenge game against the Jags. But no, Coleman going in for Palmer, I do not think is in the cards. I think Cooks, who was inactive yesterday, probably because of age and hoping he's fresh for the postseason, Cooks goes in for Coleman, and I think your receiving room is exactly the same as you saw yesterday. 803-0550, the phone number. If you're there, stay on hold. We'll get to you. We'll go around the league a little bit as well. We have the whole playoff field, the whole playoff bracket. If you haven't seen the schedule yet, we'll go through that a bit, and that includes the Bills playing the Jags at 1 o'clock in Jacksonville, where the Bills have had some losses, some bad losses, playoff losses, weird history between the Bills and Jags. We got a week to preview it. Jody Biasi, WGR. That game looked so easy for the Bills, who of course had so many backups in that, credit to Trubisky, who was hitting throws all day, and Ray Davis was running hard, and really the Bills line I thought dominated, even with, again, a couple of backups in. Man, the Jets just are they like quitting on the coach or what, but that was the deadest looking team I've seen in a long time.
Agreed, Joe. Agreed. And I mean, it was from the get-go. And even last week when they didn't show up against the Patriots in their final home game. I mean, this week I kept saying, like, I can't imagine they're going to come to Buffalo in this environment, in this situation, and, give the Bills a fight. But with all the Bills backups playing, you thought, okay, well, let's see what happens. It's kind of we could sit here and go, oh my God, look how much the Bills dominated the Jets. And a natural reaction from some people might be, well, yeah, the Jets stink. Well, man, the Bills literally sat 9 of their 11 starters on defense, right? And then
they averaged 2.7 yards per play. The Jets did
2.7 yards per play. I wrote about this. It's the fourth fewest yards per play in the season for any team in any game this year, Joe.
Wow,
the fourth lowest, 2.7. The yards discrepancy in this game, 470 to 122. I mean, yeah, and Joe, the backup offensive line. By the way, I didn't give an arrow up, and I should have. I thought about it after. What a really good game plan from Joe Brady for Mitch Trubisky, right? Like, Joe, Mitch Trubisky throws a really good football, by the way. Like, when you're down in the field and you watch him throw the ball, he throws a really nice football. And I know that, everything happened with him. He's the number. You could see why he was the number 3 overall quarterback in the league, pick in the draft. And he's not Josh Allen, and obviously, he hasn't had a chance or he's had a chance and he hasn't been a great starter in this league. I totally get it. What I'm saying, though, is when you keep this guy clean and he can go back there and throw the ball, he throws a nice ball, and they kept him clean. I have never seen this year. I have to go back and look to see if there is one. I know in all the Bills games that I look at, I have not seen one box score until yesterday where a team had 0 sacks and 0 quarterback hurries the whole game.
Dawson Knox with another touchdown. We now have the Bills' stats on the season, like completed. And there weren't many starters that played yesterday. Knox also not even really like officially, a starter. I mean, him and Kincaid, it's kind of both of them. He ends the season with 4 touchdowns on the year and 400 yards. So those marks are like near the top. I mean, 4 touchdowns was tied for second on the Bills. And the only players with more receiving yards were Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid. So maybe that says more about the Bills' passing offense, is that 400 yards was third on the team. But a little bit of an uptick for Knox this year in targets and receptions. I think he will probably be back here next year. I know there's a lot of, if you cut Dawson Knox, you save this crazy amount of money. Don't get me wrong. I do not think Dawson Knox is back on this team next year at like a $15 million cap hit, which is about what he would cost. But him restructuring, taking a bit of a pay cut, staying with the Bills, becoming like a Bills lifer, I think is totally in the cards.
I mean, I've felt a little guilty at times looking up in the stands. I'm supposed to be coaching, but I guess I haven't done that a lot just because you're so focused trying to do your job. And but when we got to a spot where in the fourth quarter after scoring, and we're getting our kickoff team ready, just taking a second or two to look up into the stands, people singing Mr. Brightside, and I mean, come on, where else does that happen in the NFL, right? That type of togetherness, that type of fellowship, community, love, of their team and of each other, and I'll never forget it.
Sean McDermott on a special day at the stadium, an emotional day. It was an emotional day for me. I know it was for many others, especially those who have lost friends and family that you have memories with at that stadium. We heard a lot of great stories on pregame about that. There was a postgame caller talking about all the games that his dad took him to as a kid, and he wore that jersey yesterday. So there was a lot of great stories like that. And if you're looking for stadium memories, we still are taking your phone calls. We've not moved all the way on to the Jaguars yet, although I got it. I see it over there. That matchup is really exciting to me. It's also the most challenging matchup I think the Bills could have gotten. And I know we've said that a lot, but there's going to be a lot of that this week. Bills are a slight favorite in Jacksonville. Time for Eye on the Quarterback, brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your business so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. Quick on Trubisky. He was great yesterday. He could have done some work for himself in free agency. He might have made it a little harder for the Bills to retain him as a backup. I don't think that's impossible. The idea of him being like the plan for a team, I don't think that's the case. I think at best, he's looking at either the bridge starter with a rookie behind him, or he finds one of these teams with an injured quarterback that he could start for until they return. Like, for example, I think Trubisky in like Kansas City makes sense. Like a Trubisky-level quarterback. If you don't know, especially, teams are going to have to, sign free agents in March. If you're the Chiefs, you're not going to know in March when Patrick Mahomes is going to be back. So you've got to have somebody ready to start games. And by the way, Minshew's not going to be that for them because he tore his ACL. So a team like that, you might need someone to start, 3, 4, 5 games for you, maybe more than that. And I think Trubisky is like the right level of quarterback. Maybe there's another team out there that makes as much sense as Kansas City. But I think him staying with the Bills past this year is possible for sure. But I think he might have helped convince a team out there that he could still play a few games in 2026. 803-0550, the phone number. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you when we come back. There's kicker problems for this team. There's a tough matchup on the way in the postseason. They close out the stadium yesterday in an excellent fashion. The videos, the alumni, the game itself, it was all perfect. It's Jeremy and Joe. It's a Football Monday here on WGR. Stay tuned. Give us your phone calls. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. The rushing title race last night. So James Cook, if you're waking up and you don't know what Henry needed and what he got, James Cook did win the rushing title yesterday. He got 15 yards when he came in. He ended up winning it by, I think, about 20. So he would have won anyway, but it would have been a sweat at the last, couple of minutes. That game, though, developed in a way where you kind of knew with like 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, that Henry wasn't going to get it. Like they weren't gonna run the ball. They ran it like twice, I think, on their final couple of drives, and he got stopped. So if he had broken one, it still could have gone to him. But I'm with Mo. I thought when that game started, right away, big run. Oh, but there's a penalty. But it was clear, Pittsburgh's going to have trouble stopping him the entire day. And you go into the fourth quarter, and he still needed only 30-something yards, I think. And I thought that he still was probably going to get it then. And then again, Pittsburgh driving up and down the field a couple of times made it so that the game became more of a shootout, and you got less Henry. So good for Cook. And deserved, right? Because even though Henry would have had a game script played out a little bit differently last night, I mean, Cook gets one fewer game than Henry. because Henry had everything to play for in Week 18, and the Bills really didn't. So he only gets 2 carries, and he averaged 7.5 yards, and we saw what Ray Davis did. Like, there's no doubt at all that Cook would have went off against the Jets yesterday if they wanted him to. So he deserved the rushing title, over 1,600 yards, the first Bill to do it since OJ in the 70s. I think 76 is the year that the last time that happened. Thurman never did it. Thurman would have had, all the receiving yards to get him in the lead in that category, but a huge year for Cook. That game looked so easy for the Bills, who of course had so many backups in. That, like, credit to Trubisky, who was hitting throws all day, and Ray Davis was running hard, and really the Bills' line, I thought, dominated, even with, again, a couple of backups in. Man, the Jets just are they like quitting on the coach or what? But that was the deadest looking team I've seen in a long time.
Agreed, Joe. Agreed. And I mean, it was from the get-go, and even last week when they didn't show up against the Patriots in their final home game. I mean, that's this week I kept saying, like, I can't imagine they're going to come to Buffalo in this environment, in this situation, and give the Bills a fight. But with all the Bills' backups playing, you thought, okay, well, let's see what happens. It's kind of we could sit here and go, oh my God, look how much the Bills dominated the Jets. And a natural reaction from some people might be, well, yeah, the Jets stink. Well, man, the Bills literally sat 9 of their 11 starters on defense, right? And then
they averaged 2.7 yards per play. The Jets did
2.7 yards a play. I wrote about this. It's the fewest yards per play in the season for any team in any game this year, Joe.
Wow.
The 4th lowest, 2.7. The yards discrepancy in this game, 470 to 122. I mean, yeah, and Joe, the backup offensive line, by the way, I didn't give an arrow up, and I should have. I thought about it after. What a really good game plan from Joe Brady for Mitch Trubisky, right? Like, Joe, Mitch Trubisky throws a really good football, by the way. Like, when you're down in the field and you watch him throw the ball, he throws a really nice football. And I know that, everything happened with him. He's you could see why he was the number 3 overall quarterback in the league, pick in the draft. And he's not Josh Allen, and, obviously, he hasn't had a chance or he's had a chance and he hasn't been a great starter in this league. I totally get it. What I'm saying, though, is when you keep this guy clean and he can go back there and throw the ball, he throws a nice ball, and they kept him clean. I have never seen this year. I have to go back and look to see if there is one. I know in all the Bills games that I look at, I have not seen one box score until yesterday where a team had 0 sacks and 0 quarterback hurries the whole game.
The red helmets stay or we riot. The Bills dismantle the Jets with the B team 35-8, donning the red helmets and closing out Highmark Stadium in winning fashion, most likely. Josh Allen took 1 snap and James Cook had 2 carries and officially landed the 2025 rushing title last night as Derrick Henry was not able to catch him. Mitch Trubisky took over from there, completing 22 of 29 pass attempts for 259 yards with 4 touchdowns. Ray Davis was the leading rusher with 21 carries for 151 yards. A couple of injuries to note. Matt Prater did leave the game and did not return after aggravating the right quad injury. And Maxwell Hairston left the game and did not return with an ankle injury. The Bills head to Jacksonville for Wild Card Weekend with kickoff set for 1 o'clock next Sunday, which is the same time as their drought breaker matchup in the 2017 Wild Card. The Sabres fell short in Columbus 5-1 over the weekend, and the win streak ends at 10. Josh Stone scored the lone goal. They look to bounce back tomorrow night, hosting the Canucks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Full play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The playoff picture is set around the NFL. In the AFC, Denver gets the bye. As mentioned earlier, the Bills are at the Jaguars at 1 o'clock on Sunday. The Chargers at the Patriots Sunday night. And on Monday night, the Steelers are at the Texans. In the NFC, the Rams are at the Panthers Saturday at 4:30, the Packers at the Bears Saturday night at 8 o'clock, and the 49ers are at the Eagles Sunday, at 4:30. In other news, the Falcons have fired head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Denver gets home field advantage. I trust this defense to perform, okay, especially at home. We've seen that play out. I trust that side of the ball. I also trust the Bills' running game to carry wherever they go. And they have Josh Allen. That's the last team you want to play. If it's a wild card team coming in, is Josh Allen and that team. They can control the game, and you don't want to go to Denver.
I don't disagree with that. Tony Romo on the broadcast yesterday. Nance and Romo, by the way, get the Bills game. Which, there's a streak going on that. I was texting with Mike Shope about that. Nance and Romo have had the last 8 Bills playoff games. And this will be 9. So you're getting them again on Sunday at 1 o'clock. There's very interesting stuff happening around the league as well. Baltimore's future is very interesting. Are they going to keep going with the Harbaugh and Lamar combination? Does somebody get kicked out? I think it would probably be Harbaugh, but I don't know. There's been some Lamar stuff written in the last couple of weeks. We'll see what happens with the Ravens going forward, and all the matchups that we've got ahead in the playoffs. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe. No Jeremy today. It's a football Monday, a victory Monday, and the team has closed down Highmark Stadium probably for the last time. The only way the Bills can play there again is if they were to play the Chargers in the AFC Championship. So, how that would play out, if you're wondering. Chargers play the Patriots. They'd have to beat the Patriots. They would automatically play Denver. They'd have to beat Denver. Could the Chargers beat New England and Denver? It's not the craziest thing. This is not, some team with a backup quarterback that limped their way into the playoffs. It is Justin Herbert, and it is a really good defense. I think they're going to have a problem with their offensive line getting through those 2 games, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. You need them to win those 2. You need the Bills to beat the Jags, and then the Bills would play the winner of the Steelers-Texans matchup in that scenario. So, Chargers beat New England and Denver. The Bills beat Jacksonville in either Pittsburgh or Houston, and you have a Bills-Chargers AFC Championship game. Very, very, very much a long shot. 803-0550 is the phone number. All right, let's keep going through your phone calls. We got thoughts on yesterday's game, the Jags matchup, and the injuries yesterday as well. Let's go to Jim in Gettsville. Hey, Jim.
Hey, good morning. I was feeling really good about yesterday's game until Matt Prater got hurt, and then I'm watching later in the day, and I see Jacksonville's kicker kicks a 67-yarder, and then you watch the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game last night, and you see what 2 veteran kickers, how they went down the last minute of the game, and place kicking is going to be a big part of Sunday's game, and it's not looking very good for us right now.
No, I mean, it definitely looks like they're going to be scraping the barrel for whoever they can get their hands on. Lucas Havrasik, I know, is a kicker that they've worked out in the past, and I wonder if maybe he's the guy they turn to. I think he's the one they signed on the practice squad. Last year, they worked out Younghoe Koo, who had a pretty good career with the Falcons, but then that fell off, and he had a pretty embarrassing moment a couple of weeks ago with the New York Giants where he kicked into the ground before the football and got cut shortly thereafter. So maybe he's an idea. Koo, by the way, is coming off of a full season last year where he kicked 73% on his field goals. He was 25 of 34. Really bad. Didn't miss an extra point. Before that, he had been above 86.5% every single year of his career. So one really, really bad year preceded by a bunch of good years. And then this season, he had one game for the Falcons. He missed one. He had 5 games for the Giants. He missed 2. So that might be the best bet just because he had a good career before that. And he's still young enough where you might think he's got the distance. He's made a 58-yarder in his career. I don't believe he's ever made a 60-yarder. 31 years old. You might still think he's got that distance control. 803-0550. Let's go to Butch in Tonawanda. Hey, Butch.
Hey, Joe. Question on Prater yesterday, not to beat a dead horse, but again, at this point, we don't know if him leaving the game was just precautionary, but what was his status leading up to the game there? If there was any doubt, I think playing him is a huge, huge coaching blunder, given the fact that we've had kicker issues all year. We've lost a couple games on it, and the way last year ended with Bass missing that kick, could potentially be just totally unbelievable. And then Harrison, too, was Sal on earlier saying Jordan Hancock wouldn't be able to play corner because he might get hurt because of angles. I don't know how much merit there is to that. I mean, that just kind of seems a little ridiculous to me. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Thanks, Butch. I mean, he was listed as a full participant in practice all week. You want to tell me that you think he should have had another week of rest so he was good by the playoffs? You can make that argument. The nervousness I would have with that, though, is he's a 41-year-old kicker. Is he going to get injured during a game in the postseason? I almost feel like, you could spin this however you want. You could spin it as, he shouldn't have played and you should have rested him for the playoffs, and then that's your best case scenario. I could listen to that. I also, though, could listen to he had a right quad injury. Wouldn't you rather have him get hurt in that game than a playoff game? I don't know. Was it a guarantee that if he hadn't played yesterday that he wouldn't just have gotten hurt during the Jags game? So at least it feels like it at least would have been a possibility. And that is a nightmare. As bad as anyone they bring in is probably going to be. Badgley back or Koo or whoever. That guy kicking for you is better than having Prater start a game and then have to leave sometime in the middle and you've got to go without a kicker. I mean, you get a 40-yard field goal to win the game at the end. And, I don't have a kicker. Crap. Is Wisnowski going to do it? Is Ray Davis, can he kick that far? I'm doing that, and that's a problem. That's a big problem. So I hear what you're saying. It's tough. I think he was a risk. A kicker with a right quad injury at that age, even if you rested him one more day, I think he was a risk. Mike in Tonawanda next. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. What about Justin Tucker? I know he's got some off-the-field stuff, but, I mean, if you want a good kicker, I know he wasn't probably good as last year at Baltimore, but out of all the guys that are sitting out there right now, I would trust him over, Core and these other guys. But it's a matter if they want to put aside the personal outside stuff and just get a kicker. So if it's a business thing, let's roll with the best kicker. If not, then we're stuck with the Badgleys of the world,
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I think you might have answered your own question, and it's that, yes, in the National Football League, and it can be gross, that guys like that will get a second chance if teams feel like they're worth it. And I would guess that teams don't feel like Justin Tucker is worth it. He has the, dozen or so sexual misconduct allegations that are against him. He was suspended 10 games by the NFL this year, so there must have been something to it because it got him suspended for the year. And then he worked out for the Saints, and they didn't sign him. So how did that workout go? Did it not go well? Because the Saints were willing on some level to go out on a limb and take negative PR to have him work out for the team and then not sign him. So maybe their morality checked in and that's why they didn't do it, or maybe he didn't look good during the workout. You answered your own question, I think, though, in saying, like, he was the worst kicker in the NFL last year. He was the worst kicker in the NFL last year. So you want to bring him in? He was terrible the last time we saw him in the NFL. 73%. So I don't know. Would not be on my radar at all if I were the Bills. Wouldn't be worth it. Wouldn't want that due to my community. I would just say I'd rather have Younghoe Koo. Younghoe Koo, the previous 4 seasons, was as good as Justin Tucker. So that's the guy I would be looking at the moment. Bills and Jags on Sunday. So yesterday was great. The stadium memories and all that was the nostalgia, the alumni at halftime I thought were awesome. We knew going into the game what was on the line for the Bills in terms of matchup. In fact, I think we knew it was Bills-Jags no matter what. Because there was an outcome where even if the Chargers had pulled off an upset on Denver, that, okay, then the Chargers go above the Bills. Bills would have dropped from the 6 to the 7. But if that had happened, Denver would have dropped from the 1 to the 3. So we would have got Bills-Jags no matter what. It just would have been as the 2-7 instead of the 3-6. So I think we knew yesterday for a while that this was the matchup. And I said it a lot during the week. Like, I did not want this game. I did not think that this was their easiest matchup. I thought Pittsburgh was by far, and then New England was after that. And Denver wasn't really possible, but I would have rather played Denver. The one thing I'll say about the Jags, and we'll talk a lot about them throughout the week, is even though I look at them right now as a team without a flaw. Like Sal brought it up earlier. They're not the best at running the ball. They're like, in their numbers on the year, they're about a league average run team. They're amazing at stopping the run. They have a pretty darn good pass defense. And they are, right now, the hottest pass offense in the NFL. Like, they got weapons everywhere. Brian Thomas with the big plays. Jacoby Myers is just safe and steady and consistent. And Parker Washington has become their yak guy. He reminds me a lot of Khalil Shakir. If you've never watched Parker Washington, like he looks a lot like Shakir. He's kind of smaller, a little bit more compact. He is a guy that's dangerous with the ball in his hands. He bounces off tackles. He's kind of their slot guy. ETN in the pass game. Brenton Strange is a decent tight end. Like, they've got a complement of weapons. I guess what you would probably want to say about the Jags and what their flaw might be, like, I wouldn't go to the coach. Some might say, like, well, first-time coach, first playoff game for him as a head coach. Like, that could be a spot where I have an advantage. I wouldn't assume that. I think Liam Cohen is doing an excellent job. I think he's one of the best play callers in the league. He was while he was in Tampa. He's carried that over to the Jags. Sure, maybe there's a dumb decision along the way that he would make, but I think he's a pretty darn good coach. I think the thing you'd want to hold your hat on for this game is trust in Josh Allen to elevate in a playoff game, which has mostly happened. I mean, his playoff numbers are still either the best all time, like touchdown to interception ratio, yards per attempt numbers. Like, he's, if not the best quarterback statistically in playoff history, he's still one of them. And on the other side, Trevor Lawrence, I think, still has a little bit of this reputation that he's a guy that could really choke in the big moment. He hasn't had a lot of those big moments, right? Not in the NFL. I mean, college, he was amazing at Clemson, right? National championship, I think, right? Singular. I think he only won the one. In the NFL, he's only played 2 playoff games. And it wasn't quite a choke. It was almost the opposite. He kind of did both in the same game. The Chargers playoff game, which is a game that I plan to watch this week, by the way. Wild game. There was a Sabre game that night, so I remember like checking in on that game, but watching the whole second half and missing a lot of the first half. Lawrence in that game threw 4 touchdowns and 4 picks. 4 picks in the first half and 4 touchdowns in the second half, I believe. It's like, what is that? Is that him imploding? I mean, they lost the next game against an injured Mahomes in Kansas City. And how was he in that game? At Arrowhead? Didn't do anything special. He had 39 attempts. He only had 217 yards. So, I mean, he kind of got beat by the Chiefs' defense. Like, he would be a guy that I would think Sean McDermott and this pass defense, I think I want to say even without Max Hairston. I think it would be a lot easier to think, all right, you match up well with the Jags pass offense if you have Harrison, because he's got speed and that's your guy that can match up with Brian Thomas and, down the field. But, he might not be available. And Tre'Davious White has looked really good. Can you trust him to play a full workload an entire game and not get beat? I don't know. But I think one hope I'd have is that McDermott and this pass defense, which has been one of the best units in the league all year on that side of the ball, can figure out a game plan, figure out the right matchups, when to dial up a blitz, and Cole Bishop back there making big plays, that they can force Lawrence into big mistakes. Almost, I want to say similarly to what happened last year against the Ravens. And maybe even accept that their pass offense is just too good. They're going to get some big plays. They're going to move the ball. Because they've been doing that on everybody. The Jaguars this year, I think this was true before yesterday. I'll check if it's still true. But before yesterday, the Jaguars' offense had the most points that anyone had scored all year on the Texans' defense, the most points anyone had scored on the Denver defense, and the second most points that anybody had scored on the Chargers defense. The 3 best defenses in the AFC playoffs. The Jags had scored 98 points in those 3 games. So I think you're going to see them move the ball. You're going to see big plays. But can you get that quarterback to make 3 critical errors? Because that could be your ball game. And McDermott has not done that to Mahomes in the playoffs, and he has not done that to Burrow. He has done that to Jackson. And I guess last year he did it to Bo Nix, and, maybe there are other examples. Can you get Lawrence to make the big, big mistake? 803-0550 is the phone number. Chris Brown coming up at 8:30. Squeezing Bruce in North Tonawanda here before the break. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, good morning. I follow football pretty well, but I don't think I've ever heard of or asked this question or heard of this question before regarding kickers.
Yeah.
Now that the season's over for most of the other teams, if there's any free agent kickers on those teams, are the Bills allowed to put them on the practice squad?
Like on eliminated teams?
Yeah.
Good question. I think that you would have to claim them without working them out.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you could, for instance, if the Chiefs had a kicker on their practice squad, I don't think you could fly him to Buffalo, have him work out before making your decision. I think you'd have to decide before doing that, we're going to sign him to the active roster and then bring him.
All right, great. Thank you for that clarification. Have a great day.
Thanks, Bruce. I'll confirm that. I'll text Sal. I think that's the case. I also don't know how many teams are going to have a kicker on their practice squad.
It sounds like that'd be tampering pretty bad.
If you were to bring him in and work him out.
If you bring him in and work him out, and then...
Maybe if the team gave you permission.
Maybe. It might be a workaround, but...
I don't know what that... I don't know. What happens to practice squad guys after the team's eliminated? I think they're still on a practice squad. I don't think they become free. I'll text Sal. And again, I'm not sure. It's a good question. I'm not sure that it actually will matter because I don't know if anyone has a kicker on their practice squad. I'd imagine most teams would not. And probably every team would not, but I'm not sure. Good question. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Morning.
Great night last night. Very nostalgic. Loved every minute of it. I was watching it from the TV, but you could still feel the energy from TV. It was crazy. But anyway, I'm calling because I heard you earlier basically say you think the Jags are going to win on Sunday, and
yep.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think we do have the more experienced team in the playoffs here. We've got the more experienced coach in the playoffs.
Yep.
And we've got the more experienced quarterback. And if you go into this playoffs and you go one and done, you don't win this game on the road. Well, now we've got a coaching staff and a quarterback who has yet to win a road playoff game. And I understand they've been all at Kansas City. But now you're saying,
right.
Okay, we still haven't won a road playoff game. And next year, it doesn't get any easier schedule-wise. You've got the Pats twice, KC, the Chargers, the Bears, the Lions, the Ravens, at Denver, at Green Bay, at Minnesota, at Houston, at the Rams.
Yep.
There's 12 out of 17 games that really, I think, pose a challenge. And I'm not saying that the roster isn't going to improve. I'm not saying that we're not going to go make some free agent signing splash. Who knows? We know Bean's probably going to go after a receiver at some point, but who knows what that talent pool is going to look like. But if you can't get it done this year with the amount of new teams in the playoffs, the inexperience in the playoffs, with this experienced coaching staff, this experienced quarterback, are you really going to run it back with the same staff and the same guys next year and say, you know what, just wasn't our year? And look, this isn't a shot. Like, I've been hard on McDermott in the past. I've been hard on, and I rightfully so, I've been hard on Bean. But it's just like, I think we have to get it done this year, and because this is the weakest. And I mean that. I'm not saying these teams aren't good, because they've obviously won enough games to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the weakest group of AFC playoff opponents that I've seen yet this far. Jacksonville's not all that difficult a place to play at, although we haven't been too successful. We've proven we can beat New England, even though they look to be pretty legit.
Yep.
It's just if you're telling me your head coach can't scheme up things against these quarterbacks because he's struggled against Mahomes, who hasn't? But if you can't get this defense turning and you can't get some offensive stuff with the NFL's leading rusher and Josh Allen, who's an absolute freak at quarterback, I understand we have flaws. Every team does come this time of year. But overall, we go into the playoffs relatively healthy on both sides of the ball. And it's like that's been our weakness as of the last few years. We have not been healthy. And now we go in relatively healthy with a full staff and a week off to kind of prepare for whoever.
Yeah.
You can't go one and done in the playoffs. You got to get there with these guys, or else, in my opinion, you've got to make some changes, and it's going to be tough to do, but you can't run it back because that would just be absolutely insane.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny, for the call. We got to get to break here, but I would ask that question. It kind of comes down to you're kind of getting at whose job is on the line on Sunday, or is anybody's job on the line on Sunday? And I guess I would ask that question maybe a little bit about the GM. I would not ask that question about the coach. But we'll see what next Monday brings. If they lose a game where the defense has been shredded in the postseason, but this time it's not by Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes, then I think that the knives are going to be out. But I think it'll be a very different feeling if the offense is the reason for the season ending, which we have not felt a lot of, really never felt. And that's my worry right now. As good as the Jags offense is, I'm more worried about them being the number one run defense in the league and what the Bills have looked like when teams can stop the run. Now, even though, like you brought it up at the outset, like right now, I think this is why I didn't want this matchup. I think the Jags are the most complete team in the conference. I think they are really, really good. And like at this moment, I think they'll beat the Bills. But I'm not like that confident of that. The Bills could easily win this game. Lawrence, you mentioned experience. Lawrence making mistakes and Allen elevating and McDermott and this pass defense limiting the Jags up front on offense. Like I can totally see the Bills winning this football game. Might be the closest one of the week, although there's some pretty close games this week. Like I could totally see the Bills winning this football game. It's going to be a good game. I think it's a great game. Like of the matchups this week in both conferences, I kind of like this one the most. From even just a non-Bills perspective. Like if I'm looking at matchups where I've got two teams that I could envision winning the Super Bowl, I'm looking at this game. I've got, I think, the most complete team in the league on one side, and I've got the best player on the other. That's what you want. It's a great matchup. It really should have been a night game, in my opinion. Chris Brown, when we come back on yesterday, what a night, what a day it was at the stadium, closing out Highmark Stadium for the final time, unless there's a Bills-Chargers AFC title game around the corner. Chris, when we come back here on a Football Monday here on WGR. That game looked so easy for the Bills, who of course had so many backups in. That, like, credit to Trubisky, who was hitting throws all day, and Ray Davis was running hard, and really the Bills' line, I thought, dominated, even with, again, a couple of backups in. Man, the Jets just are they like quitting on the coach or what? But that was the deadest looking team I've seen in a long time.
Agreed, Joe. Agreed. And I mean, it was from the get-go, and even last week when they didn't show up against the Patriots in their final home game. I mean, that's this week I kept saying, like, I can't imagine they're going to come to Buffalo in this environment, in this situation, and you know, give the Bills a fight. But with all the Bills backups playing, you thought, okay, well, let's see what happens. It's kind of we could sit here and go, oh my God, look how much the Bills dominated the Jets. And a natural reaction from some people might be, well, yeah, well, the Jets stink. Well, man, the Bills literally sat 9 of their 11 starters on defense, right? And then they averaged
2.7 yards per play. The Jets did
2.7 yards per play. I wrote about this. It's the fourth fewest yards per play in the season for any team in any game this year, Joe.
Wow,
the fourth lowest, 2.7. The yards discrepancy in this game, 470 to 122. I mean, yeah, and Joe, the backup offensive line. By the way, I didn't give an arrow up, and I should have. I thought about it after. What a really good game plan from Joe Brady for Mitch Trubisky, right? Like, Joe, Mitch Trubisky throws a really good football, by the way. Like, when you're down in the field and you watch him throw the ball, he throws a really nice football. And I know that, everything happened with him. He's the number. You could see why he was the number 3 overall quarterback in the league, pick in the draft. And he's not Josh Allen, and obviously, he hasn't had a chance to, or he's had a chance and he hasn't been a great starter in this league. I totally get it. What I'm saying, though, is when you keep this guy clean and he can go back there and throw the ball, he throws a nice ball, and they kept him clean. I have never seen this year. I have to go back and look to see if there is one. I know in all the Bills games that I look at, I have not seen one box score until yesterday where a team had 0 sacks and 0 quarterback hurries the whole game.
Play clock down to 4. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Pressure coming. Steps up in the pocket, but he can't get away. He's wrapped up and dropped by T.J. Sanders.
Chris Brown on the call. Final game at Highmark Stadium. The Bills blow out the Jets. It looked easy throughout the entirety of the game. Bills backups playing all over the roster, performing really well. Get to it all now with Chris on the West Her Hotline, voice of the Buffalo Bills. Final game at Highmark Stadium, Chris. How long until we're calling the new stadium Highmark Stadium? Probably still a little bit until it's at least official that they're not going back there.
Yeah, I mean, I would say once they cut the ribbon on the place,
yeah,
it's Highmark.
Yeah, that's probably right. So, Chris, just on the atmosphere from yesterday before we get to the game, the Bills, I thought, really hit it out of the park with the pregame festivities and halftime, postgame too. It was a very special day for everybody, and the fans really stayed. I mean, even past the end of the game.
Yeah, and so did some of the players too. Like, I kind of sat there and wondered how long did Sean McDermott wait for everybody to get in the locker room, before bringing it up and addressing the team after the game, because several players stayed out on the field to watch the video tribute through the years up on the big screens. Tre'Davious White's taken off his wrist tape and just standing there watching the whole thing. And Spencer Brown's got a tear in his eye looking up at the scoreboards. So, this obviously carried a lot of weight with the fans because, they've been coming for 53 seasons. But for players that, have been here for their entire career, I think it hit home as well.
Chris Brown with us on the West Her Hotline. The game itself, Chris, I thought, it is a game where you're resting guys, and that's understandable, and I think the smart move because you've got the playoffs coming. Maybe even gain an advantage doing that. But I thought fans are going to want something to cheer about this game. Like, you're going to want to make this a day to remember. And between the performance level from some of the Bills guys and then the just dead-in-the-water look of the Jets, I think it looked pretty early like it was going to be a day where fans had a lot to cheer about.
Yeah, I think we all surmised it could be a run-for-the-bus game for the Jets, especially knowing in each of their last 4 games they had lost all of them by 20 points or more. So you had that feeling. And look, I know I was telling you during the pregame, sometimes I pull up when we play a division opponent, I pull up my board from the previous matchup just to kind of save myself some work, plug in some updated stats. A lot of the names are usually the same. I might as well have just started from scratch, putting the Jets boards in because the roster was unrecognizable. And I saw, and obviously they pull off the unthinkable. They go a full season without an interception, the first team to do so since interceptions were recorded beginning in 1933. And then on top of that, for some perspective on how anemic their offense has been, Garrett Wilson finished the season as the team's leading receiver.
Incredible.
The last pass he caught was in October.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Right. Rushing numbers and the interception number is definitely going to get the one that gets the most publicity, especially because, Chris, the coach is a defensive back in the league, then defensive coordinator, and now head coach, and you're the first coach to ever lead a team to 0 interceptions. I mean, I'm sure for him that's got to be pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. But look, you got to give credit to the guys that suited up and played. I was really impressed with the number 2 offensive line. The only starter in there was Osiris Torrance. Everybody else was a backup, and I think you see what player development looks like there. The job that Aaron Cromer and Austin Gund, his assistant, have done in having guys ready should an injury happen. Fortunately, they haven't for the most part over the last couple of years. But I really thought they did a great job clearing the way. And then Ray Davis running downhill was super impressive, and it was nice to see him go for a big day, get in the end zone too. And look, Mitch Trubisky, I mean, my goodness. I remember way back in training camp, and I noted this on the broadcast, that he had worked very hard in the offseason, and it was profiled to some degree on Hard Knocks,
that he really worked on his throwing mechanics to put more of his hip drive into his throw. And I noticed it right away at training camp, and I even told him, I said, hey, your ball has got a lot more zip than I remember. And after thanking me, he kind of explained a little bit of it to me, but you could see the zip on his throws yesterday. I mean, he fit the ball in a couple of tight windows, but I just liked the way the ball came out of his hand yesterday.
Yeah. The other thing, too, like the game plan by Joe Brady, I think either you or Eric mentioned after he had taken off and run on that I think he had like a 9-yard run in the second half. That was the first time he had been touched in the entire game. Like the play action game that the Bills were running, like, and when you don't have another quarterback, right, like you obviously don't want Allen to go back in there, even if it's just to hand the ball off. And their game plan between Joe Brady and the offensive line, like Trubisky, just no one was ever near him.
Yeah, because there was that concern. I know some of us talked about it leading up to the game because their practice squad quarterback, Shane Buechele, got signed to the Chiefs roster after they lost their top 2 quarterbacks to injury. So you only had Josh and Trubisky. I suppose you could have put an emergency quarterback in there and he just hands off so you don't have to put Josh back into the game if, God forbid, Trubisky gets hurt. But that didn't seem like much of a concern yesterday.
Yeah. How big a feat, Chris, do you think it is that James Cook gets the rushing title? It got a little close there. I don't know how much that Steelers-Ravens chaotic game you were watching, but it hasn't happened for the Bills since the 70s. I think you could tell that his teammates especially wanted it for him, and I was wondering if he'd get there just by getting the 2 carries, but he just narrowly gets the rushing title.
Yeah, they had the fortunate scheduling where they knew what Jonathan Taylor had before the game even started. I think that helped. And then they knew that Derrick Henry was 137 yards behind and was likely to have a busy day in a winner-take-all game last night in Pittsburgh. My guess is James Cook and Coach McDermott agreed, once I get a 150-yard lead on Derrick Henry, I'm coming out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So he ran 2 times for 15 yards, and he was 152 yards up on Henry, and that was the end of the day. And I made sure to watch him closely when he came off the field, and he was actually smiling as he came off, and Coach McDermott kind of greeted him as he came to the sideline. But it seemed like they had agreed upon something prior. And look, you gotta. I'm telling you, I want to talk about handicapping it. That was pretty dang good.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end, he really didn't have to run for any yardage because I think he came into the game with 16:06, and Derrick Henry only got to 15:95. But I think a little more breathing room certainly probably made it an easier watch for James watching that game last night.
Yeah, it would have been really tight, right, if he hadn't had that 15 yards. Chris, on the injuries yesterday, as we start to look ahead to the playoff matchup against the Jaguars, how big of a deal do you think the injuries are, both to Max Hairston and Matt Prater?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what today brings in terms of more detail on the severity of those injuries, but this is exactly why you don't play frontline starters in games like this. What if that was James Cook? What if that was Josh Allen? Don't get me wrong, Max Hairston has become a more important player on the back end for the Bills, and hopefully he's okay and, can get back on the practice field at some point this week. But when they take him to the locker room for x-rays, that's usually not a good sign. And then with Prater, this is the risk you run when you have a 41-year-old kicker. Things don't heal as quickly. And I can speak from experience, being on the wrong side of 50, things don't heal up as quickly and you don't bounce back as fast because your body is just not as pliable when you're older. And so on a 16-degree day, I don't think it's terribly shocking that Matt Prater has a quad injury again on his kicking leg. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have played. I think he should have played because he hadn't played in the last 2 games, and you want to get that operation tightened up for the playoffs. So I totally understand why he's kicking, and he was fit to kick. I mean, they released Michael Badgley on Monday from the practice squad. Now you may have to look for another kicker here going into the postseason where, as we know, games are usually even tighter. So kicking will be of the utmost importance. So we'll have to see how it kind of shakes out this week, but it wouldn't shock me if they're trying out kickers again early this week.
Yep. You saw an example of that last night, Baltimore and Pittsburgh, both with their kicking at the end of the game. Lastly, Chris, we'll get to the Jags matchup later in the week. We'll be doing a lot of that throughout the next 6 days. The red helmets, how much did you like them? You want to see them back in the rotation going forward?
The red helmets were sharp. I think the one thing that threw me were the Red Sox.
The Red Sox, yeah.
I was trying to remember, and I think the 90s Bills did wear Red Sox a good amount of the time, but we haven't really seen Red Sox in so long outside of the time when they wear the red alternate jerseys. That seeing the blue jersey with the Red Sox really threw me. Like, they come out for warm-ups, I was like, and I knew they were wearing Red Sox, but I was just like, wow, okay, red on top, red on the bottom. It was just shocking to the eye.
Yeah.
And then I kind of got used to it after.
And then there were a couple players that, like, with their undergarment, like Matthew Judon was one of these, where he had, like, red arm sleeves and, like, there were red wristbands. Like, those guys, too. That was a lot of color, I think, when you had that.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it was an offense to the eyes, but it was surprising, even though I was trying to prepare myself for it.
Final day at Highmark Stadium was a great one. Chris Brown on the call here on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Chris, as always, and we'll talk Friday ahead of the playoff matchup.
Sounds good, Joe.
Chris Brown, One Bills Live a little bit later on this afternoon. Stay tuned for that. Bills and Jaguars on Sunday. The Red Sox, I thought, were... I don't know if I need the Red Sox. I'm good with them. I saw pictures of Kelly in the red helmets, but with White Sox and also with Red Sox. So maybe they did both at different times in the 90s, and I thought they both looked good. Like I said, I'd want to see them with the white before I make a decision.
Am I wrong in thinking there was a sock that was like half white, half red? Like it went half red down?
Like a candy cane?
Yeah, but not like super striped or anything like that. It was like the top half of it was red, the bottom half of it was white. Or am I just blind? I don't know.
I don't recall a half and half sock.
There were a couple of guys wearing sort of sock over sock yesterday. Like Hairston had a white sock over his red sock.
That might be what I'm thinking of.
I think that might be what
Okay.
you're thinking about. I think I would struggle with those helmets without red socks.
There's got to be another piece of red to accent.
I'm looking at pictures of Andre Reed right now from the 90s, and he's kind of wearing what you're describing. It's like red on the top up to the knee, and then white from kind of the shin down to the ankle.
Yes. Yeah. I like that.
Interesting.
That's not a bad look
I could
either.
get down with that. I need a little more red. Like there's a little tiny bit of that red in the jersey, but I need a little more of it somewhere on the uniform to really make it cohesive as a unit for me. And I really like yesterday looked perfect.
I can't tell though if these guys like Thurman, same thing. Are they wearing? Is that the sock that's just like both colors, or are they wearing?
It looks like
a undersleeve underneath the sock that comes above a white sock.
I would think it's probably a two sock undersleeve situation.
It looks like a thinner red sock, and then you could see the wrinkles on the outer white sock.
Yeah.
I think though maybe all white. Like if they were wearing white jerseys and they went all white with the red top, I'd be cool with that. But I would struggle if they're wearing the blue jersey with not having red socks.
Yeah.
See, that's where I'd be okay with the white helmet as an alternate, because then you could still do the Stormtrooper look.
Stormtrooper's great too. Yeah,
Like you could still do that stuff.
Look. But I mean, I think the Red Sox for me really pull it together with the blue jersey.
I want to see red helmets in the opener next year.
That would be awesome.
I want to see red helmets in the opener. Let's go full-time red helmet. You keep the white. That's going to get mixed in. You don't get rid of it. But I would like to see what they did yesterday on a consistent basis.
Ooh, we're getting a chatter that says these socks Joe's talking about are the old school NFL socks, half white, half of the team color.
Oh, okay.
So that might have been a mandated sort of NFL thing. That's kind of cool.
Interesting.
I respect that.
When we come back, it's also what they call Black Monday in the NFL with firings around the NFL at head coach. We have one coach fired already.
Yes, Raheem Morris.
I wonder how many we're going to get. The Falcons have hired a new president of football operations, and it's going to be Matt Ryan, who's coming out of the booth. All right, just hire former players to do your job. We'll go through the league a little bit as well, and when we come back at the 9 o'clock hour, the other playoff matchups around the Bills, I think this is going to be a really competitive weekend. There's a lot of close spreads and games that should be pretty close. It's a football Monday here on WGR. Victory Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. What's next? Get started at northwest.com. Get ready for the ultimate fan getaway. Buffalo Football Legends Cruise, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors, hosted by our own Sal Capaccio. Join Thurman Thomas, Steve Tasker, and Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie as well. They'll set sail from Miami, May 10th through the 17th, 2026, aboard Celebrity Cruise Lines Beyond. Cruise to unforgettable destinations like Porto Plata, Tortola, and more. And you'll get once-in-a-lifetime moments. Buffalo Football Legends, as we mentioned, Thurman Thomas' 60th birthday at sea. Cabins are limited, and flexible payment plans are available. Lock in your spot now at buffalofootballlegends.com. Football Monday here on WGR. When we come back, more of your phone calls. The plan for Jacksonville. Maybe you're going down to the game. The Bills are a slight favorite in the game, and we'll look around at some of the other playoff matchups as well. Plus, your experience from the final day at Highmark Stadium when we come back here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. Dawson Knox with another touchdown. We now have the Bills' stats on the season, like completed. And there weren't many starters that played yesterday. Knox also not even really like officially, a starter. I mean, him and Kincaid, it's kind of both of them. He ends the season with 4 touchdowns on the year and 400 yards. So those marks are like near the top. I mean, 4 touchdowns was tied for second on the Bills. And the only players with more receiving yards were Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid. So maybe that says more about the Bills' passing offense, is that 400 yards was third on the team. But a little bit of an uptick for Knox this year in targets and receptions. I think he will probably be back here next year. I know there's a lot of, if you cut Dawson Knox, you save this crazy amount of money. Don't get me wrong. I do not think Dawson Knox is back on this team next year at like a $15 million cap hit, which is about what he would cost. But him restructuring, taking a bit of a pay cut, staying with the Bills, becoming like a Bills lifer, I think is totally in the cards. I think right now, I'll say it, I'll put it on the record. At this moment, 6:45 on Monday, I think the Jaguars are going to beat the Bills. But I don't think it's impossible. I think what you're going to need is you are going to need the Bills' pass defense, which has been very strong all year, to really come through in this matchup. The Jags' run game on offense might be the weakest part of their team. It's about average. They're pretty darn good at everything. Maybe running the ball with Travis Etienne. That's the one area where you might be willing to let them do that. Because Lawrence has been on fire. Myers has been great. Thomas is back in a role that he's been good at. And we'll get to all of that. Parker Washington's been good. But the Bills' pass defense has been awesome. So if they can show up, and if they can stifle the Jags, and that would be a big mark for Sean McDermott, I think. Playoff game against the hottest team in the league and the hottest passing offense in the league. If you can shut them down and have Josh Allen do Josh Allen things, you win the football game. I think if you just get those two things, you get a great game from Allen and your pass defense shows up, you can win that football game. I guess that why I would say right now that I would pick the Jags is I'm not sure you're going to get Josh Allen doing Josh Allen things. It's been hard for him to do that this year. But it could happen. We'll get more into the matchup. I think there are ways to look at it to say, okay, yeah, the Bills can win it. But, yeah, I think it's tough. I think it's a tough matchup. I think it's a tough game. And when we were going through looking at the teams, I would have rather played New England. But here we are. And maybe they'll play New England, in a couple of weeks. So if they get through the Jags, then we can do it with the next team.
The red helmets stay or we riot. The Bills dismantle the Jets with the B team, 35-8, donning the red helmets and closing out Highmark Stadium in winning fashion, most likely. Josh Allen took one snap and James Cook had 2 carries and officially landed the 2025 rushing title last night as Derrick Henry was not able to catch up to him. Mitch Trubisky took over from there, completing 22 of 29 pass attempts for 259 yards with 4 touchdowns. Ray Davis was the leading rusher with 21 carries for 151 yards. Couple of injuries to note. Matt Prater left the game, did not return after aggravating the right quad injury he's been dealing with for the past few weeks, and Maxwell Hairston left the game and did not return with an ankle injury. The Bills head to Jacksonville for the wild card kickoff set for 1 o'clock next Sunday. The Sabres fell short in Columbus 5-1 over the weekend, and the win streak ends at 10. Josh Stone scored the lone goal, and they look to bounce back tomorrow night hosting the Canucks with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Full play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, the playoff picture is set. The AFC, Denver gets the bye. As mentioned earlier, the Bills are at the Jaguars at 1 o'clock this Sunday. The Chargers at the Patriots for Sunday night, and on Monday night, the Steelers duke it out with the Texans. And in the NFC, the Rams at the Panthers Saturday at 4:30. The Packers at the Bears Saturday night at 8 o'clock, and the 49ers at the Eagles Sunday at 4:30. And in other news, the Falcons have fired head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. They've also hired Matt Ryan to be president of football, and alert, alert, Kevin Stefanski has been fired by the Browns. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills, all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
I mean, come on, where else does that happen in the NFL, right? That type of togetherness, that type of fellowship, community, love, of their team and of each other, and I'll never forget it.
3, 2, 1, the Bills are in the Super Bowl for the first time in their history.
Intercepted, picked off right side. Here goes Big Sam Adams.
This is for the win. The Buffalo Bills have defeated the New England Patriots. They stopped the 15-game losing streak.
Taylor's going to take a shot. He's got his man Harvin caught in the end zone for the Buffalo touchdown. Here's McCoy breaking a tackle. McCoy into the end zone, and Buffalo wins it. Incredible.
This is behind Cooper, who brought it in, pitched it back to Allen, who's going to go to the goal line and get in. No!
Takes the knee, and that will do it. The final 35 seconds will tick away as the Bills will finish 12-5 on the regular season. And the final game in Highmark Stadium is a laugher.
You just learn over the years, and you appreciate things, I think, more and more because life moves fast.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Listening to Iris this morning, the song they played in the tribute video as fans were just about to depart Highmark Stadium for the final time last night, and maybe now you're back to referring to it as the Ralph or Rich Stadium. The new stadium across the street will be Highmark Stadium. I don't know if we're already calling it Highmark Stadium. It's going to be the new stadium and the old stadium also for a long time here. It's Jeremy and Joe this morning. No Jeremy this morning. The Bills win 35-8. The final touchdown for the Bills ever scored in the stadium, Mitch Trubisky to Ty Johnson at the end of the game. That was to make it 35-0 at the time. The Jets lose in hilarious fashion. They were horrible the entirety of the game. There was no way the Bills were ever losing that football game under any circumstances. 803-0550 is the phone number. Your experience from yesterday I thought the Bills did great. I thought the coin and the giveaways and the alumni at halftime was a really cool feature. The pregame stuff, they had season ticket holders, like the longest tenured season ticket holders out on the field before the game, and then the video after. So we'll see. Maybe one more. It would take a miracle, the Bills and Chargers winning their first 2 playoff games each on the road, to get a Bills-Chargers AFC Championship game. That is the only outcome in which we could have another game at the stadium. Otherwise, that's it. I did a little spin, I mentioned earlier, like right before I got in my car in the parking lot. Like I turned around, took it all in, looked at the stadium the last time. Maybe I'll ever see it with the lights on. I don't know if they'll ever turn the lights back on or if they'll keep them on for the next couple of days or what. And then just to look left and see how massive the new stadium is. Like, I can very quickly get to my excitement for the new stadium transitioning from the nostalgia of the old stadium. And, like, there was a lot of that for me yesterday. I'm sure there was a lot of that for you yesterday. Like, I'm thinking about my experiences with my best friend who passed away this year and all the games we went to there and the World Juniors game that we went to. Like, that's how the day starts for me. It's emotional. And then, you know, all the old clips are getting played throughout the day, and we're hearing stories on pregame from fans about going to the games with their dads, and now they're taking their kids to the games, and that's awesome. And you're getting that throughout the entirety of the game. And I am someone that go, after I leave the game, I can look over left and be like, all right, I'm pumped up for the new stadium, which looks unbelievable. Just envisioning what that will feel like the first game that we're all in there, especially regular season, the first regular season game that we're all in there. And we'll see. Maybe it's the Thursday night opener, the season opener against the Mitch Trubisky-led Kansas City Chiefs. Just throwing that out there as a possibility. Bills and Jaguars this Sunday at 1 o'clock. The Bills get the Sunday 1 o'clock game. I was thinking Saturday night. I think I saw a lot of people predicting that. Like, Saturday night feels right. You know, Saturday is when you get the AFC South, but you're not going to put that game in the 4:30 window because the Bills are your biggest brand maybe in the playoffs. I mean, ratings-wise, they're always at the top. It's Josh Allen, who everybody wants to see. You're not going to put him in your worst window. And they didn't, but they decided for 1 o'clock Sunday, which... happy medium, maybe. The Carolina-Rams matchup all day was going to be 4:30 on Saturday. The only way you were getting the AFC South out of that window was for the winner of Carolina and Tampa. Coaches being fired. We're going to take your phone calls in a moment here. 803-0550 is the phone call here on a Football Monday. We have 2 coaches that have been fired. Raheem Morris was fired last night by the Atlanta Falcons. They also fired their GM, Terry Fontenot. Matt Ryan coming in to be the president of football operations, because that's always a great idea. Let's hire the guy that used to play for us that's never done this before. He was in TV. Good luck, Atlanta. I would not feel very confident this morning if I were them. Not just because of that. They don't have their first-round pick this year because they had to have James Pierce, who's a good pass rusher. He had 10 sacks as a rookie. But you gave away 2 firsts to get him, and the Rams have their pick this year. The other coach fired in the last couple of minutes, Kevin Stefanski, is out in Cleveland. And I think looking at the available jobs and the coach candidates right now, that Stefanski is going to get another job, and it's going to be the Giants or the Titans. Just makes too much sense. Really good offensive coach. We saw him when he had Baker, that he can really do some special things on offense, but you got to give him something to work with at quarterback. And Tennessee and the Giants have young quarterbacks that both showed promise this year. Dart did it a little bit more. Ward is more like you had to really stare at it. Like I think he's got special arm talent. But you got to get someone to unlock that. Maybe similarly to what Caleb Williams did in year number 2. So Stefanski in Tennessee, I think, makes sense. I think Stefanski in New York makes sense, and we'll see who else gets fired. Is John Harbaugh going to get fired today? I don't think that's crazy. I think that is very possible that Baltimore does something big on the heels of last night. One other comment on that game before we take your phone calls. I didn't see this. Apparently, Joe told me that Joe Kelly, that Lamar had tweeted about this, that the Steelers really got away with one last night. They had a player leap over the long snapper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a leaping penalty.
They never
call it.
Funny, they never mentioned it on the broadcast.
I know. But I'm looking at a tweet from Jason McCourty, who puts up a screenshot of a Steelers guy jumping over the line.
Clears, and his knees are on the long snapper.
Right. And Lamar quote tweeted
until
it
the long snapper's back.
Right. Lamar quote tweeted it with SMFH, which is like shaking my head, basically.
Yeah.
Like we got screwed. Which, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. I mean,
screwed.
That is a penalty all day. There was a game decided earlier in the year. It was the Denver-Indianapolis game.
Yes.
Which
Colts Broncos, yeah.
Denver won that game? Or did it go the other way?
I want to say Denver
won
left and the Colts won.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think Denver got penalized.
Yeah, the Colts won it. Yeah, that game was something similar. It was leverage, and there was a missed field goal, and you got another opportunity.
Right.
And the Ravens should have had that's a 15-yarder, right? Like they should have had a 29-yard field goal to win the game.
Yeah.
Man.
It's tough.
I mean, I'm not shedding a tear for them.
No.
Again, though, Mike Tomlin, this guy who gets lit up. He's making bad coaching errors. Like guys are making mistakes all over the place. Those are two bad coach teams last night. I know those two guys got great reputations. Those are bad coached football teams all day.
Don't blink. If you're a blinker, cut your eyelids off.
That Tomlin. He had another crazy liner last night, didn't he?
When doesn't he?
This one was like worse than that.
That's like all he does is do crazy one-liners.
I mean, you've got the whole field wide open for Zay Flowers. There's nobody covering it. On another play, you've got a corner one-on-one in Baltimore who falls down. Maybe that's not as much of a coaching error, but you got that guy isolated, and that was. Remember the Coleman plays at the end of the Bills-Ravens game?
Right.
Same thing. You're ISOing bad corners, and they can't cover anybody.
Exactly. And they just
good defense. And Tomlin's making mistakes all over the place.
Ugh.
And the guy misses a field goal, and it should have been penalized. And this guy is at the center of the field, pounding his chest, and then blowing a kiss to the camera. Man, I hope they get pummeled by the Texans in the playoffs, and I think they will. And this would be 10 years without a playoff win.
Does Aaron Rodgers finish that game?
Oh,
in Houston,
Will Anderson.
I mean, he could get beat up a little bit.
He could get destroyed.
I mean, Allen got sacked 8 times.
Right.
Like,
yeah, Rodgers couldn't survive.
If they have the same night the Bills had against them, I think Rodgers might implode.
Yeah.
Steelers. Or he could, even if he doesn't get hurt, just walk off the field.
Yeah.
He's liable to do that.
Anyways, Harbaugh, I think there's a chance. And Tomlin's going to the playoffs, so he probably is back next year. 803-0550, the phone number. Bills and Jags. Start looking at it. If you got a thought or an experience from yesterday's game that you want to share, you can do that as well. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Anthony in Buffalo. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Bills Monday here. I just wanted to kind of comment. Well, as far as yesterday, I was at the game, and the giveaways they were giving out was fantastic. I thought that they did a nice job with that. Too bad they didn't do it all year, but it was a nice little send off. But the reason why I'm calling here is I've been listening in the morning, and everyone's sounds all worried about Jacksonville, which is understandable. But when New England was the hottest team in football, they had a bye week, and the Buffalo Bills went into New England and took care of business. Mm-hmm. We allowed them to score in the beginning, but we clamped down our defense at the second half of that game, and they've been putting 40 points up all season long. Mm-hmm. So I'm a little more confident going with Jacksonville because I believe Sean McDermott has gotten a handle on on our defense. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% if this was how Dan Orlovsky worded this, but since November, the Bills have had the best defense at allowing points through the whole NFL. We've clamped everybody down at the end of the half. So for me, I'm feeling Bills are going to be able to do something because Jacksonville really hasn't been tested. They haven't gone up against the serious players yet. So and you got Josh Allen. So I'm just here to tell everybody, look, I think we're going to be okay. And also with people who say we need to get rid of the coach and the GM if we don't win, who's the better candidate? Everyone says they complain about everybody, but they never say, oh, well, let's look at this guy or let's look at that guy. So just what I wanted to say, guys, have a great day. Go Bills, and we'll be talking and happy next Monday as well.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thanks, Anthony, for the call. The couple things I would want to say to a few of those comments. One, they did go to New England and took care of business. And that was impressive. On the road, the comeback, the Patriots are a good team. The Patriots are a one-man team. Simply put. And listen, you want to say the Jags haven't beaten anybody. The Patriots' strength of victory is far below what Jacksonville's is. The Patriots beat the Bills this year. It's the next best team they beat. If you really want to play the who did you beat game, what's your resume look like? They beat Baltimore, right? And Lamar played that game, but he was injured. So, okay, but I don't want to take that away fully. You beat them on the road, and you beat the Bills. Those are in fact, actually, let's do it this way. The only team that New England beat this year that is headed to the playoffs are the Buffalo Bills, who they also lost to. And why I say it's a one-man team, Drake May, and this is why I think Drake May should be the MVP, honestly. Drake May's incredible. He is. Look at the rest of the team. Look at it by DVOA at Aaron Schatz's site. Drake May's awesome. The pass offense is awesome. Bottom 10 rush offense in the NFL by DVOA. Bottom 10 rush defense. Bottom 10 pass defense. It's a one-man football team. And that one man is awesome. But the Jags are not that. The Jags are top 10 in almost everything except running the ball, where they're middle of the pack. And I'm not telling you the Bills can't beat the Jaguars. I do see a formula where they could beat the Jags. They got to stifle that pass offense, and I think they might have the secondary to do it. I think Jordan Poyer playing, honestly, could be a big deal, and Hairston playing. We'll see what they have available in the secondary. But if you can stifle their pass offense and you get a signature performance from Josh Allen, you win that game. But my concern, and why I wouldn't compare the two, is one thing the Bills did against New England, even in their comeback, was they ran through them. They couldn't stop James Cook. And that's because New England, I think they're 27th in the league in run defense by DVOA. The Jags are third. And the Jags have not allowed a 75-yard rusher. They shut down Jonathan Taylor twice this year. They held Christian McCaffrey to one of the worst games of his career. They're a great run defense. And I think that the biggest kryptonite to the Bills right now is when they play a team who has a physical defense that could smash their run game. Because as we've seen this year, when that happens, now I've got to put all the emphasis on Allen and the receivers to win the game. And you trust Allen, but how does that go? How did the Houston game go? How did the Atlanta game go? Although I think Cook was actually pretty good in the Atlanta game. How did the Philly game go? You can't run the ball. No one gets open. Allen's got to run around and buy time, and he gets hit and he gets smashed. And I don't like that formula. I think that when they play teams that can match their rushing offense, that's what gives them the biggest problems. And I think there's no team in the league right now I would look at as more threatening for that than Jacksonville. Again, it doesn't mean the Bills can't win the game. It's pretty darn close. It's a 1-point spread, and the Bills have the experience on their side when it comes to the coach, when it comes to the quarterback. I mean, they just have the quarterback advantage overall. They have the league's leading rusher, and they have one of the best pass defenses in the league. They could definitely win this football game. But I thought that there was a massive difference between New England and Jacksonville. Would have so much rather played the Patriots. Let's go to Shane in Rochester. Hey, Shane.
Hey, I appreciate your show, by the way. I had a question about the stadium. Last couple of weeks, you guys have gotten quite a lot of snow up there. Has anyone been inside the new stadium to see what the seats, or whether or not they got snow on them as much as the old one?
I don't know about the seats. I did see or hear, though, that the field during the Cincinnati game, which at the old stadium had like a little bit of snow covering it, that the grass field at the new stadium, like there'd be no snow because they can melt it. And maybe they even did that. So I know that the seats, I'll just say this, Shane, like I don't know for a fact, but having toured the stadium, doing the construction, whatever, like when you're standing in some of those seats and you look up, like there is the canopy directly over your head. Like there's no way that at least 60 to 70% of those seats aren't completely dry.
No more shoveling then, huh?
Not other than maybe like the lower 100 level, I would think.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the call. It's a good question because, I mean, if you're wondering about like what these weather games will be like when you're there next year, unless you are right down by the field, like that Philadelphia game, I was talking about this with friends, like that Philadelphia game where it's pouring rain, like where my seats are next year, I'll be dry. I'll have nothing. If you're on the field, Sal will get wet on the sidelines. And if you're in the first however many rows, you will. But the rest of the stadium, I think you're going to be pretty dry. Unless there's like a crazy wind that's blowing it in from the side. But even that, with the wind confusion stuff, no, I think they did a good job of preventing a lot of weather into your seats. Snow, same thing. I don't think shoveling will be much of a thing. I don't think totally gone because, again, you got a certain amount closer to the field that will need it, but not like what it's been. Let's go to Jay in Amherst. What's up, Jay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been to a bunch of Bills games over the years. From 1981 when the Bills crushed the Cleveland Browns and Ryan Seith, they knocked them out. Yesterday was my daughter's first Bills game ever, and she enjoyed it. And we had a good time. Just a lot of memories. Went to the Bills' first playoff game when it was at Rich Stadium when they beat the Houston Oilers.
Nice.
Just a lot of great memories. So
87
looking forward
for that first playoff game. 87, I think, for that first playoff game.
I think it was 88. The first playoff game at Rich Stadium. I went to that. I was living in the Philadelphia area. Came up to visit family. And went to that game and then drove back to Philly, that night or whatever. But
Jay,
just a lot of great memories.
Yeah, Jay, how different did the stadium look? Like the towers aren't there, right? And the scoreboards are obviously very different.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, those are the major, and you didn't have the Bills store, the stadium looks nicer now. So just some, cosmetic changes that did make a difference.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about Jacksonville, what you mentioned about the run defense, how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever the Bills have employed that, what did they call it, 12 or 13 personnel,
mm-hmm.
and they're committed to running the game, I think they ought to use Alec Anderson as one of these tight ends because he's a great blocker. He's got a nasty disposition, and he makes a tremendous difference. He started yesterday at left guard. He's a very good player. So all I'm trying to say is if you're going to run the ball, you got to have the big boys in there and be committed to it. Whenever the Bills have really put a thumping on these other teams, they've had that type of personnel, and they ran and they ran and they ran and they beat the hell out of the other team. They can do that, I believe, if they're committed to it. Like you said, if they're forced to pass, this wide receiving core sucks. They cannot get open outside of Dalton Kincaid and maybe some other wide receiver, Shakir. But so that's my thought about, how they can have success on offense. And they've done it throughout the year when they were determined to do that. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Thanks, Jay, for the call. I wonder what they'll do. When they played Philly, who is physical and a very good defense up front, and a team that you might think you're going to have trouble running the ball. And they did cook 20 for 74 in that game, so under 4 yards an attempt. But the Bills ran a lot of 11 personnel, so 3 receiver sets. They went lighter. And maybe they thought, we can't bully this team like we can some other teams, so let's spread it out a little bit, and we'll run out of that. And that didn't really work. Will they do that again against Jacksonville and say, we don't think we can really bully this team the way we can, when they play the Jets or the Steelers or the Bengals. So let's spread it out and run it? Or do what you're saying. I don't think they'll use Alec Anderson. They've been using him just as a lineman this year, and Jackson Hawes has been their guy for that. Unless you're trying to tell me that you go Jackson Hawes and Alec Anderson and go full physicality in this game. I don't know. I think it's possible they will do that. I think it's possible they will go lots of tight ends. Let's establish Cook and really just, even if it's going to be hard, we think we can win that battle. And be the first team all year that's been able to do that to the Jaguars. I mean, the Colts this year, the other thing I didn't get to from the caller that was comparing New England and Jacksonville, he said that, the Jags don't really have like a statement win this year. And I would tell you, maybe they don't have a win over the Bills like the Patriots do. But they went to Denver and easily beat the Broncos. And that defense that is supposed to be awesome in a tough environment, they put up 34 and they could have had more. I think they had a couple drives that ended on the plus side of the field. They played the Chargers this year. And you want to debate the Chargers are a signature win. Like, whatever, it's a playoff team. And they rolled them 35-6. They beat Houston earlier in the year. They beat San Francisco earlier in the year, although San Francisco had injuries. They beat Kansas City when Kansas City had Mahomes. So, I don't know. Those are pretty good. Those are all better than New England wins. New England's out here beating the Jets and the Titans and the Dolphins. And I know the Jags have beaten the Titans too, twice. But if we wanted to play that game, the Jags have 5 pretty impressive wins. And not everybody has that. I mean, their strength of victory in the conference, I think it's 3rd among the playoff teams. I think the Bills is lower by a little bit. The Texans is higher. I know that. But they are not, to me, the team to look at for, they've had an easy schedule. They went to Denver and destroyed the Broncos, who are the 1 seed. They've beaten the Texans. They've beaten the Niners. They destroyed the Chargers. Like, they've got a good resume. Timeout here. We'll come back. Look through some of the other playoff matchups. Jack will get to your call, more calls as well, here on a Victory Monday on WGR. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Dawson Knox with another touchdown. We now have the Bills' stats on the season, completed. And there weren't many starters that played yesterday. Knox also not even really, officially, a starter. I mean, him and Kincaid, it's kind of both of them. He ends the season with 4 touchdowns on the year and 400 yards. So those marks are near the top. I mean, 4 touchdowns was tied for second on the Bills. And the only players with more receiving yards were Khalil Shakir and Dalton Kincaid. So maybe that says more about the Bills' passing offense, is that 400 yards was third on the team. But Little bit of an uptick for Knox this year in targets and receptions. I think he will probably be back here next year. I know there's a lot of, well, if you cut Dawson Knox, you save this crazy amount of money. Don't get me wrong. I do not think Dawson Knox is back on this team next year at like a $15 million cap hit, which is about what he would cost. But him restructuring, taking a bit of a pay cut, staying with the Bills, becoming like a Bills lifer, I think is totally in the cards.
I was never told that we're going to stop the game, and in a critical moment like that, and the refs just said that they made a decision that they were going to stop the game, and they said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that. We didn't sub. We're trying to be on the ball and go and play with tempo, and the umpire just held the ball so that we couldn't do anything. And I'm yelling at Joe, get on the ball. We didn't sub. We're going, and then we couldn't play. And so, again, trying to get an answer was not easy. They just said that they made a decision as a crew to stop the game when that happened. I guess it didn't matter when it happened. It just, they were going to stop the game and let it happen.
And you weren't informed of that?
No, I was never informed of that. They didn't say one word. We meet with them in the 90-minute meeting before the game. They never said one word about that.
That is Zach Taylor, the Bengals head coach. I don't know, kind of a little bit of loser energy there from Taylor, who's mad that they stopped the game after Myles Garrett broke the sack record. What I would want to say to Zach Taylor is, if you didn't want them to stop the game for Garrett breaking the sack record, maybe you shouldn't have had your quarterback lay down for him, which is what Joe Burrow did, right?
Joe Burrow did, but
right.
Also when Strahan broke the record, Brett Favre definitely did.
That's
too,
right. That's right. He did. That doesn't make it okay, though. And I think Favre's was worse. Favre's was definitely worse. But
yeah.
The second I saw it, Burrow kind of runs towards him, and he goes down so easily. Like, he lays down. I don't think Garrett touches him before Burrow's on the ground.
Wasn't he getting him anyway? Like, Garrett was going to chase him down. Murder him anyways.
Probably.
He just avoided kind of getting obliterated.
Right. Do you think Burrow does that?
He might have thrown it away.
Right. Like, do you think Burrow does that whether it's Garrett or not? Like, just go down? Because I'm like, it's the last game. I've been hurt a billion times.
That's the thing.
I'm going to die.
Now, I need
to go down.
That's a good question. Is he doing it knowing it's even Garrett?
Right.
What if it's Zadarius Smith? Is he going down?
It was to his back, too. It's not like situationally, obviously, he probably knows where Myles Garrett is on the field.
No, the bigger crime, like if I am, and I don't need to take this away from Myles Garrett. He's an all-time amazing player, and him having that record is totally deserved. If I were Michael Strahan or TJ Watt, and I really want to be bitter about this, I don't know if I would look at Burrow laying down as my evidence for why his record shouldn't be a half sack better than mine. I would look at the sack against Allen.
Right.
The sack against Josh Allen, where Allen goes down, another teammate gets there first and touches him. Garrett, after the whistle, I don't even know if he touched him.
I don't think he even did.
I don't think he did. The broadcast was
gifted him
very
half
much,
a sack.
Yeah, the broadcast pointed out, that's going to the other player. It's not Garrett.
Right.
And then all of a sudden
which would have been obvious from everybody that would have been keeping stats from that game.
Right. The explanation was that Garrett's presence forced Allen back towards
which is
what?
hooey.
So now we get soul sacks pretty much, right?
I guess
hogwash. Like they gave him that sack because he was chasing the record.
I guess it's kind of like when a guy
Half a
forces a quarterback out of bounds, to be fair. Right? You get a sack for forcing a guy out of bounds.
But that's not what this was. Like, is that logic applied when a guy
to stop a safety?
Yeah, I don't know.
I can almost get there.
I don't need to take the sack record away from Myles Garrett.
No. I'm okay with it, is where I'm at, I think.
Especially in the amount of snaps that he's done it in.
That's the other thing.
You know, like TJ Watt had we were talking about this a couple weeks ago.
Are we doing that? We're looking at snaps on how many snaps these guys are playing?
He did it in way less attempts.
Like nearly I don't know how many.
You know what? I don't remember the exact number, but it was a lot less attempts.
My instinct was to say we were going too far with this if we're looking at snap counts. But honestly,
I mean,
I like that more than the people talking about games.
100%.
Right? Like, Michael Strahan did this in 16 games, but did he do it in less snaps? Because that's what you really should be looking at.
Right. It was the same. The opportunities are the same. It's just spread across more weeks.
That
is good for you.
You know what? That is kind of like the counter I hear a lot when people bring up that OJ did the 2,000-yard mark in 14 games.
But he ran it constantly.
Yeah. Like, okay, it was 14 games, but he had 332 attempts.
Right. It was grotesque.
Versus when Adrian Peterson went for 2,000, and I believe really quick Peterson did it in 340. Like it was the same number.
Right. Garrett had 437 snaps compared to TJ Watt's 616. Excuse me. So that's a very large
massive
difference.
Number of.
And he got
snaps.
23. Watt has 22.5.
I would have guessed it was like 50 different. That's way less.
No, we got a couple
that's
hundred.
way more impressive to me.
So the NFL playoff picture is now set. We know the schedule. We know when the games are. And a quick look at what is happening around Bills and Jaguars, what is set in stone. I mean, everything's set in stone. Saturday, we get that LA-Carolina matchup. That should be a blowout. Although, as Sal mentioned earlier, and I've forgotten about this, the Panthers did beat the Rams in Carolina earlier this year. But I don't know. Game, season on the line, how impressive the Rams have looked. I would expect them to win that game easily. They're a 10-point favorite. Green Bay, Chicago is great, right? Well, let me stop short of saying it's great yet. I want to see who's playing for Green Bay. Is Jordan Love back? Who else might be back for them? After the Bills game on Sunday, hopefully the Bills have won and you're in a good mood, because otherwise you might not want to watch football the rest of the day, and you got two more games. Niners and Eagles, 4:30 Sunday. I thought for sure that was going to be Sunday night. Eagles, Niners, big brands, teams that have gone to the Super Bowl, but that's 4:30. Chargers and Patriots is the night game. Now that one, again, more interesting by a lot if the Bills win. If the Bills win, and maybe you're holding out that small amount of hope that the Bills could host in the AFC Championship game, you're rooting for the Chargers to beat the Patriots. I don't think it's crazy at all that the Chargers could go there and win that game. The Chargers have a flaw right now, a fatal flaw, which is they're missing their best two linemen. They don't have Alt. They don't have Slater. They're not getting them back, and they have had a ton of trouble overcoming that. The thing that might be good for them, though, is they're playing a team in New England that might not be able to expose that flaw. Not a very good defensive line overall. So I could see the Chargers winning that game. And then the Monday night game is Houston at Pittsburgh, which I would expect the Steelers to win or the Texans to win in a very low-scoring affair. But the one thing that Mike Tomlin has done in this 10-year playoff win drought is he gives up like 40 points a game. That's not an exaggeration. It might actually be more than 40 points a game. His defenses constantly get scorched in the playoffs. And it's not always against like Mahomes. Like the Browns did that to them. Blake Bortles and the Jaguars put up 45 on them. So even though the Texans' offense is bad, I would not be surprised if they put up points on Pittsburgh a little bit later that's Monday night. That's the Monday night game. 803-0550, the phone number. Let's take a call before Extendo. Go to Jack. What's up, Jack?
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Happy Monday. Listen, went to the game yesterday. Came up from New Jersey. On my way back home now. It was great. Great to be there. It was fantastic. And just thinking about the Jags game, I agree with you 100% about us playing against these big physical defenses. It's a problem. But I think we bail on a run sometimes a little too much. I think we got to stay with it and play the 3 tight end sets. Our wide receivers are really not a threat until we can open it up with Dalton. And that's the key. He's got to be healthy. Is Prater okay? Okay?
Right quad injury. I don't know. We'll see later in the week, but I'm not totally optimistic right now.
No, neither am I, and that's what scared me. I mean, the little things like that in these games are really obviously going to make a difference. But
yeah,
looking forward to it, and like you said, hoping the root for the Chargers, but Bills lose, it's not going to matter.
Yeah,
It's not gonna matter.
thanks, Jack, for the call. That might be the question of the week for me. Like, I know the quarterbacks are going to get a lot of the storyline, and will Trevor Lawrence be able to be as good as he's been the last month in a playoff game against the Bills, against an experienced coach, and not implode? Like, of course, that's going to be top of list. But for me, like, my biggest question right now is, can the Bills run the ball on the Jags like no one has been able to this year? And honestly, like, that your question about like how committed they'll be to it, even if it's not going well early, I'm not sure. But I tell you right now, I think there's a very good chance that Cook has more yards against the Jags defense this year than anybody. But that doesn't mean it's going to be efficient. You know, like if he goes 20 carries for 81 yards, he'll have the most rushing yards that anyone's had on the Jags all year. But that doesn't mean that that's what you're looking for. That doesn't mean that that's enough to have the run game carry you to victory. Like, if you go 20 for 81, you're going to need a big game from Allen. You're going to need a big game from someone, whether it's Brandon Cooks or Dalton Kincaid or Ty Johnson out of the backfield. Like, someone else has to step up if that's the level of game that I'm about to get from James Cook. If I can get 150 from James Cook, then maybe I don't need it. But I can't see the Bills, as good as they've been running the ball all year. It would be incredibly impressive if they were able to have that game against that defense. 803-0550, the phone number. If you want to squeak a call in on Extendo Sports, we'll come back, wrap things up, and get you off to Sal and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR.
breaking sports news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550, 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
This guy's going to the playoffs again. Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, if you didn't know. If you couldn't guess.
Are they going to make a T-shirt of that one, too? It's kind of a normal saying. You just switched up the words a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
It's not, you know what? It's not as good as if you blink, we'll cut your eyelids off. I still think that's the best Tomlinism.
I mean,
the Steelers.
the way it worked out, if you knew it, now you're like, man, why couldn't the Bills get to the 5, right? Because it's Pittsburgh. I totally get that. I mean, but I did not want.
They almost did. The Colts. I mean,
that's right.
It was a Fairburn field goal away. If he misses that, it was like 46 for the Texans to win. If he misses that 46-yard field goal, it's Bills Steelers.
That's right.
Oh wait, no, it wouldn't be because it would
be Bills Steelers. That's right.
Yeah.
So here's the rub. I think we're all kind of rooting for. Are we rooting for the Chargers to beat the Patriots?
Yes.
Because there'd be a chance of 7-6 eventually, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, if that is the case, if the Chargers do beat the Patriots and the Bills win, the Bills would go to the winner of Texans Steelers.
And that
would probably be Texans.
Okay, so
you're looking at back-to-back at Jags at Texans if that actually happens. You'd have to have the Chargers beat the Patriots first, though, because then the Chargers would go to Denver.
If that plays out, let's say things go well on Sunday. Bills beat the Jags, Chargers beat the Patriots. Texans Steelers is Monday night. So we'll know ahead of time. And man, will Bills fans be the biggest Steelers fans ever on Monday night. If that's the case.
100%.
Do you think they can win that game? They're the
yeah. I mean,
they're the team that could lose to Cleveland and then they'll beat Baltimore.
Yeah, they are it's the Tomlin pixie dust, whatever you want to call it, right? That somehow they find ways to win these games.
But it doesn't happen in the playoffs.
Right.
They haven't won in 10 years now in the playoffs.
And the Texans have some playoff experience, but at the end of the day, like, could you see an egg laid by the Texans offense at some point? Sure.
Yes.
You could see that.
Definitely.
Yeah. Their defense is really good. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But can't you see a 16-10 game?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Couple turnovers.
Now we're cooking. Now we're dreaming. Bills win and they get Steelers in round 2. And maybe a home game is still on the line. And I love it. Chargers could beat the Broncos. All right, that's the perfect bracket.
And they almost beat them with backups.
Yeah. They were hanging around. Around. All right, so we got to figure out a kicker maybe for this week, Sal.
I think. I mean, we'll see.
A lot of kicker ideas.
Maybe he'll be okay.
Yeah.
We don't know. Sean McDermott today talks at 4 p.m. So we'll get more of an update on both Matt Prater and Max Hairston.
Okay. There's only been 2 coaches fired so far. Raheem Morris, Atlanta, Kevin Stefanski, Cleveland. I wonder how many we get today. Because there aren't many more, this guy's getting fired, we're just waiting for the announcement. Right? Like, it's big questions. Is McDaniel getting fired? Is Aaron Glenn getting fired? Is John Harbaugh getting fired? What about Jonathan Gannon in Arizona? Like, all the guys that I think you would talk about, we don't really know.
Right.
More, like, there's no...
Todd Bowles?
Todd Bowles is a good one.
I mean, that's a...
Todd Bowles.
Very much on the table one, I think.
Is Pete Carroll one and done?
Oh, yeah, totally. I think that is on the table. I mean, that's been a lot of talk because they have the number 1 pick. Especially if they take Mendoza, they might want an offensive guy to pair with him.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of... We'll see.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to be decided with all of this.
Yeah. Matt Ryan, by the way, president of football operations for
Atlanta.
Out of the booth.
When the Bills were in Atlanta for Monday night this year... Saw Matt on the sidelines. He's done some broadcasting.
CBS,
so we've crossed paths a little bit, talked to him a little bit. He's beloved there. He is really beloved there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you can see why, obviously. But like it was in that Monday night game, like they did something to honor him or whatever. And it's one of these deals where, okay, beloved player in the organization. This is good PR.
Yeah.
And he's a smart guy, but I don't think he has any experience in this realm, right?
No, I mean, he went right from playing to doing some broadcasting to now he's running the organization.
Yeah, and as you see, Phillip Rivers is getting head coach inquiries.
Is he? I did not see that.
Yeah.
That was yesterday.
Wow.
And that's now look, I mean, he is a high school coach. He has experience coaching. It's not obviously in the NFL.
Uh-huh.
But
it'd be a big jump.
Yeah.
He was an OC. He was an OC in his high school, wasn't he? Or was he the head coach?
Oh, I don't know. I thought he was head coach. Maybe I'm wrong, but he was running an offense. You're right about that for sure.
Yeah, there it is, Rappaport. He will get at least one opportunity to interview, possibly more. All right? All right, Extra Point Show is on the way next. 803-0550, the phone number. He, as Sal just mentioned, Sean McDermott today at 4 o'clock. We'll find out more on injuries there. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Jeremy should be in tomorrow as well. So we'll talk to you then, and we'll have Howard. We'll have, I think, Lindy Ruff tomorrow as well. The Sabres, we did not mention the Sabres today. They did have their 10-game winning streak come to an end.
I find it hard to be
Homestand
mad about
coming,
a loss to Columbus, even though Columbus is a team you should beat when you've won 10 in a row.
Yeah.
I just find it hard to be upset about it, but it's still a game you think you should get into the win column. You know what I mean?
Now's the test, though. You got a lot of home games coming up. You got some bad teams. The last time they went on a 10-game win streak in 2018, they went on a 5-game losing streak right after. You can't have that happen.
No.
You cannot have that happen. All right, stay tuned for Sal after this on WGR.
You know why it's closing down? I mean, it's a Yankees song, but that's okay. We can live with it today. We can deal with it either way because it doesn't matter what we're playing today. We're celebrating a Buffalo Football Victory Monday here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Welcome in. Sal Capaccio with you today. And, of course, our Buffalo Football Victory Monday is presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Also by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. All right, open phone lines for the next 2 hours. 803-0550, and right now, 0 people on hold. If you call, you're getting on this segment. 803-0550 here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Welcome in today to a Buffalo Football Victory Monday. Sal Capaccio with you here. We are live on WGR's YouTube page and Twitter stream. I'm sorry, the Twitch stream, excuse me. And want to say hi to everybody who's coming into the chat today. Got the Victory Monday shirt on. Got the Victory Monday vibes going on. Of course, we got Dilemma. We got Bill inside. We got Hot Dirt. Of course, AC Man, Mr. Grumpy. Don't be grumpy today. Steve Moore is in there. Johnny Thunder is in there. J Bud is in there. Shepard, Kelvin Shepard. Shepard Kelvin, I guess. Who else? Nick and Depew. Thank you very much. So thank you. Buffalo Motivated, like that screen name. That's cool. Walter. I wonder if that's Walter in Toronto. He's called up a lot. We got Coach Chris inside as well. I always like to recognize the chat box early on to let you know that I am here. We are watching. I see you. You guys keep the chat rolling. I'll keep the phone calls rolling. We'll talk about what happened yesterday inside Highmark Stadium. So much to get to. So much to get to today. Because there were just a lot of tentacles to this game, right? I mean, the Bills win the game over the New York Jets by a score of 35-8. A weird way to get to it. I looked right away. Scorigami. It was not Scorigami. There were like 4 other games that ended 35-8. But did you see? Oh, and do you ever go and check the Scorigami? Have you ever done? I know, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I like to check it because I think it's always interesting, and it happens so much more than I expected to.
Well, did you see yesterday that if the Bills had scored another touchdown, it would have been Scorigami?
It would have, right?
42-8 is Scorigami.
Right.
35-8 is not Scorigami.
Exactly.
There was like 4 other games. So if you don't know what Scorigami is, it's a unique score. It's like a score that's never happened in NFL history. While the score yesterday, 35-8, did happen in NFL history. Most recently. By the way, the most recent game before it was the Bills against the Dolphins several years ago, apparently.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that game.
That was what I read. So yesterday's game, though, 35-8. And, of course, we need to talk about yesterday's game because I think that there's a lot of kudos that have to be given out to the backup players and the players who played on the field and how all of that worked. But we also need to give space today to Highmark Stadium and the send-off yesterday, and how it went down throughout the day yesterday. And I'd like to do that in whatever capacity you want. And, of course, we're going to look forward to the Jacksonville Jaguars game. We know now the Bills are playing the Jaguars Sunday at 1 p.m. How do you feel about that? You can make today's show about yesterday and your feelings about the stadium. You can make today's show about what you saw on the field and the play of the team yesterday. You can make today's show about a look ahead to the Jacksonville Jaguars or whatever else you want here on a Buffalo Football Monday. It's your show. It's a Monday reaction extra point show here on WGR Sports Radio 550. I always say the Monday show is about you. It's not about me. We take calls. I give you the forum. I give you the platform. I give you the floor to say what you want to say. So let's do that today. I'll start with personally saying how much yesterday meant to me, and I know many of you, being inside that stadium for one final run, one final time. We think there is a chance the Bills could play an AFC Championship game at home against the LA Chargers in a couple of weeks, but a lot would really have to fall right, obviously, for the Bills to win and the Chargers to win a couple of games. It was a really good send-off. As far as endings are concerned, last time in a building is concerned, final games, it was a really good send-off. Great job by everybody involved. And I mean from the stadium operations to security to Bills staff. It didn't matter. It's Bills staff, Highmark staff, everybody. And, of course, you, the fans. it seemed like, I mean, maybe there was an incident or two, and I don't know, of course. There's 65,000 people there, but well-behaved crowd, enjoying it, enjoying the moment. People didn't want to leave. They stayed after the game, watching a video set to the Goo Goo Dolls Iris, showing highlights of the stadium and players who've played at the stadium for many years. And you know what was really cool about yesterday? I referenced many times on the radio the last few weeks 51-3, right? 1990 AFC Championship game, 51-3. And what I always say about 51-3, you know this, I've said it many times. It was 41-3 at halftime. It was a party in the second half. We all knew the Bills were going to the Super Bowl. People just enjoyed it. They just enjoyed it. And really, kind of the closest thing we've had since then was the perfect game against the Patriots, where it was just a party in the second half. Everybody knew the Bills were beating and burying the Patriots, putting that nail in the coffin. It's their division now. Here we go. And people just reveled in it. And I think yesterday was very similar. There was no stress yesterday going into the game. Even if the Bills had lost, it would have been a nice day at the stadium to say, you know what, so what? They lost. They're still going to the playoffs. But that wasn't the case. They came out and just put it to the New York Jets very quickly. I mean, it's 21-0 with 5 minutes left before halftime, and you're like, okay. It's 14-0 early in the second quarter. The Jets can't do anything. Jets had 9 yards of offense in the first quarter, I believe. And we just were able to enjoy the moment for what it should be. Enjoy it for Highmark Stadium. Yes, would the ideal situation would have been the Bills were playing for the 1 seed. They were playing for division title. Of course. But that wasn't how it played out. The set of circumstances that were presented were you're playing at home one last game, and it doesn't mean anything in the standings. Yes, for seeding. And a lot of these guys are going to play who don't normally play. Go have fun with it. And we did. And everybody did. And it was great. And the Bills deserve a lot of credit for how they treated it off the field and how they played on the field. I mean, Mitch Trubisky was terrific. 22 of 29 for 259 and 4 touchdowns. I mean, that's a Josh Allen plus stat line, basically. That's Josh when he's on a heater. Ray Davis, 151 yards rushing. The defense, with 9 defensive starters not playing, just completely shut down. Yes, an anemic Jets offense. I get it. But you're playing backups everywhere. The offensive line was all backups, basically, except for Osiris Torrance, who played the whole game. And they didn't get a sniff of Mitch Trubisky. I have never seen a stat line, this year at least, I guess. Maybe I don't really remember anyone ever, where the defensive team had 0 sacks and 0 quarterback hurries. That happened yesterday. So I give everybody full marks, lots of credit. Check out Arrow Up, Arrow Down at WGR550.com. The only arrows down I gave for the game, number 1, 2 4th and shorts that they didn't convert. Got to convert those. I know Josh Allen's not in the game. I know it's a different offensive line. You still got to run for 1 yard in those situations. They didn't. Okay. They also converted a couple other 4th downs. The reason they had to go for the 4th downs, basically, no kicker, Matt Prater. That's my other arrow down. Injuries. Matt Prater and Max Hairston. And I know a lot of people are upset. Why is Max Hairston playing? They had 2 boundary corners because you weren't going to play Christian Benford. And I know you could put somebody else out there, but really, you have no other options. The guys you want to put out there are already playing other positions because they're filling in for the guys you also are resting. I think it's a tough situation. And obviously, it could really hurt the Bills next week not having Max Hairston. It could really hurt not having Matt Prater. We'll see where that goes. Sean McDermott speaks today at 4 p.m. We'll find out more. And then, of course, you have the Jacksonville Jaguars next week. Your thoughts on that? We're doing it all today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on a Buffalo Football Monday on WGR. Let's go to, and let's start with, let's see where we're going for. Steven down in Florida. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Sal. Victory Monday for sure. Yeah, I got so much more to say, but I'll try to keep this brief. So, first of all, I'm not sure, but I think if you look this up, for the Bills' top 10 games as far as the margin by which they won, I think this one would end up being in the top 10. I was really hoping that they were going to blank the Jets, but I knew it was going to be a blowout. But I wanted to say that I think it's no coincidence, and it's so ironic. The Bills' very first regular season game in Rich Stadium, they beat the Jets 9-7. Mm-hmm. Their last regular season game, they also beat the Jets, but by a huge margin. So that's great. Also, I wanted to say last night I was following closely the game between the Steelers and the Ravens. The main thing I was concerned about was Henry. And as far as I know, he didn't catch James Cook. Taylor didn't catch Cook yesterday. So kudos to Cook for taking the rushing title. He deserves it. The $48 million was well spent on him. And I also wanted to say I do share your concern about Matt Prater. I hope he's okay, as well as Max Hairston. We don't need any major injuries going into this playoff game. And also want to say, man, I loved seeing Josh Allen on the sideline with the big smile on his face. That was just great, with the headset on. And one last thing I want to say, I want to give major kudos and recognition to you, to Chris Brown, and to Eric Wood. You guys have done a stupendous job all season long with calling these games. Of course, even Murph, nobody can take the place of the voice of the Buffalo Bills, Van Miller. So, but this was a great send-off with the last game. And I also wanted to say...
Okay. I got to go, Steven. You keep saying one more. Make it real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say my mom and my brothers both had passed away. They were huge Bills fans. They would have loved to have seen this game yesterday.
Well, I'm glad I gave you this space to say that. I'm glad you did, but I do have a lot more calls, so I appreciate that. Thank you, and I'm sure there were many people like you that had a lot of people in their thoughts yesterday for sure. Thank you for the kind words as well. Let's go to Clarence. Josh is up next. Hi, Josh.
Hey, Sal. Good morning.
Yep.
I'm calling regarding Josh Palmer. I'm just kind of wondering, I was a little surprised to see him active yesterday. I thought with his injuries throughout the year, maybe they let him rest as well. That makes me wonder if maybe he's losing favor with this offense and with the coaches, and maybe they're thinking Brandon Cooks, Gabe Davis, and Khalil Shakir might be their go-to three guys for the postseason. Just want to get your thoughts on that.
I think it was probably more for the fact that Brandon Cooks is a little bit older, and they probably wanted to back off on him a little bit. It's a colder day. You probably want to make sure that he's good to go. I get it, though, with Josh Palmer. He has not been as productive as this year as you'd like to see. Now, that being said, Gabe Davis isn't actually that old. He's only 26. Gabe Davis played 70 of 75 snaps yesterday. Holy cow. Very surprising to me. Keon Coleman, 61 of 75. Josh Palmer, though, did play 63. So Gabe Davis, Josh Palmer, Keon Coleman. I do think Khalil Shakir is their guy that they want to make sure, he's obviously fully healthy. That's why he didn't even return punts. He didn't play at all. And then you have, obviously, Dalton Kincaid. And I was surprised by him getting the number of snaps he did, but how efficient was he in 10 snaps? Even 10 I was surprised at. 3 catches, 41 yards. Nice day for him. Let's go to Jim in Cleveland. Hi, Jim. You're on WGR.
Hey, good morning. Two things. I just drove by the stadium, and I just had this flash moment that part of the grief and the sorrow and the sadness is the Bills are growing up. Like, we're going from that little thing on the left, that thing that's built in the ground with 6 light poles, to the big boy stadium. And it just struck me as, like, that's part of the sorrow, right? The Bills are growing up. We're moving across the street to the house that Josh built. But more importantly, we like to give games names, 13 seconds, the snow game, right? Just all that kind of stuff. This was Mitch's perfect game. Like, we're going to penalize him? It's
the Mitch Trubisky game. It's the Mitch Trubisky game, right? Unfortunately, though, Jim, you're right. But because of Highmark, it's going to be the Highmark Stadium game. It's going to be the finale game. That's what it is. You know what I mean?
I know. We didn't punt. We didn't kick a field goal. And you can't hold him accountable for, 4th and 2 on the goal line.
Right. No, I get it. He really was good. Actually, I give a lot of credit to Joe Brady for the game plan he built for Mitch Trubisky yesterday. I mean, I thought it was really masterful, and a great job by the O-line to protect him. There's no doubt about that. Good points on that. I mean, Ray Davis was great yesterday. Ray Davis had 151 yards rushing yesterday. His previous high was 97 in a game. I mean, to be able to spell James Cook and have that ability to run for 150 yards and have that game is really nice, especially when Ty Johnson was a bit banged up. He did go back in the game. That was an injury to watch as well. But he did go back in the game, which was good news. You didn't want to put James Cook back in. Oh, yeah. Steven, on Steven's point when he called from Florida. Yes, James Cook did win the rushing title last night. 1,621 yards rushing. It looked like Derrick Henry was going to catch him, but he had a poor second half statistically, and he never got there. So he finishes number 1, 1621. And how about Ray Davis? Ray Davis finishes the season as the number one kick returner in the league in yards per return. He's the only kick returner in the entire NFL with over 30 yards of return, and he actually had quite a few returns. It's not like he did it on a small sample size. So really great job there as well. And that's a Chris Tabor stat, too, the special teams coordinator, for finding that role and finding the way to unlock Ray Davis, if you will, in that regard. Let's go down to Florida again. Dave is up next. Hi, Dave.
How you doing, Sal?
Good,
hey,
thanks.
Listen, a couple things. Just want to thank you and this crew there for what you guys did with the lead up to the last game. I mean, you guys did an awesome job of bringing the emotion in, and I thoroughly enjoyed hearing all the stories from all the people of their favorite moments and stuff like that. My wife got pissed at me this week because I had my earbuds on so much and stuff like that. This was a great show, great way to close it out. And I wanted to just share my favorite memory. It came up a lot was when the goalpost came down. My brother and I were in the upper deck, and we were at the rail. And when they heaved it up into the upper deck, my brother and I were the first two guys that grabbed the thing and started pulling it up. But then the crowd mashed us into the pole. We couldn't even move. And we looked at each other, just started laughing hysterically as the pole kept sliding up. It was hilarious. And just real excited about the season. I thought McDermott did an outstanding job with what he had to work with this year. So all the boo birds are on his case. Go away. That guy did an amazing job. The whole team, the whole coaching staff did an amazing job this year. So I'm just stoked.
You got it, Dave. I think because of the defense and the injuries they had and the way it started off this year, obviously the defense and the run game, especially against the run, and hasn't been great all year, against the run. They've even had leaky run defense later in the year. But, man, they have had to patch it together, and I think the defensive staff has done a really good job in that regard, and I agree with you. Let's go to Joe in Florida. Hi, Joe. This is our third call from Florida this morning where the Bills will be on Sunday. What's up, Joe?
I was going to say, from your old stomping grounds here in Charlotte County.
Oh, I love it.
Down here, my friend.
Oh, thank you. No, thank you. I miss my friends down there. I have some friends actually down there who are Bills fans will be coming up to Jacksonville. You going to the game?
I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to figure out a way. I play in a band, and I got a gig Saturday night, but I'm thinking about driving right up.
You make it work, baby. You can make it work. I love it.
I'll do it. Well, listen, I went to the I grew up on Grand Island, of course, but I went to the University of Georgia. After I got out of college, I got a job as a tour guide at Turner Field. And much like the Highmark Stadiums, the old Atlanta Fulton County Stadium was right next door. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the tours, we would go to the top of the stadium, and I would point out that they have markers where the first base, second base, third base, and home plate is. And we also had a special marker where the ball landed from Hank Aaron's 715th home run. So hypothetically, I was thinking, where would you think we would have a marker at the old Highmark Stadium?
Where would
the greatest moment in Bills history in that stadium, basically.
Okay, which moment are you talking about then? I'm sorry, which moment you think should be memorized or memorialized?
I would think it would probably be where they spotted the ball before the final kick for the greatest comeback.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's so many to pick from, and you're right. Maybe that's the one. I don't know, but you could put a marker there. I guess I just don't know. And I've been to there, but I've seen that with Fulton County. You know what? Yankee Stadium does the same thing. Old Yankee Stadium is actually like a Little League field basically now, but it's in the exact same spot where the field was at Old Yankee Stadium. You know what I mean? Same thing in Atlanta.
Oh, really?
And same thing in Atlanta where they have the markings of the infield, and I've been there, and they have the markings where Hank Aaron's home run hits. So, yeah. The thing about it, though, Joe, is I don't know, like, how that would work if they're going to tear down the stadium in that specific spot and all those. If they're going to tear down the stadium and what's going to go there. But I'm sure they can come up with something. That's a good thought. I like that. No doubt about it. Yeah, you got it, Joe. You got it. Well, listen, good luck in your gig, and then get up to Jacksonville, okay?
Okay, can I have one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
For the other fans?
Yeah.
Hey, I asked your producer, whoever answered the phone, is there a way for us folks who weren't at the stadium to be able to see the videos that were shown on the screen yesterday?
Yeah, I believe you can go on YouTube and you can find either, I don't know if the Bills will post them themselves. Eventually they might, but you could probably get fans who shot it from their phone who posted. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, because I've seen that this morning already. And I would say the Bills probably will put that up at some point. I don't know if it's already up or it's on their website, but I would check YouTube and I'd check the Bills' website for that.
Okay, yeah, my Uncle Lorenzo was texting me from the game, and I was really jealous that I didn't get to see all that stuff.
Yeah, no, I totally get it, and it was well done yesterday. Thanks a lot, Joe. I appreciate it.
Take care, buddy. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you got it. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, what a way to end it. I mean, finally we get that, that early start. We blow them out early. We get to, just sit back and just watch the old stadium. It's last hurrah, but just a great game. It's really good to see Trubisky. I've always liked that guy. It's good to know that if, and God forbid it doesn't happen, if something happens to Josh, we'll take a step back. But Trubisky looked real good yesterday.
But
so,
you wanted Josh to play the whole game.
Yeah, I did. You're absolutely right. I did. And you know what? Here, I'll tell you what, Sal. I don't know if you're gonna hate me for this. I gotta say,
I would
this,
never hate you.
Well, no, but I'm going to say something against Josh that I didn't like. I'm a historian of sports. I love records. I know almost records in all of baseball, everything like that, and I cherish them. I really do. But for Josh to come in and take one snap and continue that streak, I don't like that at all. I think the streak ended yesterday. I really do.
But it didn't.
Yeah, no, I know, but I didn't like coming in and taking one snap and you keep a streak. You did nothing in that game, Josh, nothing whatsoever to contribute to that game, and I don't think that the streak should continue. I think it should be looked into. That's all I got. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a weird take, to be quite honest with you. It's football. It's a very, very physical, violent sport. And if you want to compare it to baseball, I think you're completely off base. No pun intended. To start, whether you play one snap or 10 snaps or 55 or 70 snaps in a game of football, that many consecutive times speaks volumes about the toughness of somebody because of the kind of game it is. So, no, I don't hate you, but I think you're completely wrong. But that's okay. We're open to that here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. He also thought Josh should have played the whole game yesterday. Called up last week and said, I don't care, play Josh and just kill the Jets. Yeah. Can you imagine if Josh Allen played and we're dealing with an injury to him today? You're already dealing with Max Harrison and Matt Prater. Oh, no. Sorry. Can't get with that at all. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Thanks a lot for the phone calls. Off to a good start. We'll do more of it here on a Buffalo Football Monday on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show in Buffalo on WGR. Find all of our sound yesterday from the game, post-game, WGR550.com, and in the Odyssey app. Good point here brought up by one of the chatters. I appreciate that. I'm gonna read something from the bullpen today. All right, that's Getting Connected with Our Fans, brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. We got No Bones About It, who says, and this is good, this is to Steven in Florida. If a guy starts a game but gets knocked out on the first play, would that also not count as him starting, to Steven? That's a good question. I mean, we had a caller earlier, Steven, who said that, I don't know what he meant by Josh Allen's streak should be looked into. I guess just a way of saying it. Steven's a good caller. It's fine. Everybody has the right to call and give their opinion. But I just think it's wacky to say, like, it just shouldn't count because he went for one play. He could have obviously played a lot more. I mean, he played the whole game last week. But it's important to him to play every game in some capacity.
Isn't that whole streak thing more about availability than what you're actually doing within the game?
Yes, it is.
There are starts where a guy will have quarterbacks start games and don't do anything impactful for the game and then leave because they get hurt. That's still a start. It's you were available to start the game, and that is what it's about. And I think that he proved he was available. He did it last week. He should get credit for it.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I mean, you know this from playing hockey. It's a physical sport. Football is a violent sport. To play every single game, to start every single game, that is an accomplishment because it's a prideful thing to be available for your teammates, to be there, to know that you will play through anything. You're tough. And for every time you might say Josh Allen last year, week 18, or this year, week 18, takes one snap, he's also had games where he maybe should not have played.
Exactly.
And he started.
Right?
So, let's remember that, too.
Yes,
that's exactly right.
That he does this where he absolutely could go. I'm going to take a week.
Josh gave an indication when we asked him about this last year, Owen, that maybe the Minnesota game where they lost really funky at the end. Yeah. That was the week after the Jets' arm injury.
Right.
Like he basically said that he maybe shouldn't have played that game, like just kind of the way it was trending, but he did. And he, I'm just saying, like, if you go back and listen to how he talked about, like, that was the closest he came, maybe, over the last several years. So, yeah, I don't buy that at all. But anyway, thanks for the calls, 803-0550. Michael in Atlanta's up next. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Sal. Great talking to you today. So I got a lot to say, and I'll be respectful. I know there's a lot of callers.
You got it.
I want to just reminisce a little bit and also talk about the game yesterday and the upcoming game. So I've been a Bills fan a long time. I remember the first time I heard OJ play on the radio, returning, I was either punts or kickoffs. Well, it was 68, whatever it was. But been there for a lot of games, a lot of important games. The one game where they had the Hail Mary at that game back in, was it 82? Remember that game?
I think it was 81. I think it was Rolling Hooks.
81. Correct.
Yeah.
Rolling Hooks, right.
And that was right. They won a bunch of games in a row at the end of that year to go to the wild card and play the Jets at Shea, and they beat the Jets at Shea in the wild card.
That's right. Correct. Also, I had season tickets one year in 91. Somebody had their great seats, 35 rows up on the 35-yard line. They couldn't afford to keep them that year, so would I take them? Yeah, we took them. It was great. I think that's the year they played Denver in the championship game. Also, they're 51-3. One thing about that 51-3 game, I don't know about you, man, but I've been at rock concerts. It was as loud as a rock concert in that game. Do you remember that? How loud it was the whole game?
Which game was that?
That was 51-3.
Oh yeah, I mean that I've talked about it all week. That was my favorite experience for sure. Yeah, I mean it wasn't. Yeah, but I mean the thing for me wasn't the loudness of it. Was just how enjoyable it was to know for a half they were going to the Super Bowl.
Well, that was part of it.
Yeah,
exactly. It was a loud celebration. So let's put it that way. Anyhow, so great memories, and down in Atlanta now. The last game I was at was the one where Rob Johnson came in. I forgot who he was traded to or who picked him up, but I went to that. I was in a friend's luxury box for that game, and who invited me. But I remember that game when Buffalo beat Rob Johnson. But that was the last game since we've been down here in Atlanta. So good memories. But real quick about the game yesterday and the upcoming game. Yesterday's game was great. Of course, the game plan was great. Execution was great. Just a quick question on that is, did you see Prater hurt at all? You're there on the sideline.
No, he didn't come out for the second. Somebody told me that they did see him dealing with something after a kickoff a little bit. So all I know is he didn't take the opening kickoff of the second half, so I inquired, and that's when we were told he has a right quad injury.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's just precautionary. It's just maybe it was a little sore. We'll find out. And
Okay.
also with Harrison,
Yep.
I'm curious on the ankle. Why did they let him walk to the locker room with that if he's possibly has a sprained ankle?
I don't know. I mean, it's just they want him to walk it off, see how he feels, walk to the locker room. I'm not really sure, but that's not abnormal.
All right, one last thing on the upcoming game. In a way, this could be good for Buffalo. I think they've got a great chance to win next weekend. But having it in a nice climate, warm weather, could potentially, since they've had a little bit of difficulty at receiver, it could bode well for the Bills. A little better playing conditions.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Are you going to the game?
I'm gonna try to get tickets. I'm not that far away.
I know. I figured you're in Atlanta. You're in Atlanta. All right, Mike, I got to run, but I got a lot of calls, okay?
Thank you.
All right, yeah, you got it. Let's go down to Kevin, who is in Florida. Hi, Kevin. Another call from Florida. What's up?
Hey, Sal. What's going on? Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Hey, so just a couple things. So first, it was kind of crazy yesterday watching everything. Unfortunately, I couldn't get up there for the game. But my very first game that I went to with my old man was Dan Marino's last game at that stadium, where he had like 3 or 4 turnovers, I think, and him and Jimmy Johnson got in a huge argument on the field. It was 1999, I think October of 1999. I'd have to fact check that, but that was awesome. I'll always remember that. I was 7 years old. It was the coolest thing I ever got to experience, at that point. But anyhow, so want to talk about that with the stadium and then this upcoming game. I think that this is probably the hardest game, in my opinion, that the Bills are going to have in the postseason. I don't think they match up against the Jags very good at all, in which I think it's going to be a problem. That defensive line that they have is an issue. I don't think they've given up more than 85 yards all year or 75, something like that. And I think that if they have a first-round exit, serious conversations need to happen, right? This is year 9 of this staff, from Brandon Beane all the way down to Sean McDermott, right? And I think Sean's done a great job this year with all the injuries and everything we've had. The defense has turned around, the later half of the year. But everything else is an issue. And I think it's time, to make those discussions, because whether we like it or not, Josh Allen's at the tail end of his career, right? I mean, he's at the middle.
Tail end, I would say he's he's right in the middle, maybe somewhere you hope. Yeah, you hope he has a lot more years left, but I don't know. I mean, they just signed him to a 6-year extension.
Yeah, no, agreed. He's in the middle. He's in
4-year extension, right? But he had a couple of years left. Here's the thing, Kevin. I totally get it. I would like to table this, though, until it actually happens. If it happens, we'll have those discussions next week. But let's play the game first.
Yeah, no, I agree. And hey, listen, I hope they win the game, right? I want them to go the whole way. If anything's this is the year for them to do it. With no Mahomes, no Burrow, no Lamar. Let's go get it.
Well,
right?
they can play the game, and if they fall short next week, then I'm telling you, we're probably doing Sean McDermott radio next Monday. That's what's going to happen. We're going to do that. People will call up, but let's see how this game plays out, and maybe we're talking about going to Denver or going to New England. Well, not New England, I guess, right? Going to Denver or going to Pittsburgh or Houston. Really, that's the only choices there and the only possibilities, I would say. Let's go to Colin, who's up next in Indiana, where, they have a great football team right now, too. Go ahead, Colin. You're on WGR.
Hi, Sal. I'm from Indiana, and I'm driving back from Buffalo right now.
Okay.
And about the kicking position, so my dad has season tickets to the Bills, and my mom has season tickets to the Colts. And I got him to see Rodrigo Blankenship play a bit.
Yep.
And I was wondering what you think about him.
Where is he now? What is he doing? Hold on here.
He's not signed right now, but
he is in the UFL, the Battlehawks of the UFL, St. Louis Battlehawks. Yeah, he had a little. He had a good hot minute, I think, in the NFL, right? But I don't think he's kicked in the NFL for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking about him, and I didn't know if that was an opportunity.
Yeah, maybe. Well, you never know, Colin. I mean, today we'll find out if they bring anybody in for workouts. If they bring anybody in for tryouts, we'll know more about that. But certainly a name that could be on the list, I think. So be safe driving back, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got
Hoosiers.
it. All right, hey, man, they're having a great year. How about that? I mean, Kurt Cignetti, that is coaching. That dude, what he has done at Indiana, and for your Hoosiers, Colin, amazing. Really amazing. That game they played against Alabama on New Year's Day, incredible. John is in Detroit. What's up, John?
Hey, good morning, Sal. The only disappointment I had yesterday is I didn't get there early enough to give you a shout out when you help I get 5.
Well, listen, I got there early, and I'll tell you, I handled the rest of the day, better than I thought I would. But early on, it was tough, and I'm going through the gate, and there's a really awesome security lady. Her name is Peggy, and she's been there a long time, and I always see her. And Peggy says to me, Sal, I've been here. It's my second home for 32 years, and I'm really sad. And I started crying, and she started crying, and that was the way we started the day.
I can totally get in with that. One little tangent there, this whole issue, that crazy talk about Josh's consecutive game streak, is Josh was there in full force on that sideline, running that book and the headphones. He was a part of that game, and he deserves every bit of continuing that streak and getting a nice rest for what he's put his body through for us every year.
I honestly don't think I've ever heard that is a wild take to me, but that's okay. Like I said, I like the caller who called up, and Billy, he does that a lot, but he calls up a lot, but I just don't think I've heard such a off-the-wall take about that before.
Just so he knows that I boycotted. Okay, yesterday was reminiscent for me only from 2019 on. I boycotted the Ralph, whatever you want, whatever name you want to give it through the years. I'm a Buffalo guy. I love cities. Moved to Detroit. I hated when the Lions moved them out to Pontiac. I hated when the Pistons moved to Pontiac. I boycotted those teams. Give the Lions credit and Mr. Ford for bringing them back to Detroit, building a beautiful facility. Thank God the Pistons have come back to join the Red Wings at the Little Caesars Arena. But I would have loved to see, not just because my grandmother was a block away and it was pretty easy for me to go to games when I'd come home. I would have loved to see them put a stadium, I don't care, somewhere in Buffalo. To me, this has been the Ralph jinx, okay? Such great teams. We've never been able to win the Super Bowl. And the only way we're going to break this jinx is if we win the Super Bowl this year. Otherwise, I'll be glad when they move over to the other building. And if it wasn't for Josh Allen, I never would have come back and to go to the Highmark Stadium, because I saw this kid as a special kid, and it's the first time ever in my life bought an NFL jersey.
All right.
And I came to see Josh, and that's what I've been here, season ticket holder now, driving every weekend the last 6 years. And this kid has given me the thrills of my life, whether we win the Super Bowl or not. I'm 76 this month, and I'll tell you, man, I've never seen anybody so special in all the years I've been watching football since I was 5 years old.
You got it, John.
And,
you got it. Listen, I got to run. Thank you for the memories and the thoughts. I think, really, honestly, great stuff right there. I think, you speak for a lot of fans on how you feel about Josh when he came into the organization. And it will be interesting, right? Like, if they happen to go all the way this year and hoist a Lombardi, and we talk about the last year at Highmark and, burying all the jinx and the demons and all those kinds of things, or, hey, we got to get to the other stadium to have that happen. It'll be really interesting. All right, when we come back here, I'm going to take a timeout. Got news from the Giants. Got news from, the Falcons yesterday. We have more news we're waiting on. We have interview candidates coming in Tennessee. Lots of interesting names. I'll touch on all of that, take more of your phone calls on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And, of course, sit up, stand down, hey, buddy, in the next hour here on WGR.
is coaching acumen. I'm talking results.
Yeah.
And when you 8-26 over the last 2 years, and you got 13 quarterbacks over the last 6, and you can't seem to find anything offensively that works, when offense is supposed to be your background, that's a problem.
That's Stephen A. Smith. I know that. That's on Stefanski, right? Right, Stefanski? By the way, Dan Dale producing today. Thanks, Dan. Any firings since we came on the air? We had Raheem Morris already fired. Kevin Stefanski fired this morning in Cleveland. Raheem Morris in Atlanta, right? The GM also. Fontenot in Atlanta, also gone. Stefanski gone. The Titans already had an interview, an opening. Here are what Diana Rossini says are the initial head coach interview requests for the Titans. Some very, recycled names, I guess. Chiefs offensive coordinator Matt Nagy, Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, Chiefs defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo, and Colts defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo. So those, according to Diana Rossini, are the Titans candidates as of right now. A lot of recycled names that have been either head coaches before or have been coordinators for many years right there. Also, I told you the Giants making news, not for firing, but for sticking with Joe Schoen. John Mara and Steve Tisch have released a statement. Joe Schoen will remain our general manager and continue to lead our football operations, and the search for our next head coach is what they say. Still monitoring situations in Miami with Mike McDaniel, Las Vegas with Pete Carroll, at Tampa with Todd Bowles. I mean, and then who knows, teams that, exit the playoffs, what happens? John Harbaugh, who isn't going to make it in Baltimore, Mike Tomlin, now that they're in the playoffs, but does something happen with him after? Who knows? Still a lot more to come, I'm sure. Charlie in North Tonawanda. Hi, Charlie. You're on the Extra Point Show.
Hi, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
I met you a couple of years ago at the Cincinnati game. I hate to mention it like this, but the DeMar Hamlin game. It was cool. We had a drink with you at the Holy Grail. I don't know if you remember going there, but my question was, the Bills, the Highmark Stadium used to have the two clocks on the towers. Do you remember that? It was just
I do. I think that's a sponsorship deal. They had it sponsored. I don't know, but they haven't had it, and maybe they would have this year if it wasn't for the last season, and they would have done it. But I have no idea why they don't. If you're asking,
I thought maybe they were going to implement those clocks into the new stadium, and that's why they took the hands and numbers down. But it was a couple of years ago they did that, and I was just always curious. So I guess with you saying sponsorship,
I know there was sponsorship, but I do sometimes I look for a clock, and sometimes I do find it on the digital board. You know what I mean, where they have the scores. So I see it there. Right. There's not that hand clock. There was a sponsorship attached to that a few years ago, and that went away. So I think that's part of the reason why. But also maybe they didn't kind of reintroduce it this year simply because it's the last year at the stadium. And, let's just not do that now and spend the time and energy and resources and money to put that up now because we'll just do it at the new stadium. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, thank you, Sal, and congratulations on the Bills organization having an awesome season. I can't wait for the playoffs to start, and God bless and go Bills.
All right, you got it. Thanks a lot, Charlie. Let's go to Andrew in Texas. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Sal. Happy New Year.
You too. Thank you.
So, thoughts. Jacksonville's stats, 85.6 rush yards, but 218 passing yards allowed on average, but 61.8 yards allowed to tight ends. And I know, Sal, you remember our game last year against the Lions where we opened up Ty Johnson, Dawson Knox, and Dalton Kincaid basically and made James Cook a little bit of a receiver. What are your thoughts on those stats against Jacksonville overall?
Yeah, way to dig into it, Andrew. I like it. I think Dalton Kincaid is a massive, massive part of this offense that has to be respected when he's on the field and really hurts when he's not, right? I think that's a huge deal. I agree with you. You saw yesterday, Dalton Kincaid, I know a lot of people were surprised. I was surprised that he not only started, he played 10 snaps. He had 3 receptions. I mean, think of the efficiency. 10 snaps, 3 catches, 41 yards, I think it was. But either way, I mean, big part of the game plan. And the Bills are going to have to use their tight ends. They're going to have to because their receivers have trouble separating. We know that. This is a very aggressive Jacksonville defense that intercepts the ball at a pretty high rate compared to most teams. They take the ball away. The Bills, though, might have some opportunity in the area of tight ends and running backs in the pass game, and that might be the ticket. That might be the key, and that's going to be something we're going to talk about a lot more. Good job, Andrew. I appreciate that phone call. Appreciate all of you for the last hour. One more hour on the way as we look back on the last game at Highmark Stadium, the Bills win over the Jets, and look forward to their game on Sunday next week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. A lot more to get to, including sit up, stand down, hey buddy, a look around the league, setting up Wild Card Weekend, and a lot more here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday.
not let me walk. They make me walk home, burn my car. I don't know. That was part of the give and take of the week of, okay, how long do we go? I gave him a quarter. As I told Joe during the week, I was like, all right, he's going to have a quarter. As I got closer and closer to the game, I'm like, quarter's too much. So I'm probably not a great gambler in the casinos, but it helped when we knew what Jonathan Taylor in the afternoon he had.
That was Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Just reading through some of your comments here at Sal Sports on X, and of course on YouTube in the bullpen. Thanks a lot for coming aboard. If you are on YouTube in the bullpen, appreciate you as well. Keep the chat box moving there. We always get connected with our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. That's Sean McDermott. He said he was getting connected with Joe Brady, talking about James Cook, how long he should play. He said, I'll give a quarter. Quarter might be too much. James Cook had 2 carries for 15 yards. It almost mattered, the 15 yards, to actually winning the rushing title. It didn't. He would have won it anyway. But James Cook, congratulations, wins the rushing title. First time since O.J. Simpson won a rushing title. A Buffalo Bills player did that. And then you had him exit the game, and Ray Davis came in and ran for $151. So nice day for the Bills offense overall. All right, welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday, right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And, of course, every Buffalo Football Victory Monday is brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com. Also by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. A lot of people wondering, Sean McDermott said right there, hey, if James Cook played and got hurt, he said I would have had to walk home. People would have done things in my car. Probably right, at least, in the maybe metaphoric sense. But there were a couple injuries, and we're going to find out a little bit later today. Max Hairston left the game with an ankle injury. Matt Prater left the game with a quad injury. These are very important injuries as the Bills take on the Jacksonville Jaguars next Sunday. I'll do more on Jacksonville in a little while. I want to get to more of your phone calls. We'll talk about that. But that's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. Ty Johnson also left the game briefly, but he went back in with a ankle injury. And Tylon Grable left the game briefly, and they were taping up his hand. He went back in. So all in all, I guess you'd say the Bills, nice to get out healthy with a lot of the key members of the team. But at the same time, 2 very important players, Max Hairston and Matt Prater. Now, how does that impact next week? Well, kicker, obviously, you're going to have to find one if you can't go, and that is going to be something we'll see today. If the Bills bring somebody in, we'll hear from Sean McDermott at 4 o'clock. If they try somebody out, they do visits, whatever that is, we'll see where that goes. As far as Hairston is concerned, the good news is elevations from the practice squad reset in the postseason, and there's an unlimited number per each player. So I would think maybe Dane Jackson could be in line to be elevated this week. If Max Hairston can't go, obviously. Maybe he even can go, then you still want the insurance. Dane Jackson, who did have 3 elevations, the maximum, during the regular season, and was out for the regular season, can now be elevated again for the postseason. So that's the good news, to have a veteran corner on the roster to be able to elevate. But he's obviously not the speed of Max Hairston, and that particular team they're facing next Sunday does have speed. Now, the Bills have been very good at not allowing explosive plays on offense, on defense this year, I should say, for the other team's offense. Through the air, I think they've only allowed 1 play of 40 yards, and that was a busted coverage against the Chiefs. That was it. So they're very good at keeping things underneath. But Max Hairston, when a team does want to throw deep and has a speed wide receiver, is a guy that you like having it as a matchup against those speed wide receivers. We'll see where that goes. Okay, let's go to Lexi on the road, who's been waiting patiently. Hi, Lexi.
Hey, go Bills. So grateful for your program. Thanks for taking our call.
You got it.
We're just headed home, and I just want to keep it simple. 3 things. So my husband, I'm getting a little emotional. Sorry. He used to go to the games as a kiddo with his grandma and grandpa. So I'm like, we love the dialects, and just so thankful for my mother-in-law and father-in-law for getting my family and us together for the game. We had many first NFL games yesterday, and man, this brings me into the second point, which is like, I'm calling in to celebrate the fans. And I hope that, we're all able to continue like going to the games, that they're affordable and whatnot in the future, because that new stadium looks sick. But I mean, what a show out of, the fans and a celebration like you guys were talking about. I mean, did you all catch the wave last night?
I did, yeah. I did see the wave. Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, here we go. Here's the wave. Yes.
Yeah. Our section started that.
All
that
right.
was for Grandma and Grandpa.
What section was that?
Oh, what section were we?
Ooh, are you in?
105.
All right, 105.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I got you.
yeah,
Well, shout out to 105 for starting the wave. There you go.
Hey, thank you. And then lastly, we Bergmans just want to call in on behalf of so my brother-in-law is Sam Gash, and my nephew, he plays for Toronto right now, lacrosse, and we want to get him back in the Buffalo Bandits. So Terry Pagula, make it happen. Bring the cash back to Buffalo. Hey, go
all right.
Bills, and thanks for taking the call.
You got it, Lexi. You got it in everything you need to. I appreciate that. All right. Good job. 105, huh? I saw the wave happening yesterday. I mean, the wave was something when I was in high school in the 80s that became like kind of popular. And I remember sports writers going, this thing needs to stop. It's getting ridiculous. This looks stupid. And that was in the 80s. People are still doing it. It was fun, though, yesterday, right? Did you see it, Owen? Did you see it happening around the stadium?
Yeah, I saw it on the broadcast.
Why not have fun? Come on.
I mean, especially for a game like that.
There's no care. Like, what are we going to do? All right, let's start the wave. We're staying in our seats.
It's fun.
We're
for
not
the
leaving,
kids.
right? That was the other thing. Like, in a normal game, you might have left by the third quarter. Like, okay, the Bills have this in hand. This is cool. People are wondering what to do with themselves because they're staying to the end of this one, right?
Yeah, there's so much energy and all that emotion and like
I'm not leaving, right? I'm like, let's do the wave.
Right.
Let's do the wave.
Better that than some options, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt. Did you ever been a part of a wave there, Dan Dale? You ever been in a wave at a sporting event?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, good.
But
Making
I
sure.
always feel like if you're doing a wave, you got to start sitting down and then you got to go up. I don't know how it works.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Just
a good point. Because if you're standing up the whole time, you just do the
you're just
do the hands up.
The
Doesn't really have
wave
the same
part
effect.
Of the wave.
No.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
right.
A really good call.
That makes it a more of a almost like it's a wave. Like it's just more of a ripple, right? Like if you just like that, right?
Just the arms.
It was pretty cool though. I like that. All right, good job. Thank you very much. Let's go to Griff, who's on a cell. Hi, Griff. What's up?
Hey, man, I got a few things I want to say, Sal.
Yep.
So just give me a second, and then throw your piece at me. I'm just, shocked at the amount of snaps they gave to Dalton Kincaid and the amount of action that they gave to Dalton Kincaid yesterday after he's been out for 3 weeks or whatever it's been. It's been a long amount of time, especially this whole year and last year with the knee. This game almost meant nothing besides the stadium being retired. I don't know why. Get him in there for a drive, let him catch a ball, get him kind of reacclimated. That's fine, whatever. But then they kept rolling him out there after we just signed that Latu guy, I think is his name.
Yeah. Do you know how many? Do you know how many snaps he had? I just want to ask you.
Okay, I get it. He might have had 10% of the snaps. I'm just saying how much action he got because he had 4 targets.
Yeah, he was on the field for only 10 snaps, by the way. Only 10 total snaps.
10
Wait,
snaps, yeah.
and I'll tell you what Eric Wood said on the broadcast because he's been a part of the organization. Eric said, one thing that the Bills try to do sometimes is when guys are getting back and they've missed a few games, they want to get their feet wet, want to get them under. They don't want to go back out cold in a game. And the one thing we don't know, Griff, is, and I hear you, I totally do. He's been dealing with this. There's no doubt. So I'm not pushing back too hard. But what I do want to say, though, is if he is healthy and he's feeling good, then then who am I to say or you to say that shouldn't happen? But I get it. I get the overall point, no doubt. But he only played 10 snaps.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I don't know. In my head, it just sounds crazy to even expose him to that.
No, I get it. I understand. Because if he gets hurt, we're all having a lot of issues today about it.
Exactly.
I get it.
I guess my point, it just, yeah. I don't know. That was my point. Thanks, Sal, and have a good rest of your day.
All right, you got it, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. 803-0550. Let me move on here. No. I mean, it's a tough needle to thread. I understand. If anybody wants to call like he just did and say, Griff just said, hey, man, Dalton Kincaid, too many snaps. I was surprised. I didn't want to see it. Glad he got out healthy. I also don't know, to the level of pain he's in or where the injury is right now. He could be like, oh, my God, yeah, the injury is totally fine, totally healthy. And we're like, all right, well, play. That said, It was only 10 snaps, and you do have to think about, like, again, what Eric Wood said, getting your feet wet a little bit, make sure you get a little bit of run, a little bit of action. You've been out a little while. You don't want them to go back in cold against the Jags. But, man, there's a risk there, no doubt. There's a risk with James Cook getting 2 carries. I didn't love that, but it's just tough. It's not easy. You can only dress 48 players, and you had to elevate a linebacker because you don't have Bernard. If you don't want Shaq Thompson playing, you don't want Matt Milano playing. Nobody wanted them to play. So you got to have Keontae Jenkins up. And then Matthew Judon comes up because you don't want Joey Bosa playing. Greg Russo, you make him inactive. I mean, there's just only so many limited things you can do, right? So it's tough. I get it. Somebody asked me what they should just allow all of Elevation's, all the practice squad in Week 18. I don't agree with that because Week 18 is different for every team. And if it's the reason why you have a practice squad and they're not on the active roster in the first place is competitive balance. I mean, maybe there's something they can kind of adjust with the rules with the competition committee in Week 18, maybe allow a few more elevations, but I wouldn't be for 16 extra guys up. I mean, some teams are going for a division title or a 1 seed, and, that can be a competitive advantage to them over another team. It's not like every team is just playing out the string. Let's go to Mark in Chicago. Hi, Mark. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Very emotional this last weekend. Spent a lot of time, even though I'm in the Chicago area, I do come back for a lot of the games. So my goodbye to the Ralph was earlier this year. But spent the whole weekend calling friends that were going, that were there, and just incredible amount of family-oriented tribute. So that was, but I wanted to share a story with you because it actually happened after a game, and I haven't really heard anybody talk about it the last few weeks, so I don't know how many people even know it happened. But in 1990, I was at a game, and the Bills were playing Miami to win the division. Actually, Frank Reich had to play. They won the game, and we were out in the parking lot and on the southwestern side. And I can't remember the road that leads out to Southwestern, but it was very cold out, and we were waiting for traffic to alleviate, and so we had the bonfire going and everything like that. And what occurred was basically we saw a couple big, large buses, and the buses had the Miami Dolphins players on them, and they had a couple equipment trucks too. Turns out that whatever the back access road was, somebody blocked it. So the Dolphins, after losing to the Bills, had to come all the way through the Bills, the stadium parking lot to get out. Mm-hmm. And so what happened was,
I believe snowballs, right?
The actual Dolphins.
Yeah.
So once they realized it was actually the Dolphins, fans started decorating all their buses, and they were kind of like dancing around. So the Miami players actually opened up some of the windows, and I'll never forget Tim McKyer, who was an old San Francisco player, happened to be on Miami that year, and he was shaking everybody's hands, telling us, how they hated to play here, but they really liked the fans, showing us his Super Bowl rings. But I just found it very entertaining that someone obviously purposely blocked the exit for Miami so that they literally had to ride their entire team.
I do know the story, not quite as colorful as you just described or in details you described. I do know the story, though, of the buses and the snowballs at that time. Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure how many people know or are aware of, that happening after a game who aren't in the parking lots, and that's 1990s, before cell phones and YouTube and all that now, you know what I mean? And all the viral videos as well, Mark. But thanks for sharing the story. But you're right, that did happen. And I'm glad it turned out like that, and nobody got hurt, obviously. That's a big thing as well. Let's go to Steve, who's in Holland. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Thanks for taking my call. Just got a quick suggestion for a kicker solution. There's dozens of good kickers available at the college level that have played in big games before 70 and 80,000 people. The Bills are going to have to draft a kicker next year anyhow. They could have the pick of the litter if they looked at the college level right now.
Well, they don't have to draft a kicker next year. Tyler Bass is under contract and he had surgery, but they can't just go get a college kicker right now.
Why is that?
Because they're in college, they're not eligible to play in the NFL until the draft comes up, till after the draft.
Don't they draft undrafted guys that never come into the draft? They draft
well, you mean somebody who's already played that, like, as long as they don't play in college this year, they could do that.
Yeah, right. A senior.
No, you cannot do that. That undrafted free agents are signed after the draft.
Only after the draft.
Yes, you can't
so
just
can't go to college and pick out the kickers.
Of course not. Then why? Then all that would take then is somebody to go and sign Mendoza right now. You know what I mean?
Got it?
Yeah, you got it. Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, you can't do that. You can't just go sign college players right now. They're not free agents. You got to go wait till after the draft, and then you can sign an undrafted free agent. If you're talking about someone who played in college in 2024, and then the draft has already taken place, and they're still a free agent, but then why are they a free agent? Yeah, you can't go do that. And by the way, they don't have to draft a kicker next year. Maybe they do. Just saying, like, Tyler Bass is under contract. We'll see what happens with him. That's stuff for the offseason. We got Katie and Megan together. Let's see how this goes. Hi, Katie and Megan. What's going on?
Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking our call.
You're welcome.
We're on our way home from Buffalo now. Our siblings, we're huge Bills fans. We all listen to WGR every day, but we live across the country, so WGR really is our connection to Buffalo and to the Bills. And yesterday we were able to go to the game as siblings, and the stadium atmosphere was just incredible, and it was emotional for us. Even though we're not in Buffalo, just the experience was amazing, and we're just so grateful. It was really emotional for us.
Hi, Sal. This is Katie.
Hi, Katie. So that was Megan, and you're Katie.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
Katie.
got it.
You and I, we've actually connected on Twitter a couple times. I'm the teacher from New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, you were there yesterday. Thanks for stopping by the pregame show.
Yes, it was my very first time at a game in Buffalo. I've seen them play in Jersey a bunch, but I had never been to a game here, so it was such a great experience. And I just thank you for being so personable and nice to the fans who come and just, are excited to see the Bills, but also it's exciting to, see you guys too. So
Listen, I got to ask you a question. Are you now going like, man, I wish I would have gone to more games. That was super cool.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, I know.
So, and we already made plans that we will be back to go to the new stadium, but
I love it.
It was really important to make sure that we got to one before the stadium was gone.
Well, listen. To both of you, thank you for calling, and then to you specifically, it was great meeting you, and thank you for all of you for all you do to teach our youth. I know it's a thankless profession a lot of times, being in education. I was at one point as well, but I know you do a great job, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it. All right, you got it. Katie and Megan. How about that? Call of the day right there. Katie and Megan on the road going back. Yeah, I met Katie yesterday. She came up. She was part of a group that was in town who came up to see us at the pregame show. We were outside the between the Bills store and the Ralph Wilson statue. And a lot of people came over to say hi. It was great. Connected with people. Met people going to their first game ever. She was one of them. There were a few others. Young kids who went to their first game ever. There were people that we met had been going to the game since 1970s when the stadium opened in 73. Really, really great. Great experience yesterday. And I love that. I thought I'd be kind of a bit of an emotional wreck yesterday. I wasn't. Early on in the game I was. Early on in the day I was. Driving into the stadium, talking with Peggy at security, who said 32 years, and she was sad to see it go. And I mean, cried right there. And then I'm an emotional guy. Wear my heart on my sleeve a lot. So, what can I say? And I, a lot of emotions for me too. My first game was 87 in that stadium. I mean, I'm older now, and I'm an older guy, and I can share these experiences and stories to pass them down like people used to for me, for the Rock Pile. And my first game was 87, and I remember going in the playoff years in 90 and, the 44-34 game before 51-3. That's against the Dolphins in the snow, and then 51-3, and all the other playoff games that go along with it. And then, I left the area for 16 years. I was living in Florida. I didn't go to Bills games for 16 years, other than road games I'd go to once in a while if they were down in the South in Florida. Went to Tampa, went to Miami to watch them play. And then coming back up here and being a part of the radio broadcast and, doing it professionally has just been an absolute, pleasure and treat and just humbling to be a part of this whole experience, to be a part of it. And, I always say this. At this point in my life, I take way more pride in connecting people and helping be someone that they can connect through to do things. What I mean by that is if someone says, hey, I'm looking for this or that, and I say, I got a person who can help out, or if I can help share a story, if I can connect you to the Buffalo Bills through my words, if I can somehow bring you an experience, right, by doing this on the radio and you thinking back and memories and you calling up and people saying, hey, on Monday I love to call, whatever it is, like that brings me the joy in my life now. And when you call up and say something like that, Katie and Megan, thank you. Means a lot. Okay, we have more news. The Raiders. Should we have a buzzer or a bell or something every time there's a firing? Because Pete Carroll is out. Pete Carroll is out, one and done with the Las Vegas Raiders.
I saw that. I have in the past flashed the lights on my because I have control of the lights on my phone. I have in the past done for breaking news just strobe lights in there, but I didn't want to. That happened while you were on the phone with those wonderful two ladies that wanted to give us a call. So I didn't want to interrupt your nice moment there. But yeah, Raiders firing Pete Carroll, one and done.
And it makes sense. Like they really fell short of expectations.
Yeah,
and they're probably going to draft Mendoza, I would think. Number one overall, I think. I mean, they're going to draft a quarterback. And now you got Tom Brady who runs the organization, a big part of it. Obviously, he is who he is. You're going to want somebody to connect with the young quarterback. It just made sense that this would happen probably, right?
And it just, if Pete wasn't going to work out immediately, how long are you waiting on Pete to work out? I mean, he's
right.
An older man.
Correct.
He's not going to stay in that job for 7 years.
That's exactly right.
If you're not winning right away, you're probably not going to end up winning with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, Joe asked me this morning about Aaron Glenn, and would it be crazy to keep him? I said, I think it might be. I don't think it's crazy to keep him. I also don't think it's crazy to not keep him. I think you can make an argument either way, but the difference there is even if you hired the hottest, best coach you could find, how good are they next year?
Right.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't know how much.
So give Aaron Glenn at least a chance to grow with the team, right? Because it's not like you bring somebody in, they're suddenly going to change things overnight. I don't see it like a Ben Johnson situation.
No.
Ben Johnson walks into a Bears team that had a talented roster.
Right.
And then they added to it, obviously, in free agency. But he's got Caleb Williams already in place.
Right.
What do the Jets have?
The Jets are dead in the water.
Exactly.
And they're not going to get the chance to pick their guy because they're second.
Like, I think on this note, to me, it probably makes more sense to reset the Dolphins. But I understand if they want to keep Mike McDaniel. And, hey, they had a couple nice games towards the end. They were evaluating. But he's had a chance here, and that roster needs to be reset. So you might want to reset with a new coach.
Exactly.
But I could understand either way. That's one we're watching. I don't know how the Bucs keep Todd Bowles after that collapse.
But
right?
aren't they?
No way.
Was there a report that they're expected to? I saw something.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know. I just can't see. I would expect. I mean, they did win at the end, but they won. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They went 2-7 in their last 9 games.
Oh. They to me were what? It's funny. Halfway through the year, the way I thought about the Bucs and the Jags flipped. It was to me it was like the Bucs were kind of scared, like good offense, they got a decent defense, like they can go, like Buka was a monster, and now the Jaguars have completely taken that over for me as like good quarterback, not the best, great weapons, and a good defense. Not a great defense, but a good defense that can get them through. And an offense that's hot. They really flipped for me.
I know you've studied under your dad for many years, and now you're in this. You haven't been in this profession very long, but I will tell you, you just made a great transition for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's a great segue from Owen Parker right there, because we're going to talk about the Bills' next opponent coming up, the Jags. All right, Bills-Jags Sunday. Let's talk about what's happening Wild Card Weekend. We'll lay out the schedule. We'll look ahead to Bills-Jags. Let's start turning the page. I'll do sit-up, stand down. Hey, buddy, take your phone calls on it. What do you think about the Bills playing the Jags? And I have a really interesting question I want to ask both of you, okay, that Matt Bove and I debated today on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo when we recorded, all right? So I'm going to ask both of you guys. That's Owen and Dan. Calls as well, 803-0550 if you want. Bills-Jags Sunday. We'll talk about it. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, on the way as well on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday.
Jacksonville Jaguars. They are playing the best football right now in the AFC, hands down. Offensively, they just won 41-7, right? In a game that you're trying to close out in the AFC South. They have different energy, all these things going on. To me, they're executing like this. They're doing things that are very uncharacteristic of what you see in the NFL. It just puts a lot of pressure on you, and they're having fun.
Maurice Jones-Drew on the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Bills' next opponent. That will be Sunday at 1 p.m. Good news. The Bills are 8-1 on Sunday 1 o'clock games. Bad news, their only lost game in the state of Florida when they played the Miami Dolphins. So, however you want to look at that, I'm not really sure, guys. But the Bills are playing Sunday at 1 p.m. against Jacksonville. Your wild card weekend, your super wild card weekend schedule. We are required by law to call it super wild card weekend, or Owen has to put money in the jar. That's what happens here. Just so you know, the NFL informed us today. The FCC, we must call it super wild card weekend, or we are fining your video producer here. Rams at Panthers, 4:30 p.m. gets it kicked off. Now, mea culpa, I'll raise my hand. I was wrong. I said if the Bills play the Jags, I would guess it would be Saturday at 4:30 simply because of I didn't claim to know that would be the case, but the history was for the NFL that they always put the AFC South team, the winner, the home team, on the, or I guess maybe even road, but on Saturday at 4:30. So I said, okay, that'll be what'll happen. After the game last night, I'm texting some people saying what's going to happen. And I was told, looks like the NFC South team will take that window this year, and that makes sense. It's the Panthers, who are 8-9 headed to the playoffs, right? 8-9 headed to the playoffs, and win the division at 8-9. My goodness, and you kind of put them on. It's not a really highly watched team necessarily. 4:30 on a Saturday. You got the Rams and Stafford. Yeah, they're coming across from West Coast to East Coast, so it's like a noon, 12:30 p.m. start for them. Makes sense. Packers-Bears is a good Saturday night game. Oldest rivalry in the sport. We've seen them play now a couple of different times this season. Late in the season, they played a couple of games. Packers won the first one, 28-21. Bears won the second one, 22-16. So now you get a third matchup. This is a really good game in the NFL. I'll be in Jacksonville that night watching it, getting ready for the Sunday 1 o'clock game, Bills at Jags. To me, it was, once I found out the Bills weren't going to play Saturday at 4:30, it was, okay, well, is it Saturday night or Sunday at 1? And my guess was Sunday at 1, but you could have seen it Saturday night with Josh Allen in prime time, right? No doubt. But Packers-Bears, that's a monster matchup for the NFL to showcase it, so it makes total sense. Then you get 49ers-Eagles, good. That totally fits the 4:30 p.m. window on Sunday. That is a 4:30 matchup. And this is like, I mean, I can hear Pat Summerall and John Madden right now and envision them calling this game. It's going to be a really, really fun, good game, I think, between the 49ers and Eagles. And then Sunday night, what's the best case scenario here? Bills win. I'll get on the team charter, fly home, kick my feet up, and watch the Chargers play the Patriots Sunday night. There you go. Chargers at Patriots. Chargers can win that game. I don't know if they will, but they can win that game. Chargers, Patriots. They gave the Broncos a little run for their money yesterday, by the way, without starting Justin Herbert. That is your Sunday night game. And then, of course, Monday night next week, Texans-Steelers. Monday Night Football. The knowing what you know now, I think you really wish the Bills got the 5 seed. They'd be playing in Pittsburgh, but you didn't know that. Here's the rub. Obviously, if the Bills lose, we're having locker cleanout day next week, and we're not having any of these discussions. But if they do happen to win, now you knock off the 3, which means the Bills will go to Denver unless the Chargers knock off the Patriots. The best case scenario is Bills win at 6, Chargers win at 7 seeds. If that's the case, Chargers go to the Broncos, but the problem there is the Bills then go to the Texans-Steelers winner, and that could be the Texans, and I don't think anybody really wants to play them. But you still would have the Chargers knocking off the Patriots, which is good because it leaves the possibility of a home game in the AFC Championship. So it's kind of a little bit of I like it, I don't like it, not really sure what to think about it. If the Bills win and the Patriots win, the Bills will go to Denver in round 2, the divisional round. Okay. Bills have a history in Jacksonville, not a good one. They've won games there. 2017, though, they go and lose a playoff game after they break the drought. 2021, they go and it's one of the worst losses of this era, the McDermott, Josh Allen era, when they went and lost to an Urban Meyer team in 2021. Then they go to London a couple years ago and lose that game. Lots of injuries. They also beat the Jags here in Buffalo last year, just torched them. So here's my question to you, both Owen and Dan, and to all of you out there. Matt Bove and I had a podcast today. It's always Game Day in Buffalo. Check it out where you pod at Sal Sports on YouTube. Matt and I differ a little bit in our opinion here. I'm not going to tell you who has which opinion. Don't want to sway you. Do you think that the history of the Bills at the Jags matters when these guys prep for the game, think about the game, or in any sense to the game whatsoever? Dan, I'll let you go first.
I think it does in some sense because you have some of the guys who had been you before there. You know, if it was, you have Lawrence there, you have Josh Allen Hines, you have some key pieces who have played the Bills before who kind of know, you know, how to get under their skin because they're like, hey, we've beat you. We can kind of be a little bit more confident going into this game. Really, I think what it has to be is that maybe McDermott has to just outcoach Cohen, you know, use the playoff experience against him.
But I specifically, though, what do you think, Owen? Do you think the history matters here to the players or coaches?
About all of it or just the playoff history?
The history of this era, the playoff, these guys, the 17, the 21, the London game, the games you've lost to them, and people saying, oh, my God, it's just this is terrible. You're going back to a place where it never goes well there, like the Houston thing.
To me, this is different because this is playoffs. And this is.
And they did lose a playoff game there, though.
I know they lost a playoff
without
game
Josh Allen. That was Tyrod Taylor.
That was a different era. Like, I almost don't even think about that as this era. I know it was McDermott, and I know it was this regime and all that. But it was before Allen was Allen. It was before Allen was even playing. And so, to me, once you get into the playoffs, this team very clearly changes.
Okay. Here's my take on this, okay? Matt disagrees. Matt thinks it matters for the sense of, oh, yeah, it's in the back of your head. You haven't won there. You've lost games you should not have lost to this team, right? You think about that as an athlete. I totally respect that. I'm going to go a step further than what you said, though, because I'm not in the same – I don't think that way. Let me go a step further. 2021, they lose at Jacksonville, right? Urban Meyer is the coach. Right. Here's the starting offense for the Buffalo Bills that day. Yes, Josh Allen. You ready? Ike Butker, Mitch Morse, Cody Ford, Cole Beasley, Emmanuel Sanders, Devin Singletary. Here's the starting defense for the Bills. Yeah. Star Latulele, Jerry Hughes, Tremaine Edmonds, Levi Wallace.
Yep.
I mean, I'm leaving out the names who did play. Of course, there were guys who played. Josh Allen played. Matt Milano, Taron Johnson. Yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with this game.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm with you.
I just think, like, you're playing this game this week.
Right.
You're playing the 2025 Jacksonville Jaguars. You're not playing the ghosts of the 21 game. You're not playing the ghosts of the 17 playoff game with Tyrod Taylor. Where it matters is all of us talking about it, and maybe you keep reminding them of it, so, you know, you have negative thoughts, whatever. I don't even believe that. I just think that if you are an athlete, and the other part I'll say about this, the most recent game they played against this team, they beat the living heck out of them last year in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Right. I know they went to Jacksonville and lost. I know they went to London and lost. I just don't think it matters at all. What does the history matter when all the people are pretty much different?
I almost don't even think about the London game as a counted game because it's in a completely different area that had a completely different turf that is all different things when it's like, okay, maybe the Urban Meyer loss is the one like glaring thing that I go, oh, I don't want to relive that on Sunday. I don't need to.
Yeah, here's how I'll say this. Like, if all these games that they had lost before when the Jags were what they were, the Jags were bad, right? And if the Bills somehow were going into the first round wildcard game and they were going to play the Cleveland Browns, is anybody going to get worried about that because of the history? No, you're looking at the team you're going to play, and the team you're going to play is just that.
There's literally, like, I mean, in a real substantial sense, there is absolutely nothing from a previous game that has to do with your game now.
Exactly.
There's nothing. The only way it impacts you is if you think about, oh my God, we've gone there and we've lost.
Yeah.
This is a tough place for us to play. And I guess you could get there. I respect it if you think that. Matt thinks that. I understand that. I don't agree with it.
I would expect this coaching staff to be able to not allow that narrative to infiltrate their players' heads. I think that's one thing I think that this, McDermott, I think is very good at presenting the story to his guys in a way that frames it well and motivates them.
Yeah, for sure. It's a 1 week proposition. It always is.
Right.
And I mean, since 2017 when he's been the head coach, the one thing that I'll say that he's done very, very well at is not the one thing, but something he has. It's always keeping the next game in mind and going 1-0 and being consistent. They've had some duds. They've never lost 3 in a row. Right? Not that they've lost 2 in a row here, but I'm saying like it's just it's something that every game is different. You play the next game. You play the next game. You play the next game. The next game here is for the Buffalo Bills against the 2025 Jacksonville Jaguars. They're not playing the 2021 Jags. They're not playing the 17 Jags. They're not even playing the 2024 Jags, who they beat badly last year, who, by the way, their defensive coordinator is now the Bills' defensive line coach, assistant, right? I mean, Ryan Nielsen. I think that's whatever his title is. You get the point. There's guys on, there's lots of different things that have gone on.
I almost, it's funny. We've been talking, most of this morning has been talking about the game yesterday, but there's been a lot of looking ahead to Jacksonville. I haven't once thought about that. I haven't thought about how much they've struggled. Obviously, I know that they've had bad games against them. The Urban Meyer game is a nightmare thing, and the Jacksonville playoff game was horrible. But
if they do lose, yes, of course. Like I said, Monday's going to be all Sean McDermott radio here. I can tell you that, or Brandon Bean radio. But what is going to happen is which is people are going to say, "See, I told you, can't win in Jacksonville." Folks, that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no.
I just can't get there.
I think
it would be amazing to me if I ever found out that Josh Allen was actually thinking this week about a loss in 2021 to Jacksonville.
There's no chance.
Right?
I shouldn't say no chance on the radio like I know everything.
Right.
But there's no chance that Allen or anybody that is important enough to matter on that team is going home and thinking, "Oh man, Jacksonville, we never beat Jacksonville."
Yeah, I can't see it.
Way.
I can't see it.
Feel like there could be just a looming danger. I kind of agree with Matt,
of what?
Just being a little cautious that the history hasn't been so kind to you. Maybe you just got it. You're a little worried. You're heading to Jacksonville. Like you said earlier, the one loss was in Florida.
But what do you have? Wait, is something from 2021 going to actually happen in the game that you have to be cautious about?
Maybe. I think a little
What are we
bit.
doing? A time warp here?
Comes up.
I love it.
Ghost of
Dan,
Urban Meyer.
Dan, I love it.
Haunt McDermott.
I respect the opinion. Matt Bove gave that opinion too, by the way, and you can follow that and listen to that. It's always game day in Buffalo. Really good conversation. Yeah. And basically, I said the same thing I said here, which is I don't think it matters at all. If it mattered, look at the history of other teams they played. Right? Yeah, you could say, well, look at the Kansas City history. Yes, I think they just got beat by a better team and had a ball that, didn't go their way and a bad coaching decision and all those things, right? You could have that happen. There's no doubt about it. I don't think it really matters. All right. Good discussion, though. Getting some people on X who are chiming in on this. Hey, there's a possibility. I'm just trying to block it out. Maybe I'm just being naive about it and going, I don't want to think about it. I know it. I don't want it to creep in. Maybe I'm doing that. When we come back, sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, on a Buffalo Football Monday on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Okay. Good show today. Thank you all for calling. 803-0550. Want to hold on and get to One Bills Live. Chris Brown and Steve Tasker, Matty Glab, and the gang, they'll be talking and taking your calls. Not sure exactly who's hosting, probably Chris and Steve, but either way, that's why I make sure I say that. But they'll be taking your calls if you want to hang on and do that. In the meantime, I had something written down for sit up and stand down. I know who my buddy is, and I totally lost it. So let's figure out. Oh, you know what? We can sit up on the numerous accomplishments that Buffalo Bills players had this year that we probably didn't expect going into the year. Pretty cool, right? James Cook winning the rushing title. Ray Davis winning the kick return title. He actually had the highest kick return average of the season. The Bills, and I understand, I know you're going to say, well, Sal, it's because the run defense is so bad. The Bills actually finished number 1 in pass defense this year for the 3rd time in 8 years. Pretty cool accomplishment. And yes, I know it's because teams like to run on them because they can't stop the run as well. I get it. That's a volume-based stat. Look at all their pass defense metrics. They're all really good, actually. So I do think they deserve credit for that. Really good stuff right there. I don't want to stand down on next week's schedule because I think it's really good. Stand down on trying to find the games, though. Where are these games airing next week? You got Fox, CBS, Amazon, Peacock, right? Are we doing everything here? Right? Let me see where I got it. Oh, I put it out yesterday. Last night I got the schedule. I tweeted out and with all the. So here we go. Here it is. You got Fox, Prime, Fox, Peacock, ESPN. Okay. Find the game somewhere. Right? Prime Video on Saturday night. I didn't realize that. I'm going to find Prime Video. I'm in Jacksonville Saturday night. I think I got it on my phone. I could do that. You got Peacock. Okay, NBC and Peacock. You got like 10 different networks these games are on. They're doing the Manning Cast game for the Texans and Steelers. All right, let's get to Hey Buddy.
WGR Sports Radio 550 presents.
Hey, buddy. Dudes, you know this dude?
What's up, dude?
Hey, buddy. Buddy, sit down.
Who's my buddy this week?
I'm your buddy, guy. He's your guy, friend. I'm your friend, buddy.
On WGR.
Blue, you're my boy.
Sports Radio 550.
Pretty easy here. It's been written already. It's been said already. I'm just going to say it again. My buddies are everybody who made yesterday possible at Highmark Stadium. It was amazing. From the friendships we built over the years that will last and continue into the new building. Some won't, though. The friendships will. The relationships professionally might not because maybe people aren't a part of that experience and part of that process. But everybody from the game day staff to the Bills stadium operations staff, everybody, the fans staying around yesterday for the experience, but everybody who helped make it possible to have this amazing feeling we all had yesterday inside that stadium, and I know I did, for the final game at Highmark. It was incredible. So thank you. You're all my buddies. Let's hope we're doing a Buffalo Football Victory Monday next week right here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sean McDermott will be on Friday leading into the game with an important injury update. He'll speak today at 4 p.m. In the meantime, One Bills Live up next.